Okay, for this episode we're going to go through all of my Sega Genesis cartridges, Sega 32X cartridges, and Sega CD discs. And this will be a long video like my last one. Right now I've just got it on the Sega CD screen. I'm using what was called the Tower of Power, which is where you got a Sega Genesis, a Sega CD, and a 32X. It actually used 3 plugins, which made people's lives harder because what they called wall warts, these big blocky AC adapters that had to plug in to be able to play stuff. And so you had 3 of those plugged in. I think later they came up with a plug-in that had 3 connectors, but it was just 1. And so that made it slightly easier to play. So we're going to start out now. I don't think I have this in any particular order, but we're going to start out with Taz in Escape from Mars, which is the Taz character from Looney Tunes. It's a Red Label Genesis game. Now, I don't know if there ever was a crossover in the cartoons between Taz and Marvin Martian, but that's what this game's based on. It is different than the original Taz game, I think, which there also was for the Sega Genesis. Now, of course, there's a growing contention, community, adversity regarding whether the Sega Genesis was as good or better than the Super Nintendo, or whether the Super Nintendo was better. And I'm on this fence, the side of the fence with Sega, for a lot of reasons. A lot of it has to do with price, quality of games, resolution. The Sega Genesis has a higher resolution screen than a Super Nintendo. So when they ported Super Nintendo games over, the screens were cropped, and that caused the characters to be squished, and I just didn't like it. Also, there's a lot of slowdown on the Super Nintendo. The Sega Genesis does not have that problem. Is he dripping wet, or is that a sprite problem? Or I don't know if I might be having an error with my...
I think he's dripping wet. Also, I don't know. Let's see. Can I, like, jump up from this part?
Nick's here testing out the games. There you go.
Okay, that's weird. Oh boy. Do I jump on him?
You spin and run into him, I think.
Ah. Okay. Oh, come on.
There's a burger. Actually looks like a really good burger. I'm wondering if this is having an error with the sprite, or if he's dripping wet. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever played this. We've got a big stack of games here, though, to run through. And some of these are going to be better than others, I'm sure. Now, I'm using the 32X, and it might actually not like some of the games that I try to play through it. I know that certain games have a problem with the 6-button controller, like Forgotten Worlds. I think you have to play with a 3-button, or maybe start it in 3-button mode, or something like that.
Oh, it's me. Oh, come on.
I'm not noticing any errors with any of the other sprites. So either he's dripping wet from something the whole time, or there's a problem with the main player sprite.
Oh boy.
Yes, it could be related to the 32X, or it just could be how this game is in the beginning. I really don't know.
Okay, what is going on? Here we go. Oh.
Now I do have a second Sega Genesis plugged in, and I have several Sega Genesis systems. They're all Model 1s. Now the Model 1 Sega Genesis is my favorite one. It has, it's essentially identical to the Mega Drive that was released in Japan and Europe, and with very simple modifications. Basically just scratching a trace on the board will turn an American Model 1 Sega Genesis into a Mega Drive. You can also solder a switch between those two lines and have a region modded where you can flip a switch and change it between US and Japanese region. And that makes it easier to play certain Japan-only games. Also, the top of the slot for the Sega Genesis is too narrow in the US for the Mega Drive games, so you just get something like a nail file or something, or a working file, like a tool, and just file down the edges of the cartridge slot, and then most Mega Drive cartridges will work without any system modifications. So, relatively easy to get Japanese games working on your US system. And they talked about that in magazines when I was young. So when I was a teenager and this first came out, I think I was 12 or 13 or something, 88 and 89. In 88 it was Japan, and 89 is the US. Magazine said that you could take the top off, file the edges of the cartridge slot, and play most Japanese games, and they would be compatible. There are select few Japanese games that will only work on Japanese systems or US systems modded to have the Japanese region selected. And there are a few US games that won't work on Japanese systems. I think Super Street Fighter 2 is one of them. If you put that in a Japanese system, you'll get a red screen and it won't work. Or it'll say designed for use on US Genesis, or designed for use on Mega Drive, stuff like that.
I don't know how to get down.
Now this is through a 32X. The 32X puts 32-bit graphics, and it can add the Genesis layering graphics over it or behind it. It can use all of the systems. It can also use the Sega CD, and there were 32X CD games made. One rarer one was Night Trap, and it's a very high color version of Night Trap, probably one of the best versions of Night Trap. They also made Night Trap for the Sega CD without 32X. Had Sega pursued the 32X more effectively, there could have been many, many more games that used the Sega CD and 32X in tandem, and it could have produced, you know, really, really good games. It never got to see its full potential.
Don't get that. What's that?
Now there's some sprite errors. Yeah, I think there's sprite errors in this game, and I think it might be related to the 32X. So what we're going to do real quick is switch it to a different Sega and see if we have the same sprite errors. Okay, now we see it on my other Sega Genesis without the 32X, and you can see he doesn't have those little dots around him, which it could be a sprite problem, or it could just be something with the connectors on the cartridge itself, where the sprite was not exactly right. I'm thinking it might have had to do with the 32X, because there are some little weird things that can happen when you use a 32X, like some slight color differences.
This game's funny. I like it.
Now I'm going to pick and choose, and maybe we'll have some of the best games last. Kind of whittle through some of the maybe not so good. It's kind of hard to decide because I really like most Sega Genesis games. And I have a pretty solid collection of games. Oh yeah, now I need to say this just for make sure that people don't get the wrong idea here. Some of my games are reproductions. This game is not. I own Escape from Mars starring Taz, but I do own some aftermarket reproductions of games. So I'll try to say if I can remember which games are reproductions, which ones are. I don't have very many, but I do have some.
Oh, now I'm big.
You'll also be able to see if it is a 32X game.
Oh, I'm not bigger anymore.
Because I have a lot of 32, or not 32, a lot of Mega Drive games. I have a lot of Japanese Mega Drive games. For instance, I have Golden Axe for both systems, Mega Drive and Sega Genesis. You might think why, and that's because there are differences in some of the games. For instance, Sonic the Hedgehog, when it was released for the Japanese crowd, it was later, it had animated trees and stuff. It had, or animated clouds. It had more animation. So it's actually the preferred version of Sonic is the Japanese version if you like the extra graphics, which I do. Very much so.
That looked like a Dr. Seuss character.
And I love the Sega Genesis. It has a special place in my heart. A friend of mine, we used to play it all the time. I've said this before in my other videos, but I just love it. I love the game, the system. I love the games. Most of the games for it are very good, in my opinion. And I have some good games. As I'm looking through these, I'm just like, wow, there's so many good games here.
Now big dude.
Oh, you turned giant. Wow.
Moonwalking up a slide. That's normal.
Yep, that's totally normal.
You always see a cartoon character moonwalking up slides.
Okay, so following the Looney Tune theme, the next game will be Tiny Toon Adventures Buster's Hidden Treasure. And let's turn on the light briefly here and just kind of get a look at this cartridge. It's got Babs and Buster.
Babs and Buster.
Alright.
Babs and Buster. Konami.
I don't know if the 32X will mess with these graphics or not.
Okay, that's that. You can charge your jumps like in Super Mario Bros. 2.
You can push a rock like pushing a rock, pushing a rock, pushing a rock, pushing a rock.
That looks like the same graphics for Super Mario, not Super Mario. Wait a minute. Does he get faster? He gets faster. This is Sonic. This is basically Sonic.
Except you can push.
Yeah.
The graphics are excellent. I gotta say, it looks like a cartoon.
It's basically redrawn Sonic, but I like it.
Lots of blue.
There is so much blue. It's bluey. No, it's not bluey. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Oh, hey. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, what's it? Oh. Face first into the mud. That's always cool. Okay, so there's that. Or you're running like Sonic. I mean, the pushing is literally from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. Well, what interactions are there?
There's that. There's running, which looks like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Can you push down and charge up and then run suddenly? No.
But you can. Charge your jump. Oh, come on. You can charge your jumps by doing this. Oh.
Okay, makes him jump higher. So it's similar. Now, of course, Tiny Toons was supposed to be a shot in the arm for the Looney Tunes characters. So they had kids, and it was like they were going to like a school for cartoons, and all of the classic characters from Looney Tunes were the teachers. So I guess you'd have like Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd and Taz and all those characters, and they were teachers in a university. And it was pretty popular back in the day. I can't say I was ever a really huge fan of the cartoon, but I watched it a few times. It was funny.
Why have carrots and say, no, this person, even though this person is a rabbit? Here's the face first in the mud part.
That's no bugs. It's got like an anti-Bugs Bunny sign.
Oh no. Okay, cool. That's from Sonic the Hedgehog. This is gonna take me all the way back. Oh, okay. Oh, hey! Give me that. Can I have that? No, I can't.
It's probably a really great kids game. I never got into this game.
It's cool.
But it looks really good now that I'm looking at it. If I liked the IP, maybe if I had some nostalgia associated with it, then maybe I'd be into it. But jump in that hole. There you go.
Actually, they already...
And that's what happens in Sonic when you get 50 rings, is it opens a hole and you jump through it to go to the warp zone.
Yeah, yeah.
And this has an above view map, which Sonic doesn't have.
Okay.
Looks like a pretty neat game. So next, we will play the first Taz game. Okay, I'm going to turn the light on again. And this one is not the same as Escape from Mars. Hopefully it won't have messed up graphics. This is a nice clean cartridge. It looks like a really good specimen here of the...
I just realized the waiting animation is the same as from Sonic the Hedgehog. Eeg. Tasmania.
That has the dad. Now, this is based on a newer cartoon of Taz that was more universally appealing, where he was less destructive and had more of a storyline behind it, where he had a family. And it was just like Taz show starring Taz, something like that. Now he can breathe fire, I think. Looks great. The graphics are really good.
I thought you can like
jump on top of it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ah. Okay. Oh great. I'm dead.
Maybe don't jump in the quicksand. Okay, a lot of wobbly artifacting going on. Jump, 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 jump. You have to hit the button a lot. Now don't go there. Don't go there.
Okay.
Go and jump on top of that platform.
Okay.
Right there.
Oh.
Maybe you can't jump on it. I don't know. Yeah, you can. Now hold your spin button. Jump, 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 jump. Tap, jump really fast. There you go.
I did it! Ah.
Yep, I did it. Hurt him?
No, that actually healed him. Oh!
Smashed you into spikes.
Great!
Now try other buttons. There. See? You can use that on bad guys.
Oh my gosh.
Turn around and blast that guy. Yeah, that.
I officially ate something. Okay, that's cool.
Don't jump on that.
No. No. Oh
That's
boy.
a waypoint. Or a checkpoint, I mean.
Yes, I would like to. Right.
There you go.
Ah, you have to walk to it. Huh.
So the game has notably good animation and graphics. It looks very much like the cartoon. It has characters from the cartoon that was out at the time. It had a really catchy intro song. And
Nice.
the lyrics are, "Welcome to the land way under, down under. The sky's always yellow and rain or shine. Topsy meets turvy and it starts to spin like a Tasmanian devil and his closest kin." Then it goes through all of his family members, and I remember how catchy the song was to the cartoon that this is based on.
Oh, great. Whoa. Blech. Okay, that's. Oh, come on.
Spin and run into them.
Then I. Okay.
You need to go up. That thing, the water takes you up to the top. You didn't jump, you fell down there. So right there. So jump on that. Jump to the right. Oh, you have to wait till it gets to the very top.
Okay.
And don't spin, just jump to the right. Nope, there it was. Oh, you ate him. That worked.
Hey!
He'll scare, yeah, he can do that. I think it scares bad guys or something.
I did it. So I can eat those.
Yeah, you can eat that guy. Whatever they are.
Okay,
Like, just
that.
hit him.
Can I scare him? Ah. Okay, well. Okay. Crap. No. Oh, you can jump on them. Okay, you can jump. Oh, come on. Ah.
They licked you to death. Following the theme of retarded cartoons, next will be Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics.
I like Tom and Jerry.
I actually like Tom and Jerry too. I used to watch it sometimes when it was on.
Ah.
So there we go, Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics.
It's the button. Okay.
This seems to also be based on one of the later Tom and Jerry iterations with more characters and probably more advanced storylines. And I think I remember this game being on somebody's list of most terrible video games or something.
Ah, it's pretty good. Can I jump on them? You jump on a ball? Never mind. Huh.
I don't think you can jump on things, even though that's decidedly uncharacteristic of a cat. You figure a cat could. You have to jump onto the roof and then jump onto it from over there.
Oh, I remember this. I remember this.
Really?
Yeah. Can't you like you throw them at enemies? Like
So you
see
throw
that?
cat poop? Oh.
Actually, yeah, that's what you do. You throw cat poop.
Throw litter critters?
Good.
Okay, let's zoom out a little bit.
Garbage. Oh. You can jump on top of that.
I think the music could have been like closer to like Looney Tunes, or not Looney Tunes, but Tom and Jerry style music. They had their own like specific type of music. I think this is based on a later TV show that came out because of the title screen showing all those characters that were from that. So I think this is meant to represent that later cartoon, not the original Tom and Jerry show cartoon, but what came out later.
Doesn't the cat talk in one of the shows?
Not much, but I guess sometimes. Like he screams.
Can I jump on top of that? No, I can't. Oh.
Okay, this aardvark is just carrying a shotgun and has a redneck hat on. Okay, look out for the redneck aardvark in the middle of town with a shotgun.
Yeah, that's something to look out for. I did it. Okay. I did it. Yeah.
Look out.
Or I could kill it before it kills me. And there's another one.
Yep, now he's on the roof. They figured you out.
Did I kill him? I killed him. Ha ha. I just okay. Oh wow.
I think the dots in the sky there might be an artifact from the 32X, but it also might just be terrible dithering. I don't think it is though. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a solid blue on the regular Genesis.
Oh.
Sometimes there are tiny, tiny little things that happen when you're using a 32X.
I would like to get those things. I guess not. And it makes a fart sound when you fall. Yeah, I remember. Oh boy, that's a big. That's a really big.
But yeah, I liked it in Tom and Jerry when he'd like get hurt and he'd go, like he was a man yelling. I thought that was funny. And of course, everyone's favorite Tom and Jerry is where they're the three Mouseketeers or whatever, like where are the Mouseketeers? They have or no, it's not called Mouseketeers. That's for Mickey Mouse. It was like Jerry's cousin, who was French, came to visit him, and I think he was like dressed as a musketeer, and he had a hat on and a sword, and they would mess with Tom. Now, there are some Tom and Jerry cartoons that show him and Tom and Jerry as friends.
Huh.
And then most of them, though, Tom is after Jerry, and Jerry is outsmarting him constantly.
Yes.
So.
I like those types of shows the best. If I was gonna
Shoot him.
I don't have the thing yet. Oh yeah. There, I get it.
Now I think something that Sega could have done, and this is if they were thinking, ahead, they could have made Sega Genesis games that had 32X enhancements in the games. And then that would have encouraged people to buy the 32X even with the limited library ad, just to try out games they already had that may have had enhancements. That could have been something they could have done. Makes me think that the 32X maybe was a little sudden and possibly hastily put together. But the 32X has dual 32-bit processors and is considerably more powerful than the Motorola 68000 and the Sega Genesis.
Hey, my goal is to get back home.
We're getting the terrible games out of the way first. I've decided, since I've sorted through a lot of these games, most of these games are really good though. So there's only a few more turds, and then we'll get into the really good stuff.
Yeah.
The next one is a turd called Zoom. Now I think John Riggs actually liked this game, but I don't know. This game has a voice effect where whenever you lose, it goes, boy, boy. Like, get ready to hear one of the most annoying sound effects in a video game. And plus, this artwork is terrible. Just terrible, terrible. The game, for people who like this type of game, like puzzle, kind of zippy puzzle kind of stuff, maybe they like it, but, you know, this game I couldn't get into. We'll get it out of the way. Next up is Zoom. Okay. Zoom. Have fun figuring this game out.
Okay. What? What is that? Oh! Oh boy, oh my god. I think I'm getting it. Oh, come on, I thought that was, is that like, okay.
You have to make squares.
I have to make, cool. Okay, well if I move down right here, I've made a square.
Try to encapsulate the enemy in squares.
Oh, I almost
There.
got him. Oh boy. Okay.
Then I think you hit the button on him. Hit the button.
Oh, come on.
I think the boy sound effect might be in a different game. I don't know.
Boy!
The game is blurry for whatever reason. There we go.
Oh, God. I can't get it.
I think you have to hit a button to get it to activate the things you've lit up.
Ah.
I think you just scrapped. I don't know. See here? There it was.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Hit a different button.
Okay. That's jump. Oh.
And you go back in the background, I think you can get that mushroom.
I hate this game. Okay, let's see. That's the jump. There's that.
So you can shoot turds at them.
Haha. Ah, boy. Oh.
You probably don't want to run into them.
His giant hand. Okay, shoot turds at him while he's in the squares. Boy.
Go past him to the background. Oh, damn it. There's time back there. You need to get that. Oh, it disappeared.
Come on, boy. Oh, boy. Candy. That's, oh, come on. I do.
I thought there was a way, like maybe you can shoot him with a turd and it will slow him down. But I think he bends over and a yellow turd shoots out of his butt.
Let me see.
Pretty sure. There it was, yeah. see it goes behind him. I'm pretty sure it's excrement. You're firing excrement at the enemy.
Ah. Cool. Okay, you can jump. Jump right over. Mushroom.
I don't think that this is as hard as you're actually making it. Because you're going towards him,
come on.
which you just did again.
I'm controlling it to push to the left, and it's not working.
Yeah. Now, whoever bought this game probably was like, well, we're not going to be buying any more Sega games. So if you made the horrible mistake of purchasing this game when Sega first came out, it was probably not a very good promoter of the hardware. Like, it's not funner than a Nintendo game. It barely looks any better than a Nintendo game.
Time. Give me the time. Ah.
But you just got points.
I did.
Can't.
Come on, boy. Oh, come on.
Come on, boy.
Dude, come on, boy. It's funny. But everything about it is not funny.
Now that we've abused ourselves with this ridiculous game, I'm sure someone out there likes this and thinks it's a fun game or whatever. And maybe there's something else. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe after you get past the first couple levels there's like
levers.
Dancing girls or some reason to play this game. I doubt it though. I think it's this, and it's terrible the entire time. See if you can beat this one level.
I think
Oh my god, wait, no, there's one left.
I see it. Oh boy. Oh, come on. I can't. I almost did it.
There was one purple line. Okay, next is going to be Pugsy, which has good-looking graphics, but like most European games...
Isn't that the dude that goes like, what could possibly go wrong?
No, that's Bubsy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought that was that. Okay,
Alright.
this thing. Pugsy. Oh, that was Pug.
So yeah, it has great graphics. It's just, why did they make him look like a... I don't know what that is. A hammerhead shark mixed with a claymation creature with a big nose, big eyes.
And also, it kind of looks like the statue, that one statue, in the statues in the place, Easter Island.
Oh, Easter Island, okay.
That's probably the same statues, though.
I think they dug underground and found out they had bodies.
Well done. I reached something. Oh. Okay.
So, the Sega Genesis is a 16-bit system with a Motorola 68000 running at 7.6 megahertz. Although the system actually can run at 14 megahertz, you can easily install a switch. But first you have to install a halt switch. So to do the faster megahertz on you want a Model A, Model 1 Sega Genesis. And then you want to install a halt switch to briefly halt the 68000, and then a turbo switch, and it will flip it into 14 megahertz mode. Now other people use oscillators to have less megahertz because it causes less problems, but once you've successfully switched a game into 14 megahertz mode, you'll see that the games run a lot more smoothly and often look considerably better. Games that I've seen running in 14 megahertz that are considerably better are like Hang On, any game with 3D going on, just things like that. And so the system actually could have been twice as fast. And I think it sometimes conflicts with the Z80, which is often used for sound processing in the game. So they couldn't time the two well enough to regularly use 14 megahertz mode. And I have a Genesis upstairs that was actually in one of our arcade machines. It was in my Street Fighter II arcade machine, and we had it all hooked up to be able to use the halt switch and put it in 14 megahertz mode. It was fun. Looked really good. A lot of games use it well.
Okay.
You should keep doing that since it's working.
It's not.
Press down. Nothing.
Nothing.
Press and hold the jump button. Okay, just turbo jumps. Okay. Maybe you have to pick up a bad guy and throw him there, then jump on him.
I'll have to take off. That button does not do it.
Jump on top of them.
Okay, this one.
No. Just killed you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to play this.
What about it only works on crabs? No.
Only kills you.
Huh. What if you can, like, sprint? Is the start button part of it? No.
Have you pressed every button, A, B, and C?
Yeah. What about that? No, there's nothing. You're right, let me see something. I'm gonna go back here. What about this? Can I grab this?
There's a gun.
A gun! Oh, it's a physical object.
Jump on it, and then press A or C. Or D. Press down. I don't know. You must. There you go. Oh.
I just kind of fell off the
You gotta
gun.
be able to pick it up. There's a way to pick things up. Apparently. There.
Oh,
And you
okay.
dropped. Okay.
Okay, so there's that. I don't know how this is gonna help me.
Whoa.
Oh! That
You
helps.
can grab stuff.
Huh. Okay.
Hopefully you're not wasting rounds. I don't know. Okay. We have gotten somewhere. Well done. So it looks like he uses his hands to do stuff. Almost like a lazy, retarded rye star.
Okay, then just use.
Alright. He's dull. I can't complain though about the graphics. The graphics actually look really good. The music's cool. It's got an island theme. It's like a pretty cute game. I think kids would like, maybe. I don't know. I'm into like Golden Axe and Streets of Rage and Shining Force, Phantasy Star games, things like that. So I think you stack those.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Very glitchily stack them. Eh. I'm trying to make a staircase.
Yeah, that's gonna work.
That's not. Whoa, what's over here? Oh!
Wait, use your hands.
Oh yeah, I need to. Okay, I need to grab this. I need to grab one of these.
Okay.
And put it. Oh.
Like, what's with his head?
Okay, that worked before.
Stack them up right there.
Yeah.
There you go. You probably have to grab another one and carry it. There's a key.
Okay. Okay, what's the
Yeah, pick up the thing with the skull on it. That's probably good. It's like, is that a coin? There's a lever to pull. You pulled it, and I think you beat that level. Wow, this is just running you through how to play it, I guess. It's interesting.
I actually like it a bunch, but I
Okay.
don't know what's wrong with his head.
Well, I think he's somehow related to a hammerhead shark. I mean, that's what it looks like.
His name is Bubsy.
No,
Oh,
his name is not Bubsy.
isn't it like...
It's Pugsy, I think.
Yeah, Pugsy.
Pugsy.
Fire! Okay. I pressed the wrong button.
Wow. Cool looking game, though.
That
Now-
whole sandy effect where sand's blowing up.
Pretty sure
Game over.
those were the only turds on my list. I mean, I've got a lot of really, really good games for this system. So maybe this one's a turd. I don't know. It's a Doraemon. So this will be our first Mega Drive game, which I hope will actually work through the 32X. If it doesn't work, I might have to hook my converted Mega Drive up. But this is a reproduction,
Yeah, it's
I think,
Pugsy with 2 G's.
of Doraemon.
Oh, it's 3D-ish. It's 3D-ish.
It's a really lightweight, cheap plastic repro. It's a popular Japanese cat character. This might actually show more of how to play the game if there's any kind of demo going on. Looks like there's a plunger in the back of that thing. Cool music. Game looks cool. Looks like a neat game. A puzzle kind of.
In a different world. Okay.
It reminds me of Dizzy a little bit. The egg. The Dizzy games with the egg where you get an item and then use it somewhere. It's a start option in Junior.
Oh. Got that.
Really good graphics. I gotta hand them it. It's good graphics.
Yeah, let's.
Graphics remind me of like Neo Geo games or something. The SNK kind of the way the trees look and just the way everything looks. It has that appeal.
Oh, and then you can. Huh?
Oh, it might be one to give a chance. Okay, so next Doraemon.
Install that we're having a map.
Well, he looks sad, yeah. He's got sunglasses and a map and a barrel of it, like TNT. Okay, now we have Doraemon. Hopefully Nick can play this. Nick speaks fluent Japanese and reads kanji. What? You don't? No? Okay, here.
I don't know what's gonna happen. Is it on? I'll just, yeah. Yeah.
Why did I get this game? I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember buying this. Jump and grab the chicken.
Okay, I have a gun.
Now, as you notice in the background, it's nothing but Doraemon. And, he cries like a baby. He's a cat without ears.
I love that. I just love the fact that he cries like that. Okay, I'm just gonna. Oh.
In case you needed to hear more baby crying. There you go, okay. I have to back off the screen because it's blue. Blue likes to wreak havoc on cameras. Sync rate. Don't hit it. Okay. Or well, I think when you zap them, then they can't hurt you.
Come on. Where is it?
He's waiting for you to mess up. Yeah. Now these chickens are cool in that they're wearing cool sunglasses.
I have a gun.
Okay.
I have a gun. Hands up.
I don't know if you can hear the music, but it's got a pretty good drum beat.
One, Oh. The sound. Bleep.
What's weird is this is a reproduction of a game that I would have never intentionally bought. I don't even know why I have this. Maybe I bought it in a lot, but where would I buy a lot of repros? And I do have Mega Drive reproductions of games that I know I would want to buy, like Crude Buster.
Oh my gosh, I have 2. I have 2. And they both have guns, so they can both shoot. Fire! That's cool. Okay, a cool chicken wearing a propeller hat. More of these dudes.
Doraemon, I guess, is a super popular Japanese character.
Japanese.
And I don't
Stop
know
speaking Japanese.
anything about Doraemon other than he's an earless cat that cries like a baby and carries a squirt gun. Other than that, and it looks like he's dancing in Nerds.
He is. Oh my. No!
We've got Star of David Jewish symbolism, so that's always good. And, so he's a Jewish earless cat that's a baby.
And he can slightly fly, I just
And
realized
he's
that.
Japanese.
He
In the background are people, I assume are part of the Doraemon character franchise. You need that Star of David there so that you can be the murderer.
Okay.
Don't they look like nerds?
We do, actually.
Nerd candy?
Ooh. Ooh, oh my gosh.
The red coloring in Nerds candy is made by crushing pregnant red beetles.
Really?
Yeah, called carmine coloring. That's why I will never eat those because of the coloring. But they do have ones that don't use that coloring.
No.
And so I can eat them. Pretty sure it just said you suck, but I don't know.
You suck! It sucks because it cries like a baby.
It does. That's what I do too. I would totally cry. Like, if I was in that situation, I would cry.
Where you fall into chicken.
Where if chickens with sunglasses were attacking me,
Just one up.
and if I had no ears. Like if it was a cat and somebody cut off my ears and dyed my whole body blue, that would be sad.
Ghosts from
So I would
Pac-Man
cry
with legs.
like a baby.
Give me this.
Someone would probably chime in and go, no, Doraemon is an Oni, which is a magical good guy demon from Japan that grants wishes to children and, I don't know, something like
A
that.
good guy demon?
Yeah, of course.
That's not a thing.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I was about to say headless. Two earless cats. Oh god. Watch out.
Is that one wearing like a backpack or a parka or something?
Pretty sure that's what all of them are wearing.
That one is not wearing it. He's just that, and he's flying, which last time I checked, chickens are flightless birds. So it's a super chill. Look out, that mean green thing looks mean and green. That's the thing. Okay. Here's where you died last time.
Except for this time I didn't.
Because you jumped on the evil egg hatchlings with sunglasses. This reminds me, in more than one way, of that one, the one Alex Kidd game where he goes, ah!
Oh yeah, that also reminds me of Super Mario World 2 where the
baby's like, well, I picked up this really great, it's the sequel to Super Mario World. Let's play, let's put it, let's take the game out now and never play it again.
That's a great idea. You know what?
What sucks is that game's so awesome. It's like one of the best Super Nintendo games like of all time.
Yeah, I like it because it has Yoshi.
They must have known what they were doing though. They were in the boardroom and they were like, what sound effect are we going to use when the baby's not, when the baby's floating away? Oh, how about
yeah, that's perfect. Have the brains melt out their ears.
Yeah. Why are we going to do the sound like that? Because then you will know that you do not want that to happen.
I like how he spawned right next to this green dude that's about to bash my head in with whatever kind of thing that is.
Maybe it encouraged the young female players of the world to not have babies.
It's dancing. In a weird way.
Yeah, he's kind of just butt
Also,
dancing.
yes.
He doesn't really do anything. Okay, next we're gonna do Dynamite Heady. That's gonna be the next one. We're almost through the stupid games. And then we're gonna only do good games that are 10% less stupid. All right.
It says treasure. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh!
He looks extremely angry. Probably because his head comes off. Alright.
Wait a minute. I think I remember this. The getaway.
Good graphics.
Wow, what are we doing?
I think Lego aliens are trying to spear your hairless, headless chicken friend. Beasts, yeah. They're gonna eat you. Or something. It looks like there's a Superman character flying up there with, looks like, Kirby? I don't know.
I'm using my head attack. It's not working.
It's another one of those games that somebody ate a lot of mushrooms and then they made.
It's so weird. Yes. I mean, it technically is getting away. Oh, that's a helicopter.
That's not a helicopter, but
I mean,
close, okay.
Yeah, it's a plane.
Prop plane with a turret on top of it.
It's shooting at me.
Probably being piloted by a Lego alien monster. I don't know. Okay, finally we can just not run. Dancing cat time. Kill it. Whatever you do, kill it. Okay. Look, they're little muscle men pulling on a rope. Jump on the rope.
Okay.
Oh, he's going ninja on you. Look out. Oh, God.
I have to actually kill
Go,
this.
aye. Look out. Wow.
Move! I'm gonna attack! I dare you. I dare you do it. Do it. Missed! Oh.
Hit him. Jump. Get out of the way of the blue spheres of doom. God. I think you knocked him out. Alright.
I went like this. It's like a bird. Oh, he is a bird. He's pecking the ground.
I hope he's a bird. I don't know. Hope he's not a burn victim with a magnetic head.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it has a voice sample.
Ah, yes. This is Goober Town.
Okay, there's a mayor. The mayor is sitting on the sign.
Oh, yeah. That's...
There's a lady that's crying, I think. There's a robot duck with wheels. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is
Oh, God.
Lego hell is where you've come to. Taking over your world. Meet Hangman. Oh.
You're gonna...
Hello, Hetty. I'm Hangman. Grab me and then let go to move things around. Practice now to see how I can help you move.
Okay. Oh, God, that's a gun. You... Oh, wow.
You're gonna die.
I'm
Press
dying.
up.
That's what I'm doing. Oh, okay, thanks. Can I grab on to the kid? I'm alive. Bruh.
Jump and then shoot your head out.
Okay, that sort of worked. Alright, oh my gosh. Ugh. You know what? Let me just jump on it. Okay. Ooh, I did it! I did it! Oh god.
A lot of bass guitar in this game.
Boo, boo.
This looks like a really good game, and it looks really silly.
Okay.
It's saying target.
Oh, come on.
It's training you to use your brain head attack. Walmart, Target, Kmart, Dollar General, Odd Lots. Oh God. I wonder if that's the target.
Yeah. Oh my God. Ah. Oh God.
All you really have to do is just follow him around.
I think it's cheap.
It.
Yeah.
It's a burn victim with wings and a halo and a spear.
Target.
Targ. My brain.
When with a stop. I think I know how to stop it now. I saw it. Oh, never
For
mind.
the love of God, make it stop. Oh, you're running out of time. That's how it's going to stop, is it? It'll count how many targets you hit when the time's out right now. Practice area.
What?
Meet,
Oh no,
why
no,
did you
no.
do that? Why did you do that? Why did you?
Oh no. It'd be cool if that gun had a loaded bullet
It
in
says practice, so above that, when you went to that door. So these are actually just teaching you how to play the game.
which I do not care. Target. At least it explodes. Immediately. Target.
Can you just hold on to the button and press in different directions?
No. I can't. I wish I could, but I can't.
Maybe with a turbo controller.
I hate this. Thank goodness I have 25 seconds left. I hope it can be 1 or 0. I'll trick the thing to say, like, I'll say, like, did you know 0 is the most biggest second ever? Like, it will take so long. And then she'll be like, okay, boom, I'm finished.
Wow. Now don't go in that room again, please, for the love of God.
I didn't. Danger. A lady crying. How can it be dangerous? A bird. Toys and wood.
Okay, so the next game after this will be, just to get the annoying games out of the way, Accolade's unlicensed Sega game, Bubsy.
Bubsy! I love this game.
You love Bubsy? What could possibly go wrong?
I remember hating it because this just the sound of what could possibly go wrong made me scared for some reason.
This looks like a pretty neat game. I like it.
Target.
It can live.
Okay. Bubsy. What could possibly go wrong?
What could... Probably not the question you want to ask.
This dude jumps on enemies, right?
I don't play Bubsy.
I like Bubsy. I
Really?
used to hate it.
You guys used to love it, actually. You asked to play it. Or your siblings did, too. Like, all of the kids, for some reason, loved this game.
I like it. I can see why.
It gets a lot of flack. I think it's widely considered one of the worst video games for the Genesis. But
Cheese Wheels of Doom.
I think that's a checkpoint, maybe. And that's a crate of bananas. Do you eat them?
Yeah, I eat them.
You don't have to run into them or something to eat them?
Actually, I slipped on them, I think.
He's collecting balls of yarn, which we all know cats.
Actually, I think they look like not lemons, melons.
They're balls of yarn. Because if you give a cat a ball of yarn, it will just freak out on it and get its claws all tangled up in it and stuff. And you can roll the ball of yarn while holding on to a strand of it, and the cat will attack it. And then while they're attacking it, you can pull on it, and they'll just... madness will ensue. Alright, so Bubsy was supposed to be the flag character for Accolade, if I remember correctly, and...
Also, wasn't this a TV show?
Oh God, no. No, I don't think Bubsy ever got his own syndication. I don't think so.
It would be good if you did, because
Really?
this is a great game.
You think so? Did you hit your head?
I like this
Okay.
game.
Oh, okay.
I told you, I play it on my Windows 2000.
Okay.
I love it.
So, we've got he's an upright, super intelligent, talking super cat with a exclamation point t-shirt.
That collects exclamation points.
He's not wearing any pants, but I guess that makes sense if you're an upright, super intelligent, talking cat. So he's, you jump around, you stomp on these alien, they look almost like sea monkeys, like the art from the old Sea Monkeys containers. Yeah, don't they? They look like amazing live sea monkeys. Do you know what sea monkeys are?
No.
Sea monkeys are brine shrimp. They're super tiny shrimp that are a major part of the food chain at the very bottom. And they were sold to kids with the eggs in stasis in a bag. And you lined this slimy food stuff or whatever, powder, depending on what year you bought them. They've been out since the 50s or something. And pour water in it. It came with a little aquarium thing. And then you dump the eggs in it, and then they'll hatch, and you will form a sea monkey community. Now the way they sold them though was with artwork that looked like humans. Little, featureless, flesh-toned, naked people with crown dots coming out of their head. They look a lot like those little guys that you're jumping on in this game. Honestly, they look like amazing live sea monkeys. Now, it was basically a aquatic ant farm for kids. You grow them and watch them grow, and then I guess you can pick them out of the water and eat them if you want, but that's disgusting.
That's a horrible idea.
No one ever did that, so you should do. But you could also use them to feed animals. I think he just got hit in the head with a sewer main cover, like a manhole cover. One time, this guy who my friend Brian called the Terminator, who was in fact his grandfather, who was the janitor at the school, was a really burly, kind of stalky old man, who's kind of mean. Apparently, this was at the birth of political correctness. It was the beginning of political correctness when I was in high school, and he was talking to his grandfather one day, and he said, "Grandpa, do you think that they should call it a manhole cover or a person hole cover? Because it would be politically correct to call it a person hole cover." And his answer was, "The day I see a woman get in one, I'll call it a person hole cover. Until then, I'll call it a manhole cover." But I think it's using man in a universal way. I don't think man always directly applies to gender. It can mean anyone. But
What happened?
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Why did my character do that?
He's as fast as any other cat standing on its hind legs that I've seen wearing a t-shirt and talking. So...
I got past that. Oh, God.
Now, Sega had to cover a lot of bases with their system. They were trying to make these, what I like to call babysitter games, which are basically video games that you turn on and then your kid plays them until their head turns purple or green and they fall over and pass out.
Oh, I did a flip.
So is this an awful video game?
I love this game. This
Really?
game is the best game.
Really? Okay. Nick is feverish and possibly very ill.
I like this game.
I know. What do you like about it? Or what do you love about it?
Bubsy.
You like Bubsy? He's a cool character. Well, back in the day, this game started with some positive feedback, but then it kind of faltered. I think the second game was bad or something, and this one was a little better.
Hey.
This is an unlicensed Sega Genesis game.
Well, unlicensed games are the best.
Yeah, sometimes they are, especially with Black Cart Tengen games. God, I love those games. They're so good. Just like, extremely good.
Oh.
Now, I also have a very big stack of unlicensed Sega Genesis games. We'll play those later. We'll do them all in order. We're just getting this one out of the way because of what game it is.
It's a great game.
I'm glad you like it. Okay,
I've always loved this game. Well, I like the second one.
really?
Yeah.
You like the second one?
Wasn't it like that, like space?
I think so. Yeah, I think he has like a space helmet on it or something. I don't know. It's
Okay.
a very long time since I've seen that game.
Game over.
Okay, next up we're going to play a game that I really like for this system. Claws Encounters of the Furred Kind. Okay. Championship Bowling. I actually very much enjoy this game. It's a decent bowling game. It's not Neo or whatever bowling. What is it called? What's the bowling on the Neo Geo? Championship? No, that's what this is. League bowling for the Neo Geo. It's not that, but it is good and it's pretty easy to play. I don't know if you can even see this or if it's purple or yellow or whatever. Okay. More bass guitar. Comes equipped with a free slap bass.
Let's play. I think I remember this.
I really like this game. It's fun.
Oh, come on. Okay, this gotta be good.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I like it. Okay, I like the fact
The
that...
expressions are great, yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the girl. She's pretty. I don't think a girl would ever get caught dead bowling in an outfit like that, but whatever. She's wearing like a bag and a string.
Yeah.
She's the opponent. Okay.
Yay. Okay, now this is me. Okay, that's that.
There are a lot of really pretty girl bowlers.
Oh, come on, that was horrible. Okay, that's also horrible.
I watch bowling though. I watch women's and men's bowling. And junior league bowling.
What if it was just bowling for everybody?
Bowling for burgers. What if all world conflicts were settled by playing bowling?
Yeah, that would be better. What if, like, instead of us having an army to kill another army, just have them bowl?
Then we could have the billions and trillions of dollars spent on the military for people that are starving and homeless people and technology and Tesla electricity and stuff like that. And then if people are like, hey, we have a disagreement, time to bowl, then whoever wins the bowling match, they win. They get their... Sorry, some people have to die. But not the people who came up with the war. Those people don't ever fight. Politicians, presidents, princes and kings and emperors and stuff, they're never in that war. They're never going to be in that war. They're as far away from that war. But what they do is they come up with really cute uniforms for you to wear when you get blown to pieces.
Yay, she got...
Whoa. That woman has a lot of neck. I think her neck is like twice as long as that guy's neck. She's a giraffe.
He's just like...
Oh, we're getting... I just need to not watch. I gotta deal with this. He grinds his teeth when he misses a shot. It's doing the face locate on her face. It knows that she's a pretty girl. She's like, when I bowl, I wear a bag and a string.
Oh, come on, that was horrible. Yeah, that was horrible. Oh, no.
I've beaten this game several times.
Wow.
Yep. I think the Japanese version of it, which I think I have, has like anime characters instead. It has like chibi anime characters, but everything about it is the same except for the characters. The characters are drawn different. Music's the same, everything about it.
Well, I think that's better.
And it's a good reason to buy both. Like you can get the Mega Drive game. It's good too.
Missed one. Yay! Oh god. Oh god, this is going to be horrible.
Okay, if you find that you aimed it wrong at first, then the angle can be changed to correct it. So if you aim too far to the left, then change your approach angle more to the right, and you'll be more likely to hit the pins.
Oh no. Yes! I love this game.
Me too. It's fun. Too much power.
Ah, yeah. It's like, yeah. Okay, this isn't as much power. And yet I still have one pin left, and it's glitching. The pins were going like...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, this should be better. No. I love this game.
Once you figure it out, it's actually pretty fun to play.
They're cheering more for the girl.
Is she winning?
I don't know. Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, come on.
You had pins coming from every direction there.
Imagine it. Okay, I saw a video where somebody, instead of throwing the bowling ball, he just jumped.
Alright, next up will be Super Monaco GP, which is a racing game. I think it also came on the Sega 6-pack, so we might be previewing that later.
Okay.
Maybe up and down. Yeah. Oh, it says automatic shifting, so it's shifting automatically. Now this is based on the arcade game where there's huge scaling sprites everywhere. So it really doesn't look nearly as good as the arcade game, but the basic game is there. You've got your race car and you're blowing up. You just went over that guy.
That's what I'm gonna do.
And that guy. Never seen that happen before, so yeah. You're going over the cars, which I would think impossible, but hey.
That's great. Hopefully I can catch up to this dude and go over him. Oh God. Oh, I'm about to do it. Sorry, dude. Oh God, no. No, he passed over. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. No. Thought for a second it was gonna say "gm over, gm over, gm." I like how that's a real picture, and they made it like black and white, and then they just put a pixelated car.
So yeah, manual shifting's harder, but it can give you quicker response times and a little more control. I think you can gear brake more with your manual shifting, but of course automatic shifting is a lot easier.
god. What's funny is it says like, oh, you're going, oh, it's kilometers.
You actually made it to the line. Still 7th place though.
Actually, I wasn't 7th place, I was 15th.
That's, oh yeah, 15th, that's right. 7th would have been good.
Okay, I ran over a dude. I ran over
That
another.
probably isn't the best way to do things, because I think it brings you to near a complete stop every time it happens. So if you want to actually pass people and get ahead of the field, you're probably going to want to not run them over.
It's fun.
I
and
think it stops you
does it?
so that you lose. Yeah.
Oh.
It do. Yeah.
But at that time, I bumped into him.
It slows you down considerably.
But the good thing is that they also get to be slowed down, and that's karma.
Only the people behind you.
That's karma for me now.
Oh yeah, you're going to be losing them right
That's
now.
not, yeah.
Same thing happened.
Except for I was 14 instead of 15. That's cool.
Pretty good game.
Yeah.
If you get into it and actually put some effort into it, then
Uh-huh.
you can make it 2nd, 3rd, 1st place, stuff like that.
Yeah. And it has a scanned photos.
Next will be the Mega Drive game Mega Tracks, which is a mega quad racing game where you mega lose because you mega don't play it. Alright. There we go. Mega Tracks has guys on quads with a death wish. Alright.
Cool. Namco. Throttle.
Rear aluminum swing arm. That guy is stoned. Then we've got 2 ladies in bikinis.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. You're on a little quad.
Okay. This is extremely slow.
You're in low gear. There you go. You're in high gear now. Can you kick? Is he just kicking?
Oh my god.
Now I don't think this game. Put in low gear.
Okay.
Down or up.
Not over more.
One of your buttons. Press your buttons there. That's it. So, this was a Japan-only release, if I remember correctly. And, it's actually better than some, like, off-road dirt racing games on these systems.
Except for you're on quads. And I don't like that. Oh, that would hurt!
Totally, you'd be dead. Yeah, you'd be paralyzed. It says retire. If it's not telling you you're retired, it's demanding that you retire. I think
Walter.
Sir Walter beat you.
Walter White? S. Walter. ATV. Okay, I'm thinking. Okay. There.
Shift. There you go. spin out if you go off the side of the truck.
Oh, that's me. Oh, I thought I wasn't that dude. Okay. Wow.
Shift back into low gear. There you go. Shift to high gear. Wow, you're jumping like 20 feet in the air there.
Yeah. I remember one time I jumped like 21 feet in Skate 2.
Wow.
By like going on the things. You know how you can hit like 11 feet and that's like the normal thing?
I don't know that, but okay.
In Skate 2?
Yeah.
I went...
You're catching up.
Yeah, I am. Oh, God. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Oh, God. Yay. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Well, you took care of that. Now he's way ahead. Alright.
But I'm pretty sure it's only one lap to win. That's what I set it to. Hello? Retire. Yeah, I'm retiring. Great.
Okay.
S. Walter White. Game over. Overall, four-wheel quads are horrible. And if you have a quad, just know that you are going to die.
Okay. Next up, we're going to play Ultraman, which is like basically the precursor to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and stuff, and Guyver, things like that. He's a
movie recently.
Japanese hero, much like the Beetleborgs, and I think he's post-Godzilla, but pre-Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Ice. Big little pieces of ice.
This is Ultraman.
It sounds like something from
You have to beat that guy.
Is that Godzilla?
It is not. It's Godzilla's cousin.
Flodzilla.
Bobzilla. Yeah. Actually, it's Bemular.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Now the graphics are good.
Okay, I'm just... Okay. 1 sec, let me just...
Notice how all the trees are really small.
Yeah. We're
That's
big.
because you're on a bonsai farm. Yeah.
Bruh. I'm trying to push...
Jump kick.
Okay. Let me do that. Do
I
that.
think you can do, like, fireball moves and stuff, too.
Okay, hey, man.
And backflips. There, you can do that. That will block his fire.
Okay. Don't do it.
He's really good at backflips. He can retreat very well. You're running out of time, by the way.
Actually, I have 86 seconds. Yeah.
Finish him. I think you have to do something to finish him. Do a move, like... You have to do a move. Maybe press all 3 buttons or something. Do it again. All 3 buttons.
Okay. I'm trying to.
Oh, you have like a meter that's recharging.
I almost do it because it's almost there.
Now.
Okay.
You have to do something to kill him. No, that's not going to do it. You have to...
1 sec. What if I use the punch instead?
Yeah.
Oh god. Just come up to it. Bash. Bash. Bash.
Now that lights up with what move you can do. The rest of the chance. Okay. Hey,
Okay.
that might make sense. Use the rest of the chance.
Yeah.
Okay, now those 4 light up symbols, SLAT, US, and SP, correspond with special moves you can do. So I think you have to choose them somehow. Like a button chooses them. Maybe the A button or something. Now you can use the first one because it's lit up and it's highlighted.
Okay, nothing happened. Okay, how do I... Let's see.
Hit all 3 buttons maybe?
Maybe forward on all 3 buttons. Okay, let's see.
Now all 4 of them are charged up and it says finish. You have to finish them somehow. You have to use a move. Oh, he's getting power back.
Okay, let's see. I don't know how to do that, so let's see. What thing can I do with that? Okay, now. Never mind. Come on. Okay, let's see. I think I did it.
Yeah, but it lowered your power. You have to do a different move to kill him, I think.
Huh.
So there's some kind of way to finish him. Just have to try lots of different combinations of buttons.
Okay. I have an idea. I'm out. Okay. And
Lay down and sleep time. Okay.
I have no idea how to finish him.
Next up will be Mazin Saga, which is based on the Mazinger and Mazinger Z cartoons from Japan, which were ported over here in their original form, the first season, highly modified as Transor Z. So this is the final form of Transor Z, and they really made a huge series of this. So what we got in America was just kind of pieced together bits of the first season of what later became Mazinger Z, and this game's based on that. It's a side-scrolling fighting game.
Let's go.
It looks very much like the same kind of engine they used for the Marvel game with Captain America, Iron Man, the Avengers. So you're wasting your power by doing that.
Can I get away? I can't. Okay, attack the heel. Or not. Okay, I'm dead. Let me just...
Run.
Ugh.
Run.
Oh god. This game, okay.
So I really loved Transformers Z when I was a kid. It was my favorite cartoon. It had this robot that would come up out of a pool, and this guy would land a little craft into its head and drive it. And he could launch his fist off and punch stuff. It had several robots, and it was my favorite cartoon for quite some time. Probably until Voltron came out, and then that was my favorite cartoon.
I did it!
Now, when I was little, I used to dream that I was a Voltron pilot, and I would fly. I would save Princess Allura with the lion. And when I got with your mom, she said that she used to dream that she was being saved by a Voltron lion. Like that's impossible. But yeah, that was something she said. I used that power move right in the middle of it.
Okay. Well, that's...
This is actually a really good game if you learn how to play it and everything. Now you got a full life bar.
And they're just easy to... Okay.
If I remember correctly, you will eventually like turn into Mazinger Z. You'll be a giant robot, I think.
Oh, come on.
Oh boy. Get that.
Oh, this gives me invincibility. Now I'm not invincible. Now! Oh, no. Oh, come on. I like the animation.
Yeah, I've noticed it has really good animation.
Health! Health! Yes! That's a little bit, though. Blech.
Now again, I don't think this game ever came to the US. I might be wrong. It might have come here, but I think it may be a Mega Drive Japan exclusive. And this is running on my 32X. No problem. Now it could be that I have a Japanese or a converted system hooked up to the Mega Drive, so this might not actually work through an unconverted Model 1, but I think it is. I think it's a normal. Most of my Sega Genesis systems, but not all of them, I've converted to Mega Drive because it plays more games overall. One way to tell if this is a Mega Drive system hooked up to my 32X is by trying a game that only works in the US. And if I try like Super Street Fighter 2, it will give me a red screen and it won't work if this is a Mega Drive hooked up to my 32X.
Okay.
Whoa.
Invincible! I'm invincible. You can't kill me. Die. That was health.
Charge attack too. Don't use
No,
that.
no,
Use
no.
the running attack.
I like this one.
Double tap. That was it. If you double tap and then attack, it's more powerful.
One second. Okay. Oh.
It's tap tap. There, that was it. See? He did a spinning blade. No, don't, not, you're gonna waste, you're gonna die now. So you don't use that attack unless you have full health or close to full health. You just threw that guy. Get that gem. Alright.
Okay. Why am I there?
You're stuck back there.
Now I can't move, so I can just.
I'm sure people who were nuts about the cartoon in Japan probably really love this game. And for me, I want to get like I want to get the series as it was in Japan with maybe some English subtitles. I like the original Japanese voice acting better than dubbed, and I'd rather just read the subtitles on a Japanese cartoon because I know that there were better cartoons than what we had here. That's how Transformers was too. Like here we had the Headmaster Saga, but in Japan they actually kept going with the series, and it was way better.
Ooh.
They had 3 series follow G1 Transformers.
Pressing the button.
But if you double tap and then while you're running jump and swing your sword, you'll do that, which is very powerful. Get that health quick.
Okay. 2.
So yeah, I think this is a good game. It reminds me of the Avengers, the size of the characters and the way they attack. I think the animation is better than the Avengers.
You're right. I'm gonna do my
Alright. I'd kind of like you to get to the boss fight because I think you go giant and it looks really awesome. Look at
boss fight here. The boss fight
after
is...
these guys. Have to beat these guys.
Okay. This way.
Wow.
Now I go giant.
Nope. Not yet. That's some nightmare fuel.
Okay.
Try to hit him in the face. No.
Can I hit him in his arm? Let's see.
Maybe.
It's gonna go from this way. Yep.
Jump, spin, attack his arm. There, that did it. He went up.
There.
That hurt you really, really bad because you landed on the arm.
Oh God. Oh, right.
I don't remember if you get giant or not. I think you do though. I think you grow giant in this game and you fight with like city buildings around you and stuff. I might be wrong. I might be thinking of something else, but I think you do. So yeah, Mazen Saga. Okay. And after this, we will play WrestleMania, the arcade game.
Okay. Let's go.
Which amazingly is rated K to A, kids to adults.
It was cool. Oh.
Don't pick Doink. Don't pick Doink the Clown no matter what.
Why?
Because he's terrible.
The Undertaker. The Undertaker. The Undertaker is a tanker. Taker.
It's got voices.
Uh-oh.
Bam Bam Bigelow was recently in an interview on YouTube talking about all of the different drugs that professional wrestlers took. One of them was cocaine.
Okay, when he's... Get up! Okay, when he's on the ground, I do the cool one.
Now, this actually came out at a time when I was kind of away from wrestling. For me, wrestling was Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, The Ultimate Warrior, Randy Savage. This was kind of after that. This one was some of the newer guys. Now, I saw The Undertaker when he first started out, and Bam Bam Bigelow was in it when I liked it, but he was slightly younger. So yeah. Oh goodness. Now this game I think even came out for the Saturn. There are like lots of different versions of this game. And this is a surprisingly good version of the game for the Genesis.
I'm dead.
They also made it, you have to get out of the pin. You have to hit the buttons and try to get out of the pin when they pin you. You don't just let them pin you.
Well, I'm gonna choose a different character.
Pick that guy.
This dude?
The other guy.
This
that
dude?
guy.
Okay.
It looks like his arms turn into little bird wings.
Get out.
Whoa. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't like about this game is they just have weapons appear suddenly out of nowhere. And his arms. So yeah, I was never really into this game. I think it might have even been based on an arcade game. Get up, hit the... Oh, we got you. First fall. Maybe they don't even count. I don't know. Didn't look like anyone was counting. This really just kind of looks more like a fighting game than a wrestling game.
Get up! No, move! No, move! Yes! Oh god. Come on, move.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't. Oh, you got out. Oh, he just killed you. Oh, you kicked out though. You tried to. That was good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What's wrong with this dude?
Do I even need to say what's wrong with that?
Like, what
Everything is wrong with that.
What if he's actually just
What
really good
isn't
at the
wrong
game?
with it?
What
Oh,
if he's
God.
good at the game?
No, he's terrible. He's oh god, just and that guy's terrible. They're all pretty much. I mean, I guess the Undertaker's okay, and Lex Luger. I don't know. Some of them are good. Most of them are actually good.
Oh, Bam
Yeah,
Bam
hey, I mean, he's dominating. Yeah, like he's fighting a clone of himself.
Bam Bam Bigelow.
At least we know Bam Bam Bigelow is going to win this match.
Okay, let's see if I actually know how to do it. Okay, that's a cool attack. I like it. I don't know which one's mine.
Yours is the one that's losing.
Okay, I see which one's mine. There's no way I just did that. I'm the blue one, which I'm going to punch the crap out of. Let's go! I got him!
You won.
Bam Bam Bigelow won against Bam Bam Bigelow.
You beat yourself.
Yeah. By punching the crap out of him. Oh boy.
It's almost like WWF wrestling if WWF wrestling was Saturday Night Slam Masters.
Wait a minute.
Did you win or did he win that one? I think he won. Oh goodness, he just flew over the entire ring like a bird.
Oh boy. What happens? Okay, let me just run over just this. Okay, or not.
That's what happens.
Okay. That. I have an idea. I'm just okay or not. Bam Bam Bigelow won against Bam Bam Bigelow.
Okay, next up will be a game that Nick likes, Crude Buster. Also known as Two Crude Dudes, I think?
I'm trying blank. New York, 2010-80. Nuclear explosion. Okay.
Wow, that's terrible for your eyes and your brain.
You know what? I'm just gonna skip it. Yeah.
That'd be great.
One play. And
Now, this is a two-player co-op game, but I'm watching the camera.
alright.
The arcade game has better graphics, but this game is extremely fun. I think you can pick up that wall in front of you and throw it. Maybe? No. You punch through it. There's that iconic Sega Genesis bass guitar. It says Kiss on the wall, just like the rock band Kiss kind of font.
I'm taking you.
You can pick up that car.
Oh yeah. Hello, dude. Okay. What's this? Oh yeah, I have to jump through this. I like how he jumps. Okay. Ugh. Oh yeah, these dudes. Don't these dudes explode? Okay. Oh no, they just get on you. I hate this. Ah, get off. Okay. Oh. 1 second. Oh god. Okay.
This game is actually a lot funner in 2-player mode.
I hate those little dudes. Did it just say thick when I threw them? Okay, dude with gun. Oh,
Flamethrower.
And I'm going to throw. Okay, jump. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Oh. Get off me! Here, I'm gonna use this dude to break. Come on! Oh god, no! Stop! Stop!
I think you have to hit left, right, over and over again to get them off of you when they're grabbed onto you, like in Kung Fu. I think you can actually get like Coca-Cola, you can get like soft drinks to bring your health back.
Oh god, another one! No! Now there's gonna be another one. Oh god. It's not working.
Just hit buttons a whole bunch. The best thing to do is hit them before they jump on you. Press start.
Oh! Come on! Okay. Let me just... Can't I use this dude's whip after I kill him?
I think it's a snake. He's whipping you with the snake, yeah, because it just coiled around you.
I hate the wham!
And now he's posing because he's muscular. There we go.
Oh yeah, and then we
Now it's, yeah, punch that and then it starts popping out colas. And just, yeah. Well, you want to hit it a whole bunch and then drink all the colas as fast as you can. There, now drink those.
No, just 2 more. Okay, 1 more. Okay, that makes total sense.
This one's got some neat parallax scrolling in the background. Like, it's almost like Mad Max and, what's that one game like?
That one game?
Kocho Aki or something like that. It's like it's a shooting game, but it's all muscular dudes everywhere posing and stuff.
Okay, come on.
It's like the same.
Crack,
I don't have the game, I don't know.
Come at me, bro. Whoa.
Yes, it has extensive use of onomatopoeia.
Yeah, oh, come on. Can I just grab them through the thing? Oh no. Come on! I like how you can pick up cars. Oh, yay, dogs! Oh, no.
He's biting your abs.
Oh, yeah, that's totally normal.
When dogs bite you, they hang from your abs.
Oh, 3 of these weird dudes. Was that the beginning of just... Ay-ya! Ugh! What the heck are you? I don't care, I'm just gonna... Hey.
I really love the music on Sega Genesis games. I understand the Super Nintendo has samples, but I really like Sega Genesis music better. Some songs on Super Nintendo are really good though, like in A Link to the Past, that has really great music. And there's your refill. Our Cola.
I'm just gonna get a bunch. Oh! Or that could okay. Wow. That did not go as planned.
That's why you have to drink them before you hit it so much.
Blow up the machine?
Basically, it's you get 3 of them out, then drink them, and then if you have time, get 4 of them out. I think around 5 or 6, the thing will blow up. So, and you can grab that thing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can like grab it and throw it.
Okay, it's about to drop down some dudes.
Yep.
Come on. Yeah.
Haha.
Oh, holy crap!
Yeah.
Come on, come down.
He picked up a traffic signal pole. There, yeah. Here, now when he comes, you gotta hit him. Here, hit him. No? I think you can grab it somehow. Maybe jump on it and grab it. No. There. Jump on it. There, see, you grabbed it. Now throw it at him. Yeah. That's how. I love that part.
Oh God!
It's so god. Like, look at how long his upper body is.
I hate that this is nightmare fuel.
Yeah, he's like the guy from he's like Mendez from Resident Evil 4.
I know what he looks like because
Look at
I
his
played.
rib cage. Oh, dude.
That looks like something out of Analog Horror. Can I just... Okay, I can't even throw him.
Yeah, you can. He's almost dead. Just don't let him chop at you too much. Jump kick him. There you go. I think you beat him. Yeah, look, he's posing.
Now I get to punch something. Oh god, thank goodness.
This game's so cool. It's terrible though. It really is. Get up. Drink, no, drink them.
Oh god. Power Cola.
You must have had him about 15 Dr. Peppers. There, get it. Yes.
Oh, right as he was gonna. Hey.
You should have carried him longer. Yeah. Use them to throw them at other guys. So yeah, Crude Buster. I think 2 Crude Dudes is what it's called here in this country. Pretty fun game, honestly. It's stupid, but it's fun.
That's what I like to. Oh god! Hey, you just spawned. Oh my god.
They're
Okay.
eating your ribs.
Not rib, abs.
Yeah. Next up will be
Doom.
World Heroes, based on the Neo Geo arcade game, and it guest stars Rasputin, the popular character, philosophical character from Russian history there. So yeah, he's a character you play. All right.
I think it just got paused. Is it recording? Okay. Normal. Okay.
Use the time machine to go all over the world to where the strong people are. And make sure not to infect the world with COVID,
Yeah.
because you've got it. Now, this uses Street Fighter 2 moves. Quarter circle towards, half circle, all kinds of moves.
Okay, I'm using Dragon because he just reminds me of...
He's meant to be Bruce Lee, who they called the Dragon.
Yeah, sure. We're going to China.
And that first match
Oh,
is
God.
against yourself.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh. So, okay. Oh, I almost did it. Okay, so if I... Okay. Wait, who's me? Okay.
He's the opponent is the dark one.
Okay.
So, this game,
You lose.
well, the graphics really aren't that great. There's a lot of missing animation frames, a lot of missing color, and it doesn't play that great. I remember kind of having a hard time with this game, but if you like World Heroes and all you have is a Sega Genesis, then this will maybe work. Now, I like the 2 like Ryu and Ken characters because they have like a glowing energy shuriken they can throw.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're tougher. They do dragon uppercuts. They do like spin where they spin like a frisbee, their whole body, like, and it hits you. It's basically the same as Ryu and Ken. The spinning frisbee attack's the same as the whirlwind kick. Yeah.
I'm gonna choose it.
Yeah. Pick something. Pick that guy or that guy. Yeah.
This dude looks cooler because he has a mohawk.
Now try a short fireball
Okay.
when you first start the fight.
Okay, let's see. That'd be...
Now punch,
button.
fireball and punch.
Okay.
This should be using all 6 buttons, I think. Pretty sure this uses all 6.
It does. Okay. Oh god. Okay, I was doing that. It's weird because I'm not jumping. I'm not pressing up. It's just doing that. Ooh.
You want me to try?
Yeah.
See if I can get him to throw a fireball. Maybe it's something's messed up. Okay, yeah, these are punched. No.
That character's like Chun-Li because, you know, instead of having a kick move, it's punch. Punch.
So there are moves. I think I did it, but he was right in front of it, so I couldn't see it. But I think I threw one of the shuriken fireball attacks.
Aren't those just Hadoukens? Hadouken?
There it was. There.
Oh!
Oh! Ha! Yeah, I don't know how he beat me, because I was kicking right at his head. Wow.
Also, I just realized that... Whoa.
So yeah.
That... okay.
This guy's the same. That's Hulk Hogan.
Uh-huh.
That's Rasputin.
Oh yeah, those guys are the same.
The controls are not easy. Like, I don't know, that doesn't seem to be right. I think it only uses these 4 buttons.
Also, apparently jumping is like, it's like you randomly jump. Which, I was pressing like the right button and I was jumping. They're basically... Okay, I'm seeing...
Yeah, this guy's impossible.
I put it on normal difficulty.
Well, he's like, I don't know, it's very poorly programmed where they just run straight at you and do endless attacks impossibly.
Also, I just realized that dude's head is shining.
And my guy seems to be really slow. Like, I don't know if that's just him, but...
Like, what the heck are they doing?
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he just corners me and does endless
Kicks.
impossible moves.
You notice how his head is shining in the background?
Yes, I see it. So yeah. So maybe the blue guy is much faster than the other guy? I don't know. So yeah, I've learned all the moves. And if it is fireballs, it's like really slow. For whatever reason, it's just like, I don't know. It's
Street Fighter 2's better.
Oh yeah, millions of times. You can actually control Street Fighter 2. Yeah, this guy's slightly faster. Now he's backing up, see? He's not like just right up in my face doing endless power moves. I'm trying to do the spin move. I can't get him to do it.
I mean, he just does that. But you beat him.
For now. But, yeah, I mean, I've got World Heroes, I think 2, for the PC Engine arcade card. For this PC Engine Super CD-ROM 2 arcade card. and it actually looks very much like the Neo Geo game. This is a far cry from the Neo Geo game. Okay, now he's freaking out. Of course. Yeah, the controls suck.
They
Like,
do.
I don't know, whoever programmed this, they programmed it to be in slow motion. Like, my character is in slow motion.
And that character is so fast, like.
Yeah, look at him.
And that,
You know, I can't do anything. Yeah, I couldn't attack him if I wanted to.
and here's the weird thing: when I played as that character, I wasn't as fast as him.
Yeah, everything's in slow motion. So yeah, I don't recommend this game. It cannot be played. Alright, so... and I can kick Super Street Fighter 2's butt all day long.
And I like Super Street
problem at all.
Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 is amazing.
Next up will be In Sector X, which is based on a arcade game with really cutesy graphics, and I think the Nintendo version had cutesy graphics. This one, they replaced it with kind of cool-looking, cyborg-looking graphics, and it's better for it, I think.
Okay. Sector.
You tried different buttons.
No. There's only one button. And that's you.
So like I said, this game in the arcade, I think, and on other iterations, other versions of this game, it's like a really cute, kind of like super deformed character, and the graphics are different. Much like Run Saber, which had the same kind of facelift, this game was made to look more appealing and more realistic.
These dudes out of the way first. Come on.
It's a very interesting game. It looks like it'd be fun to get into it. Oh, hey, you made it past that part. Wow, caterpillar.
It's a big caterpillar. Okay, that's okay.
So yeah, if you get Doom for the Game Boy Advance, then you'll be able to play it on the GameCube with the Game Boy player.
I'll have a bigger screen.
Yeah, you'll be able to play it on the TV, big full-size TV. I think that was a really cool thing to do for the GameCube, is put the Game Boy player out there so you could play Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games full screen.
I have no idea what P means. S. Okay. Something. P. Got P.
There might be other button use somehow.
Oh, okay, there. There we go.
That had two guns up at the top, like you could pick from two different guns. Next up, we're going to play
I like this game.
the Japanese version of Chronic the Hemp Hog, and it's different slightly. So yeah, there is a slight difference here. And the Japanese one has got more background animation.
I like this game.
Cool. Yeah, I think it looks great.
It's up there. Sega. Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay, let's see.
Now, immediately you might notice a difference between this and the US version of the game. The clouds at the top of the screen are actually scrolling in parallax, which they're just stationary in the US version of the game. So that was one difference that makes the Japanese game better. A lot of games were like that. Contra comes to mind. The Japanese version of the Nintendo game Contra actually has animated layers in the background, which make the game a lot more, like, I don't know, vibrant. Like, it's got like wind blowing the trees and stuff. Now I think Sonic was developed in the US with Japanese help. They had the Japanese programmer come to Sega USA. He was born in the US. The original concept was totally different, like almost a bad guy. He had like pointy teeth and like a gun.
Oh, wow.
And his name was Mr. Needle Mouse, I think.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And so Sonic has been through some changes. Now, originally, Alex Kidd was to be the flagship character. Alex Kidd didn't go over well, so Sega was kind of, well, get ready to jump through the ring right now.
Oh. Ah.
You had one job. Now, jumping through the ring takes you to the warp zone where you can get the Chaos Emerald. The only way to actually beat this game is to get all of the Chaos Emeralds. So this game cannot be beaten now that that first Chaos Emerald wasn't captured. And it makes the game very difficult because those levels where the background spins constantly and you have to get into the center by breaking the gem barriers and not hitting the red gold lines, which will end the level, are very difficult.
Okay, let's see.
And I believe that was what inspired Sonic Spinball. If you press down, all three buttons do the same thing in Sonic.
Yeah, they do.
Now, Super Nintendo was about to come out when Sonic was about to come out. And so, Ted Kalinske, who was originally the guy who reformatted Barbie and made it popular again. Kaczynski, maybe? He's in a book that I've read. I think he had the idea of making kiosks that let you play the Super Nintendo right next to a Sega Genesis. And they put Super Mario World up there and they put Sonic up there. And a lot of people realized that the Super Nintendo wasn't really drastically superior to the Sega Genesis. Although it might have been a kind of, counterproductive effort, as it gave some people a first taste of the Super Nintendo before they would buy it. And the Super Nintendo ended up being significantly more popular, and but also it was one of the bumps in the success of Nintendo. Sony was going to make a deal with Nintendo where the PlayStation was actually an add-on using the expansion port of the Super Nintendo. And that fell through. Sony decided that they could just do the system on their own. And
oh no! I'm going in! I went in. Yeah.
Phew! Now you have to have 50 rings or more for that to appear. It doesn't automatically appear. Now when you hit an R, it reverses the flow of the entrapment here. Now go through that.
Oh god. No. Okay, then I hit the R. So now I can...
There. The ones on the right that you can see through. You want to go through those.
Isn't that to exit?
No.
Okay.
No, you're about to exit. If you hit those red dots, then it's over.
Okay. Oh, come on.
So yeah. But you can see how this kind of has a pinball appeal to it. And
God, no. Oh no.
that's over. Now you had to go through those, so you didn't get the emerald. That's what makes the game difficult, is that you have to get every single Chaos Emerald to actually beat the game. So most people, after the very first level, if they don't get the Chaos Emerald, would just restart the game, knowing that. Now there's also a debug mode that you can put in with controller code that will let you adjust the game around, and you can like change Sonic into any of the sprite images in the game. You can actually be that little jumping platform or one of the missiles or any of the bad guys and be moving around. You can mess up the game and but Sonic was very popular. I wasn't a huge fan of Sonic. I wasn't like, oh yes, you go back and hit that. It wasn't like, oh, it's the hugest thing ever. I thought it was an okay game and it was fun. Now my neighbor, he loved it, and so when I'd visit him, you can go through the wall there. Yep, right there. Back up, back way, way up, way up. Run at the wall and press down right before you hit it.
Down. Here, look, I'm gonna do it. I'm pressing down.
Press down. See? That's what you need to do. That. Like if you press down before you hit it, you know, you want to press down before you hit the wall, so that you're spinning like a ball, not jump.
Press down.
Let me see it. Now, I think maybe you're pressing down while pressing to the right, since you're just, you know, let go. Just let go of the button. Let go of the thumb pad and press down. Okay. Now I've played this 1,000 times. And I've never beaten it. I've never gotten every single Chaos Emerald. Some of the last warps are the little, whatever they're called, Chaos Zone or whatever, they're super hard. There's another one. If you see little black outlines, see them? There's like black outlines on the squares. It looks different than the rest of the squares. Like, look at the squares right there. Now look at them right in front of me. So that gives away that it's a breakaway wall right there.
Can I do that?
Sure. Just let me get you set up here. You want to be pretty far back here and start running. That way you're really running before you reach it.
Okay, but how am I going to get past these?
Jump. There. See? Now,
Oh god.
that's something that I've noticed that kids, when they play these old school games, don't seem to get, is that you have to play these games fast. And they're not relaxing kind of sit back games. You're meant to play them very fast. Like you're hitting buttons and moving constantly. So there's no pause. It's always interacting with or reacting to everything around you. They're very difficult games. And this is what I had growing up. I didn't have dual analog controllers with, there were no VR headsets and things. Remember, just press down. Right when you start breaking it, you can press to the right, and that might speed you up a little. Now, I think the game looks really, really good. I mean, I think that it helped to prove that the Super Nintendo wasn't really superior to the Sega Genesis, and where most people just automatically think the Super Nintendo is better, it's actually not. It's like the Sega Genesis has higher resolution, it has a faster processor.
Okay, maybe now I'm over here.
They both have strengths and weaknesses. I think the biggest weakness on the Super Nintendo is the speed of its processor. It's too slow for the games it's playing. Also, the second thing I don't like, and I've said this a few times in my videos, is that the Super Nintendo crops the graphics of a lot of its games.
Okay, I'm gonna duck.
No, ducking doesn't help.
Okay, yeah.
You have to just move. Jump. Jump. You can jump over it and go the other way. Jump, 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 and the other way. Get it? Like, it's over here coming at you, so jump and go the other way so that you go over it.
I have no brakes.
Yep. Now, most people like the Super Nintendo's music better. I don't. I think Sega Genesis music is just as good or better. It has a lot to do with programming, how they program it. Try to go to the left. I don't think you can, but yeah, you can get some rings real quick.
Ooh.
There, jump, wait, back up. In that tree right there.
Oh, I see. Rings.
Now, when that ball swings towards you, jump over it and go the other way. Hit him. Hit him. There you go. Now get ready. Jump and go to the right. Jump and go to the left. Don't use the platform. Just jump and go to the right or left. Oh God. Jump and left. Jump and right. Now hit him. Now jump and right. Not on the platform, because he'll just hit you. Okay, you got him. Phew. Now this is my favorite part of the Sonic game, right here. You get to free the bunnies. Look at all these animals. We're free. Now, Mario is going to some weird kingdom, saving a princess that doesn't seem to want to be saved. She's never there. There are overtones of, a lack of necessity. Really, I mean, it's like King Bowser has a kingdom, Mushroom Queen has a kingdom, or matriarchy, whatever you want to call it. They even later hint that he wants to marry her or something. So, like, they're trying to join kingdoms together, and maybe that would either overpower the Koopas, or it would bring peace to the Mushroom Kingdom because they're one kingdom. Either way, Mario is a nuisance. He's there in a world that he doesn't belong in, saving a princess that doesn't seem to want to be saved. No one knows about it. It's just an adventure. It's cute, campy, retarded. Sonic is saving the world. There's a psycho who is turning animals into robotic monstrosities. Sonic is saving the world. So he's not just like some, dude in the wrong place, wrong time, saving a princess who don't want to be saved against a king who they probably should just hook up already, right? Because then there'd be peace in the Mushroom Kingdom and in Koopa's kingdom, That's what they did all the time back in the day, is queens who didn't even like or princesses who didn't even like the kings or the princes would marry them just to join more kingdoms together. And then why would the kingdoms fight with each other? There's another prize back there. If you look up in the trees, you'll see little prizes. There's one. Now you're invincible except for spikes.
I'm pretty sure spikes in this game, you're also invincible too.
So, this game's cool. I like it. What do I not like about it? Well, there's an inherent lack of complexity. You are literally running and jumping, and that's it. That's all you do, is run and jump. So, you can roll into a ball to knock into things, right? To destroy the monster creations the animals are trapped in. But you don't pick up stuff, you don't shoot fireballs, you're not getting, cool. There's the invincibility power up, but, it is a slightly less complex game than Mario.
Oh no.
Now,
instead of collecting coins, you collect rings.
Yes, but as long as you have rings, you don't die.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. You basically, as long as you got the ring, at least one, you can't be killed. So that's super cool.
And you can just collect more rings.
Now, I think Sonic is infinitely more fun than Super Mario Brothers. Even though Super Mario Brothers was pretty fun, I gotta say Sonic's better. But is Sonic better than, like, Super Mario 2? Maybe not. Because Super Mario 2, you pick up items, there are warp zones. It's not even a Mario game. It was based on, what is it, Doki Doki Panic or some name, some Japanese name. They repainted the characters to be Mario. But Super Mario 3, I think that even though it's a great game, Sonic gets better as it goes. You get Tails, you get two-player gameplay, you get more elaborate levels and stuff in the second and third games. Is Sonic better than Super Mario World? Maybe not. Super Mario World looks incredible. It's really cartoony, has cool zooming effects and stuff. It has Yoshi, so you get to ride on a dragon that eats stuff and craps out prizes and can, like, barf out fireballs and stuff. It's more complex. So I'd have to say Super Mario World is probably better. But then I don't really like either of the games enough to care. I'm not like, oh, Sonic's the greatest game, go Sega, and I'm not like, oh, Super Mario is so wonderful. I would rather play Final Fight 3 or Streets of Rage 2 or 3 than any Sonic or Mario game. So, as far as that goes. And that's the games I like. I'd rather play Phantasy Star 4, than any of those games. Or Forgotten Worlds. Amazing game. Alright, so to follow suit, our next game will be Born from the Chaos Zone, Sonic Spinball.
Oh, Oh!
which is a pinball game where you can control Sonic, and you're also saving the world from toxic waste. Man, Sonic is an actual hero, people.
Which is amazing. I remember this game.
Now, I love this game. You can control Sonic. It's pinball.
Okay, that's that. That's that.
Remember, you can move him too. You have power over what direction he moves. Now, what if somebody made a mechanical pinball machine with like a special pinball that had like electromagnetic properties where you could control its level of magnetism and in essence control the positioning of the ball? That's kind of how this is. Jump, 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 get out of there. Phew.
I remember, you can jump out of it.
Now, they made a version of this for the Master System that is extremely good. It's like, it's on par with this game. This game, though, and this is part, I'm going to get off on a Sega rant now, just because, you know, of how I feel about it. When I first was choosing
Oh god, I'm dead.
my 16-bit system, you know, what I was going to get, I had my Sears catalog, whichever, we had these giant catalogs that looked like encyclopedias that were just full of everything you could buy. And I'd look at the video game section and just, you know, dream, which one of these do I want, right? I love the Sega, or I already knew I loved it. The TurboGrafx 16 had just come out though. So I actually chose to buy the TurboGrafx 16 instead of a Sega Genesis. And I really loved it. I had a lot of fun with it. A friend of mine had a Sega Genesis. My neighbor had a Sega Genesis. My other friend had a Nintendo. We had a Nintendo. And my mom worked at a rental place. So I had played a ton of Nintendo games. And I just, you know, wanted to try the TurboGrafx 16. I was very happy with it. But then later I got the Model 2 Sega Genesis. And I started buying games for that too. I mean, I worked, so I was buying games with my own money. I'd get a paycheck and then I'd go buy games.
Come on, jump!
Anyway. And after getting into my own kind of search for Genesis games, I really fell in love with the system. I ended up getting a Sega CD. Eventually I got a 32X. And I just have always thought Sega Genesis games are funner than Super Nintendo games. I love them. Now, there are certain Super Nintendo games that I think really do set the system apart. Most of them are Nintendo IP. Like Link to the Past. That game's excellent. Reason to get a Super Nintendo is Link to the Past. So there are a lot of good games for the Super Nintendo, but a lot of the games I really loved were ruined by choppy gameplay and cropped graphics. And I just don't even see how people would even consider the Super Nintendo better when the graphics were cropped. Like, the characters looked squished, the graphics looked squished, the resolution was lower.
Oh god, jump!
Basically, the one thing you've got with the Super Nintendo over the Sega Genesis is more color. That's it. It has more color. And sometimes that matters, but not really. You know, it doesn't matter as much as you'd think. Now, if you watch color comparison videos, which are all over YouTube, you can look them up, they'll have it'll compare. They'll have a comparison showing 3 separate versions of the game and how many colors are being displayed on the screen at a time. And So the Sega, sometimes they'll do tricks to get more than 64 colors on the screen, but its limit is 64 colors out of a palette of 512.
You know, I haven't got this far yet. This is so cool.
Yeah, I love this game. It's fun. Now, there's pretty much an answer for everything. Jump, jump, jump. Hit. Jump, jump, jump. Oh, shoot.
Said too bad. That's what he said.
Yep.
Too.
There's pretty much an answer for everything that the Super Nintendo has on the Sega. So if you want a good co-op fighting game, if you got your Super Nintendo, well, don't get Final Fight because it's not a co-op fighting game. That sucks. It's a single-player fighting game. But if you get Final Fight 2, that's a co-op fighting game. It's really good. But no, in my opinion, there are no Super Nintendo co-op fighting games that compare to even Streets of Rage 1. They're far more complex games. In Final Fight, you have punch, kick, throw, knee, I think jump punches and kicks, right? And then you have like a special move, and it uses your health, right? So but in Streets of Rage, you can do so much more. Like you can throw pepper in someone's face. You can throw your partner, and then they can attack once they're thrown. There are so many extra things in it. There are more moves, and it's more complex. And as you get into the second and third versions of the game, or the sequels, I mean, they're just better. They're significantly better than Final Fight. So Final Fight looks like a cartoon. It's got Capcom graphics and gameplay. But Streets of Rage is better. Now, and this applies to a lot of the good games that are out for the Super Nintendo. You could play them in the arcade. Eventually you could emulate them. Not long. You know, MAME was out, you know, at the turn of the millennium and in its beginnings. And so the real arcade games, especially with the PlayStation 2 being right around the corner, and PlayStation, you were starting to get arcade games that were very much almost identical to the arcade counterparts. Basically making those Super Nintendo versions obsolete. But you can only get, I mean, what am I trying to say? Yeah, you can only get Streets of Rage on a Sega Genesis.
Oh god.
So yeah, there's a lot of, where you think Nintendo's got the exclusives. Actually, Sega is a more exclusive system. Now, Road Rash. I don't think there's any Road Rash on the Super Nintendo. A lot of the good series that came from 16-bit computers were better on the Sega Genesis. Faster, smoother. So yeah. In my opinion, Sega is better. And I've pretty much felt that way my whole life. I mean, I did love the Super Nintendo, but I played the Sega way more. I mean, I had Final Fight for the Sega CD, and it was 2-player co-op, all the characters, all the levels. And I have the Japanese version, and we'll be seeing that towards the end of this video, because it is even more arcade accurate than the US version. It is not censored. Great game. I love this game. Okay. And I've also learned that there's no convincing people. They've decided what they like, and you know, it's futile trying to explain why the Sega Genesis is superior to the Super Nintendo. It's really wasted breath, pretty much. People are not going to feel that way. Even though that's the opinion I hold of the game. Of the system, I mean.
I love this game.
It is Nick approved. Okay, so next up we're gonna get one of the turds out of the way. I just totally fluffed and polished the Sega Genesis, but now we're gonna see why the Sega Genesis sucked. With Super Thunderblade, probably one of the worst Sega Genesis games. And this is actually a Mega Drive game. Huh? Yeah, this is the real deal. Some of these I have a sticker on the end of them that, actually, yeah. I think maybe it was either someone labeled their collection or this was from a rental place possibly, if they had those. But I have these Japanese stickers on the end of some of my Mega Drive games. Someone put on there. And so this is a real Mega Drive game. Alright. Super.
Just sitting there.
Alright. And it's not turning on.
Wow.
Okay, we finally got it working. Now, anybody who their first experience with Thunderblade was on the Sega Genesis wouldn't know what's really going on here. Look out. Move. You always got to be moving. Just move constantly. You're gonna die. So, this was a super scaler with hardware scaling in the arcade. It started with top down, so you could see the helicopter from above moving around. And then it would move to this rear view. It was like this, the whole screen would like tilt to affix to the third person rear view perspective instead of above head view perspective. Now with the scaling came relatively realistic looking cityscapes that were moving towards you. Because they couldn't afford or chose not to have the scaling chips in the Genesis, they had to actually draw every size.
I don't think helicopters normally go out of those.
So the graphics suck. Compared to the arcade game, this game's pretty terrible, honestly. Now, a friend of mine had this. He had Golden Axe, Altered Beast, Phantasy Star 2, and Shadow Dancer, and Super Thunderblade. And we would try this sometimes, and it was just ridiculous. Now, as I said before, you have to keep moving all the time. Okay, you cannot just go in a straight line. They'll shoot a shot and you won't even see it, and then it'll hit you. So you want to be doing like a figure 8 pattern or a circular pattern. Just be moving. Don't hit buildings.
I think they scan pictures of real things.
Probably.
Because those helicopters look real.
Now,
Also the tanks.
I might be being kind of harsh on the game, but I've played the arcade game, and I mean, if you want to see how absolutely terrible a home port of a game can be, this is probably the worst. I mean, I think they did a great job with Outrun, and Hang On. I think they did a great job with Hang On. But this game really missed the mark, in my opinion. And I think it's just like the lowest size cartridge that they make. They really just coughed this one up. It wasn't really... I think if they dedicated more to it, it would have been better. It really is just bare bones. Now, granted, they can get away with this by calling it Super Thunderblade, meaning this isn't Thunderblade. This is Super Thunderblade. But when you call something Super, it probably should be better than the non-Super version of the game,
Yeah.
which it is not. This is significantly worse.
Wait, so Thunderblade, when was Thunderblade?
It's an arcade game. Actually, I think it had a weird, like, helicopter flight stick on some of the cabinets, and you'd sit in it and it would, like, move around while you were moving it to make it feel like you were in a helicopter.
And shooting bad guys?
And it had a top-down view where you controlled the helicopter from above, and then you would get to this point after, like, the first part where the screen would move down behind the helicopter, and it was faster. There was scaling, so the buildings looked way better. The buildings looked totally different. They looked almost three-dimensional. There were more variety of bad guys, more effects. There was, like, smoke effects and things. Now you need to really move a lot. I can't emphasize enough how you got to do a shake a dance around everything here. They're just going to hit you every time. Now eventually, if you don't get hit, you'll be facing a giant tank off in the distance, and it's like a mini boss battle. And so, yeah, the super scalers suffered, even though they were some of the first fruits of the Sega Genesis. Probably not the very best impression to leave on the arcade-at-home enthusiasts. Hardcore arcade game players would have noticed immediately that this is not the arcade version of Thunderblade. Now, this was born from the popularity of two different TV shows. One was called Blue Thunder, and the other was called Airwolf.
I'm fighting a tank.
Now, look, keep going to the right. Get away from the shots. Yeah, gives you the opportunity to land your helicopter, which makes absolutely no sense at all. Like, hey, you can land your helicopter and just sit there. Like, you can't escape the constant barrage of fire while flying. Why you would want to land is trivial, almost humorous. Like, oops, you went too far down, now you're going to get blasted. So yeah, honestly, they could have done without this whole scene, and whatever room that would have spared, they could have put into better looking background graphics. So yeah, I think we covered Thunderblade for the Master System, and I think it's pretty bad too. I don't think Thunderblade ever really got a fair shake. I mean, there are 3D helicopter simulators on the Sega Genesis. So, there are 3D helicopter simulators on the 7800.
And then they chose to make this.
Yeah. This is like one of the worst fake superscalar games. Now, if you want to get into it though, that's something I think about when I watch long plays of games. Is that these are professional game players who have to play the crappiest games. So somewhere there's a long play video of Super Thunderblade, meaning somebody had to endure this. There's jets coming at you. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
I think it's because you're flying above the tops of the buildings. It's like alerting them. Here you go. There's the tank. Maybe you're onto something. Look, just constantly move out of the way of its bullets, because otherwise you just die. Now, this is a helicopter. Much like the car from Pole Position, every component is made of nitroglycerin, and if anything touches you, you explode immediately. Now, I don't want to give anyone false notions of the durability of a whirligig, but helicopters can be shot and not immediately explode.
Okay, well I blew up one turret because now it's not exploding. Okay, I blew up the other one.
Nick actually beat the first boss in Super Thunderblade. So, just like anyone else who beats that part of the game, we have to pin a medal on the flesh on your chest. Through your chest. We have to pin it on there, through the epidermis.
Oh, wow.
You can't show any signs of discomfort or pain.
I mean, that's what they did in the military.
When they were psychos.
I like how they're still shooting at the already destroyed helicopter.
They're making sure that you're dead.
And the tanks are facing the wrong way.
It'd be really funny is if after that thing crashed, a little guy popped out and you were like running around.
Like,
maybe on fire. Like
what if you could shoot while you were on the ground, you know?
But yeah, I'm not gonna, completely inhale the fumes and even claim for a moment that this game is tolerable.
I was third place.
So, do you like the game?
No.
You can like it. I mean, I found myself liking it more and more as I pointed out its frailties and shortcomings. Which, that happens. Okay, next will be... Oh, man.
That's scanned. That is definitely scanned.
Oh, yeah, that's a scan. And it's reduced to 16 colors. Is an extremely good game, especially two-player, if you have a second player. But it's fun on its own, too. And this is one that I think is one of the better, funner Sega Genesis games, especially if you get into it. At first, it can be tough, like most video games, but after you get into it, it becomes really fun and addictive. Toe Jam and Earl.
Oh, that game, me and Penny played the crap out of.
And this is the Mega Drive version, the Japanese Mega Drive version of Toe Jam and Earl. But it's the same game, pretty sure. I don't think it's any different at all.
Computer got second place.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch. The cutscene's extremely funny.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
No, that's cool. You can watch it. That's fine. Or not.
I like Toe Jam.
He's faster. Earl's really slow. So, story is, if you haven't heard it yet, they're aliens. Their ship gets hit by an asteroid or something. Crashes and breaks into several pieces. They're on Earth, but you can tell because, there's magical elevators and... Anyway, and presents everywhere, like Christmas presents just litter the landscape. You get presents, you look in your inventory, open the presents. Some of them will kill you, some of them will give you shoes that make you run faster. As you use prizes, you are given powers from the prizes. So the high tops make you run faster when you push the button. Wings make you fly. It's kind of a co-op game, two-player co-op, Toe Jam and Earl. There are all kinds of hazards. There's a nerd in a carrot outfit that will appraise your gifts. He'll tell you what they are for a fee. There are insane dentists that will chase after you. Santa Claus is here with a jetpack, and he will drop off prizes. There are hula girls that will hypnotize you.
There's a phone that rings.
Yep.
You gotta get the phone.
Devils that will poke you. If you fall off of a layer, you'll fall down to the layer beneath you. So,
There's nothing here.
yeah, keep going. Keep going, keep going. Sometimes levels will appear. Go to the left. Nope. Okay. Sometimes levels will appear when you walk over certain parts of the map. Now, of course, they're wrappers. They're space wrappers.
Yeah. You can get tomatoes and throw at the enemies.
Yep. Now, when the Menacer came out, which was Sega's light gun for the Genesis, there was also the Justifier pistols.
Just to fire?
Yeah. Why'd they make the Justifier? Justifier! And when you bought the Menacer, it came with, and I have this, I have the light gun and the game that it came with. Toe Jam and Earl have a strong presence in the light gun game, which is fun. It has like where you shoot tomatoes at things from the game Toe Jam and Earl. So they were probably programmed and conceived and all that all about the same time. So you open a present. Did you open it? No.
I forget how to.
Root beer. Now he's going to burp. Now, burping is bad because you can't be quiet. Now, there are certain bad guys where they'll come after you if you make noise. You can you have $2. So, try to get money. Sometimes you find it laying around. You don't have enough money to buy anything. What's that thing next to it? It's a present. There you go. So burping is bad, even though root beer is good. Burping is bad. Now remember, just because you see that door doesn't mean you should immediately leave the level. There are things all over the place. Like Sundays. That's a Sunday. He's stuffed. Yeah, I think food usually gives you health. But sometimes, like if it's like rotten cabbage or something, it'll make you sick. It'll hurt you.
Something over here? No. Whoa! Stop burping.
So you get all the pieces to your ship. You go through the levels, and it's fun. I mean, it seems simple, but it's actually surprisingly complex. Your prizes have a lot to do with it. Now, when you're on the road, you move faster than when you're in the grass. And if you're wearing the high tops and you hit the button to make them work, you will run along the road, kind of like Road Runner from Looney Tunes or whatever. And you can get tomatoes and throw them. You can get all kinds of prizes. It's really cool. You can get a...
Oh God.
Look out for the hula dancer. Now save the pancakes until in case you get hurt by something. So you see those pancakes over there? Don't eat them until you get hurt. Then I think you can eat them and it will... Because you know, if you see a stack of pancakes on the ground, save them for later.
Toe Jam is a wiener.
That's your level. I think your second level is Poindexter, which is a type of low-level nerd. You have $3.
$3.
You should use bonus high tops or open a present. And when you use the high tops, you can run. So you want to run, that way you can find things faster. Now hold the button and run.
Wow.
Now if you're on the road, he's way faster. He beeps like Roadrunner.
Meep, meep. Pancakes.
As tempting as the pancakes are, you should save them. Oh, up there, money.
Money?
Up. Or is that rotten cabbage? I think it's money.
Oh, holy crap!
You're gonna fall off if you don't stop.
Bummer.
Wow.
Okay, well now I'm gonna get the thing.
Yeah, you should have $3 now, so you can buy the first item. Another buck. There was money in that.
Mail order.
You have $4. You can get the second one.
Okay. I think I bought it.
I don't think so.
There it is.
I don't think that's it, is it? Go back and look. No, you still have $4. You didn't order anything.
Ah. Mail order.
Pick the second one. I think it's A. Got it.
Okay. Bonus hit.
High tops.
High tops. Nah, I'm not gonna use that.
There it is.
Okay, there.
I think you have to push A. Run, it's bees. So you bought a box of bees. And now they're chasing after you. You went up a level. Now you're a doofus. Not a Poindexter.
Doofus.
Yes, I think the third level is Poindexter.
Toe Jam is a doofus.
It's a pretty fun game. I love it.
Penny would play a whole bunch of this game.
Yeah, when you were littler, you're about to be 10 years old. But you and Penny used to play this together.
I'm not gonna go up there yet.
And you were better at it then.
It's because I remembered all the buttons and how to play it.
Okay.
Oh, now I'm sneaky.
Yeah, sneaking will get you past stuff. Okay, so next up will be Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures.
Pac-Man.
Which is a side-scrolling game that is nothing like Pac-Man other than what it looks like. Okay.
Sega! We got working.
Yeah, it didn't want to work at first, but I took it apart and cleaned it and pushed on stuff and moved stuff around. Now it works. Okay. Pac-Man 2. Wow, I said that at the same time completely unintentionally. Hi, I'm Pac-Man. It's a baby. We're out of milk, and Pac-Baby is still hungry. Oh, you're supposed to breastfeed your baby, Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, you know, that's how he gets the special nutrients and bacteria and enzymes, and that's how he gets his original
Stuff.
immunities. Yeah, children need immunities from their mother's breast milk. It's super important.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the graphics in this game. Now, Pac-Man can shoot at stuff, so you have a slingshot. And whatever you aim at gets knocked down. So you just got an apple. I think you eat it and it might give you health. I would probably not shoot the dog. That would be... He's sneaking past the dog. Okay, this is a living cartoon. That's what we got here.
Shots. Oh, come on.
Shoot it. Shoot him in the face. There you go.
Yay.
Good. I'm glad you were there to shoot Pac-Man in the face. Alright. Back off a little.
No, go this way. Go this way.
The graphics in this game are incredible. I'll just say that right out.
This way. Ow. Oh, yes.
He's not happy.
Come on.
Now he's severely injured. Don't shoot him with the slingshot. Jump. Can you jump?
Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it.
Yeah, I don't think that you're doing it right. I think you have to shoot the skateboard. But I'm not sure. No. Maybe the rock. Shoot the rock so that he won't trip and hit the skateboard. No, that didn't do it either.
What if I shoot this? Okay.
Maybe go the other way.
Look, look. Look, look.
Now, apparently Pac-Man has a mood. That's milk with an arrow pointing that way. Get apples. Get apples. Get apples. Oh, God, you're dead. Okay, shoot the apple.
Okay.
He's extremely perturbed. He is disgruntled. Shoot apples and eat them so that you don't die.
No, over here. Over here. Not there. Over here.
I think you have to hit a different button.
Dog.
I've seen people that walk around like that just normally. Oh no, you have to shoot this.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But I think you're dead because you stepped on a rake and it hit you in the face.
I want to be dead.
I think you have to control where he goes. No, shoot the rope or shoot the... There. Well, now you're not going to step on the rake.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back.
Wow. Okay. I don't make him get it. Do I shoot his foot so he jumps? Oh, here. Right here. Right. Oh my god. Over here. Over there.
I think one of the buttons makes him go, and the other one shoots.
Here. I'm going to shoot this.
Great. Maybe shoot the bird and then it knocks it down. I don't know. It seems to be like you're supposed to start reactions, like chain reactions.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Shoot the bird.
I don't know. I mean,
Where even is it?
maybe you have to go along that thing there and get it. I have no idea. Honestly, I don't think I've ever played this game. There it is. Hey, I was right. Now, shoot the bird.
Now right there. Grab it. Now fill it with milk. There we go.
Now go back. For the love of God. Oh my goodness, man. What do we learn from this? Pac-Man has serious anger control issues and is mentally retarded. Now you do that so you can sneak past him and not get hit in the face with the rake.
Okay, well now he's happy.
And you know, weirdly enough, this is a shooting game.
Dog.
Press other buttons to go in there. Come on, seriously.
Come on. The door. Go in.
Yeah, we want you to go inside. He's like, you want me to go inside?
Good darling.
Yeah, Pac-Man hit his head a lot.
He definitely did.
Alright. Apparently this is a pretty deep story. Whoa, I've never seen that character before.
What, did she do something? Okay.
Now it's the game. Oh boy.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Flowers. This way. Not there. It's a... Okay. Sure.
So, this is the story game.
Right on his face.
He's checking to make sure the guy's still alive. I guess. Do you smell that?
No.
It smells like someone's getting a perm.
Be careful of the bird. Okay.
Anyway, okay, what game will be next after this
Uh-oh.
torturous game?
Oh god, that was a horrible idea. Okay. That was so horrible.
Okay, next up we'll do one of the better Sega Genesis games that you could get. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Hyperstone Heist. It's a very fun game. I'm gonna say something unpopular, but I like this better than the Turtles in Time game. Even though I do love Turtles in Time, I think it plays better. I think this plays better, and it proves that the Genesis could handle games like that. So I love this game. Whew. This was a must-have if you had a Sega Genesis.
Okay, so
Double tap runs. Hear the bass. Doom 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 doom. That's like Sega Genesis games have great drums and bass lines. It's the preferred system by jazz musicians. You have to run. Actually, run might be the A button in this. There. If you do that and hit attack while you're running, you'll do very powerful attacks.
Oh god, I hate these.
Jump kicking.
Here. Pizza!
You ever wonder if someone put a camera in your house and is spying on you?
That was the most random thing.
I heard that cops can do that.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just... Okay, are they infinite? Can I go up there? if I break the wall?
You have to do a move when you're running. They have a few different moves they'll do while you're running.
Pizza time. Over here. That does not.
There, you did it.
This part, the car goes out, right?
I think. Now, the one thing people gripe about with the Genesis is some of the voice samples sound grainy, but that is actually because there was kind of a I think there was an error people had in coding for the sound chip. They didn't know how to code for it properly. And since then, people have realized that, and they've made patches that fix the sound, the graininess in the sound. Super Street Fighter 2 had that problem, and then someone realized how to fix it. So it was actually an error in coding that had that graininess to the voice samples. It was not a flaw with the system. You know, maybe somewhere in the instructions it told the wrong way to code voice samples or something, but it can actually do clear voices, and some games are programmed with relatively clear voices. In this one, it's grainy, like in Super Street Fighter 2.
That's a bomb.
It makes you spin like a freak. Wait, go past it, and then right when people come out, hit it. Go get it. Now you can wait till the area is totally full of them, and then get them all with that.
I love doing that. This cave is creepy. You mean sewer? Okay. And jump down. Purple dude.
Now this is born from the 4-player arcade game Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which was extremely popular. I think that I don't know if it was the first game to use that engine, but they made several games afterwards with the same engine. So I think Simpsons used it, and several other games where it was 4-player and basically the same formula.
Okay, why are there aliens from Alien just coming out of the ground?
Yeah, they're actually from the cartoon. Yeah, I think that like an alien lays eggs in pizzas or something. It's from the cartoon. And this is all from the 80s cartoon, which was very good. Yeah, like they totally screwed up the Turtles. That new one, Mutant Mayhem, great character designs, great voice acting. The story is the most atrocious lump of crap that could have ever been conceived.
What's the story?
They make it so that Baxter Stockman is the reason for all of the mutants. All of the mutants are from the same place, in the same city. They make it a story for 2-year-olds. It is terrible. I mean, in the original story, it's broad and diverse. They are interdimensional beings. They're creatures from different worlds. Krang, this like brain, is controlling everything. He's got a technodrome under the city. Plus, they get mutagen wrong. Like, they make it so that Baxter Stockman is a good guy scientist, and he uses mutagen, and he creates a fly that's super intelligent. He treats it like a kid. That ends up being the fly monster. Okay? Mutagen doesn't work that way. The way mutagen works is it combines the DNA of one or more hosts. So if a little kid, like in the case of the Turtles, a young teenage boy, probably 13-year-old kid or something, buys Turtles. So he was the last person in contact with the Turtles. He probably picked them up and then put them in the bowl. Then they fall in the sewer and they get into mutagen. The mutagen combines the traces of DNA from the boy with the Turtles. Mm-hmm. Then the Turtles begin to mutate into a combination of teenage boy and turtle, or young boy and turtle. That's what happened with Splinter. He had a ninja master. He was a pet rat of a ninja master. He is exposed to mutagen. The last person that touched him was his master, who is a ninja. So he turns into a half rat, half man that has all the knowledge of ninjutsu. Okay, so they take that out of it. They just make it so mutagen just turns things into monsters. Now they do the opposite with Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop and Rocksteady were humans, and they had contact with a rhinoceros and a boar, and that turned them into, mutants that were like half rhino, half man, half boar, half man, stuff like that. But they took away all of the diversity of the story. They broke the way mutagen works in the story. And it sucks, because the character design is awesome, and the voice acting was super good. I can't really, I can't believe they ruined the story. I can't complain about the look of it, but like every bit of the story is total trash. It's just like, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. In fact, I stopped watching it before it even got to the end of it, because I was offended by how terrible they ruined the Ninja Turtles story. Now, the original Ninja Turtles didn't have multicolored masks. I had the first comics, and my brother ended up with my box of comics long ago when I moved away. He stole them, actually, and my family destroyed my car. The type of people that I was around, the level of people that were part of my life. Anyway, so I had like issue 1 and 2 of Eastman and Laird's Ninja Turtles. And they were black and white with sometimes a little bit of color. Really good comics. Then Archie Comics took Turtles, made it what we all remember them as, different colored masks, became the syndicated cartoon. The cartoon is amazing. The 80s cartoon, late 80s, early 90s Ninja Turtles cartoon is spectacular. It's really good writing. The comics are really super good too. And they go, like I said, they go to different dimensions, they go to different worlds. The characters all have really deep backstories. Baxter Stockman ends up mutating himself, and he becomes a fly monster.
I love this game.
I think he's the first boss you fight in Turtles in Time. Is Baxter before he's mutated, before he turns into the fly monster, and he's in like a flying vehicle, kind of hover vehicle thing. They really screwed the story up though, really, really bad. Then I think in one of them recently, like the Bayverse one, they turned them into aliens or something. I haven't even seen it. I can't watch it. It's like they hire that guy to screw up good things. I don't know. I think the new Star Trek is pretty crappy too. The J.J. Abrams Star Trek. It's like someone took a dump and it was a turd shaped like an Enterprise.
Yes, that's it.
Anyway.
That's definitely it.
This game's amazing. Music's good. So this is a lower color, but possibly higher resolution version of Turtles. It's only 2-player, it's not 4-player. I don't think the Super Nintendo version, I think it's also only 2 players, whereas the arcade version, 4 people could play at the same time. Okay, next up we'll do, I guess we'll do Sonic 3. Why not?
Okay.
We'll stagger them up a little bit. So we'll next do the mega hit series Sonic the Hedgehog 3. And Sonic actually has enough fingers to do 3. That's good.
Oh, wow.
All right. So now we have Sonic 3, and this introduces a couple of characters. Tails was introduced in Sonic 2, and
now it introduces Knuckles.
is he in this one?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yes, see your stuff.
Looks like it restarted. Yeah.
It did. Zone 2.
Hydrocity Zone. And you got
Oh,
Tails.
Tails! Yay! Tails is my favorite character.
You mean Miles Prower?
Yeah.
That is the most creative name. His name is Miles Prower. P-R-O-W-E-R. Miles Prower. That's funny. Very creative. Now, this game has... You're going to die underwater. There you go.
And now I can also go back up.
Has much, much better graphics
Oh, God.
than the first 2 games. It has lots of parallax scrolling, and the levels are arguably more thought out and better. He's exhausted. Look at him. He's panting.
Oh god.
Hey, that helped.
That definitely did. Can I go there now? No, I can't.
Jump on that thing. And there you go. That was incredible. Get out of the water. Oh god. Oh, there's air right there to your right. There you go. So note to self, if you're underwater and you're going to drown, just breathe in the bubbles. And you'll just die. You'll just drown to death because it doesn't happen that way. Anyway, maybe it does. Maybe that's a real thing.
Yay.
Of course, the music increasing like that in pace means he's about to suffocate from lack of oxygen because he's a mammal. He's not a fish.
Oh god.
And Nick likes to run into spiky things because that's how to play the game. I'm going to go back and breathe. Now this is further along in the game, so this isn't how it starts. That's a checkpoint. Now I do have some backups of Sega CD games, and I have a lot of Sega CD games, and I have some that are reproductions.
I am running on water.
I have a whole lot that are original production Sega CD games. So if I'm gonna play any of the backups, I'm gonna be, selective about it. I probably won't play any crappy games anyway that are backups, but I am gonna play all of the actual retail Sega CD games that I have, and all of the reproductions that I have, and maybe a handful of the backed up ones. But this looks like a really good game. Like it's fine-tuned. And you just saved some poodles.
Yay!
And it's funny because they look like pampered, like rich person poodles. Like when they go to the pet grooming place and get their hair shaved to look like little puffballs and stuff. So. There's oxygen.
Oh god. Rings. Okay.
Jump up. Like up.
There. What? He even says up. Jump up.
Really, the art in this game is excellent. Plus, it's really creative. Like, you're getting blown around by stuff, and the current's carrying you along. There's like a lot of kind of like physics going on in this game. And here's your pseudo 3D.
Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, I have no idea how to play this. Go this way.
Get the blue ones.
Oh god.
I kind of think this is better than Mario games. I mean...
Of course it is!
It's good. It's a really cool game. I mean, I love the physics. Like, half the time you're getting blown away by wind, or you're getting carried along by the current, and it's cool stuff.
Zone 1? Oh. Ah.
Really good graphics.
Boss! I have no idea what the flip that is.
Well, it looks like Robotnik in appearance. Oh no.
Okay, hit him.
He's stirring you up.
I'm dead.
I see.
Oh no. How did I not get that?
So I do actually have the Sonic the Hedgehog, the one that was sold in the US. Now the ones that came with the Sega Genesis pack-in for later release Model 1s and Model 2s said not for resale or not for sale on the cover of the game. So this one was actually one that was sold separately in the US, and I think I also have one that says not for resale. Now later they released Streets of Rage 2 on the system as a pack-in, and that has the not for sale.
Snake.
There we go, not for resale sticker, and mine's a little ate up, but so that's Streets of Rage 2. A little rattly in that cartridge. No need to play that Sonic though. Just imagine the Japanese one without the scrolling cloud layers, and you've seen it. So next up, we'll do Streets of Rage 2.
Zone 1.
Great game. Let's back up a little.
Oh, Snoop. Okay.
Okay, it's kind of hanging out on the Sega side here.
And it's there.
Yuzo Koshiro did the music, and you know, he was a big part of the feel of Sega. Their games really were great because of the music. You go punch that trash can, it will have delicious food hidden inside. Or money. Someone put a bag of money in that trash can.
Dunk. I thought it said something else.
Now, in this game, grabbing people from above or below is a useful tactic. So you kind of just come up and grab them. Just run into them from above. There. And then you can do all kinds of moves that way. When you grab them, press away and punch, or back and punch, and you'll do all kinds of different moves. You'll do... There, that's one. Have you ever played this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you usually pick the wrestler?
No.
So this game is
Case signal.
infinitely more complex than Final Fight. Arguably less appealing graphics, but still very good graphics. I think people had a problem with the third one, but I didn't. I thought the third one was a great game. I like all of the Streets of Rage games. Now, Streets of Rage is extremely popular in the modding community. So people have taken the Streets of Rage game and just modded it to infinity. There are hacks of it where all the characters are Ninja Turtles characters. There are hacks of it where it's all Sailor Moon characters. They've done everything just to hack this. Go up. Now, if you do that, you'll stab. I think if you press up and that, you'll throw it, or maybe B and C, you'll throw it. I loved how in the first one you could get a pepper shaker and throw pepper in their face, and then they'll have a sneezing fit. Now, the graphics in Streets of Rage 1 weren't, you know, amazing. They were good, but the complexity of the game put it above Final Fight and pretty much every other co-op fighting game. It was the best co-op fighting game for a very long time. And it was
Doesn't this car go out?
This is where you fight the knife guy. Yeah.
His name is Jack. And he's like,
yeah, the wrestler is very slow, but also very powerful, and everyone balances out. So Axel is a medium. He's faster than him, but not as fast as Blaze, and he's more powerful than Blaze, but not as powerful as him. And then the Fruit Booter Rollerblader character is really, really fast, but not very powerful. So there is a good kind of even spread there. I think in the third game, you can play as a kangaroo with boxing gloves in the Japanese one. I don't know if they removed it for the US. I'll have to check into that.
so you just run up to them.
If you press up and jump when they throw you, you'll land on your feet. I think it's up and jump. There. I always play as Blaze. She's awesome. She's just fast. She's faster, and her moves are powerful enough. Plus, in this game, she has really good special moves. Now, in the original game, the A button called for backup. And just like with Golden Axe, when people first played it, they would accidentally hit A and end up using up their magic early in the game, often with no enemies. Eat that. Shoo, you're about to die anyway. In this game, in the first Streets of Rage, that could happen. You would start the game, then end up hitting A and having the backup guy come and shoot nothing or shoot a lesser enemy. Go punch those trash cans. Get some food. There you go, eat that. Oh yeah, oh that saved your butt right there. Up and jump.
Oh, I did it.
Yep. So yeah, this is a great game. A must-have, I think, for Sega Genesis. Now, I'd rather play a game like this than most of those fruity, cartoony, you know, like Sonic and Mario and stuff like that. I think this is a better game. Alright, so, let's see.
I have a knife! You cannot beat me! Oh god, you have people on dirt bikes!
Yep. I'm gonna run you down.
On a bridge! Okay, you don't need to tell me to go.
Okay, so here we have the multi-cart by Sega. This is the classics. It's got your Sonic 1. See if that's coming in okay. Columns, Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, The Revenge of Shinobi, and Super Hang-On. A lot of good games, especially Golden Axe and Streets of Rage. Super Hang-On's pretty fun too. So I'll just go ahead and start it up with some Streets of Rage. This is the first in the series. Really great music. All right. I'm playing this. Nick is downstairs. Playing Doom. Okay. Now in this game, throwing, you know, is a big part of it. You can just kind of hack and fight with everyone if you want, but throwing is, well, okay, you can throw in Final Fight, right, but in this game you can actually do that. You can flip over the character, get behind them, you can throw your partner into them, and they can do a move or just fly into them. Of course, you can throw bad guys into each other. Now, this bottle shows how some of the items are. This is a bottle, but then once I hit someone with it, now it's a broken bottle, which does more damage. It's like a blade. And it has a bit of a kind of a lifespan where it can get broken. And there's your lead pipe. So you can give them a lead pipe enema. Now the items can sometimes be a nuisance like this. See, I picked them up. Now you can pick up items until they'll disappear to get them out of the way. There's a lot of strategy behind how you approach this game, how you approach the different levels. Here we have the Dominatrix with a whip, of course. Hi. You want to play this?
What's that?
Streets of Rage. It's the first boss fight. It's a boomerang guy who's got a surprisingly large upper body and small legs. Okay, here we go.
Are you recording?
Yep. So,
Nice view.
yeah.
Cool. I just got 2 new mods that made the game so cool.
Oh yeah. Got an extra life. Now the A button in this one you want to avoid because it's your backup. Like it's almost like magic in Golden Axe. There's Pepper. Which I will demonstrate here in a moment. That man is having sneezing fits. I'm going to punch him in the face while he's sneezing. Now in this game you have normal attacks which lead into kind of a combo sequence. Jump kicks. Jump, let's see, there's also a back kick, like that. That's B and C together, so if they sneak up behind you, you can do the back kick, like that.
What are you holding?
A broken beer bottle.
Oh.
I like to throw a lot, so I throw. Now this, I think, is yeah, that's one more life, I think. So yeah, I totally love Blaze. She's fast and strong. Good thrower. I really don't think there were any better cooperative fighting games on the Super Nintendo. They had Super Double Dragon, which was a lot different than the arcade game. They had a bunch of games, none of which really compared to this. This game has a lot of technique and lots of items. You know, co-op. We have a partner playing in there. Boss fights. I think it's got a guest appearance by the Ultimate Warrior. There's a wrestler on the beach that looks just like the Ultimate Warrior, and he's in there. Oh, I think I wasted that. Here, let's do this. Just to give him a look at that. Kind of looks like an OCP car from RoboCop, and he comes out and shoots an incendiary round at your opponents there.
That's backup?
Yeah. Tried to do the back kick. There we go. Now it's Freddy Krueger.
Oh my gosh. Is that actually him?
Looks a lot like him. Yeah, I don't think they could call him Freddy Krueger though in this game. Because, you know, it's owned. Now they did that same thing with the original Revenge of Shinobi game. In Japan, the first release of the game had him fighting against lots of characters. Crap, I need to stop talking. And because of that, they had to change the game. Like it had you fighting against Rambo and Spider-Man and just all kinds. It had Godzilla and Terminator and just a ton of. Man, he's just tearing me apart here. I just beat him too. I think I beat him on the first try before it. Yeah, for some reason I can't beat this time. Anyway, game's awesome. Next we'll do, you can play the next one. Wow. Now, what I noticed is you have to reset it. I think it might be because of the 32X.
Oh.
Alright.
What game is this?
This is the Sega 6-pack.
Oh.
So don't pick that. Pick Golden Axe.
That?
No, that's columns. You can read, can't you? Okay, press start. Golden Axe is an excellent game. Now
I like this dude.
the graphics are almost as good as the arcade, but this has a whole extra level and a bit of fine tuning to the gameplay.
Okay, that's that. I did not know that. Okay.
B is attack, C is jump, A is waste your magic. Now if you press B and C at the same time, you'll do a rolling attack.
Bop on the head.
Hey, that was good. So you can run and headbutt. Kind of a precursor to games like Streets of Rage. But yeah, just having this back in the day was the best ever. Like having Golden Axe in your house, being able to play it. And I think this is the best version of Golden Axe. I don't think that I think it's better than the arcade, and I don't think any other system even came close. I like the sound effects in this better than the arcade. In the arcade it uses like a voice clip of some guy yelling every time somebody dies. It's that same thing over and over again. Now this one they put a cheaper, nondescript kind of yell like something like that. It's okay, you know, it's better. And but it's got all of the levels, all the bad guys, an extra level. It's got a cool ending.
And these dudes.
Now recently somebody made a 32X version of Golden Axe, and I have that on the multi-cart, and we'll show that later. Well, maybe we can show it next, just for fun, since this is on here.
Or not.
But yeah, if you haven't played Golden Axe, get it, play it. There are a lot of must-own games for the Sega Genesis, but Golden Axe is up there. And now Golden Axe was one of the earlier games for the system too, so you didn't have to wait long for this one to come out. If you got your Genesis, you were playing the best game.
Is that little dude is picking up a massive dude?
Yeah, it's funny. Body slams him. I love it. There you go.
Leica has this part.
Yeah, now in the arcade he goes and that's kind of cool, but you know, there are some missing things. The graphics aren't as advanced. You can tell they cut some corners, but like I said, I like this one better. Just like Outrun, I like the Sega Genesis Outrun better than the arcade. It plays better.
Pretty sure I can make him get knocked off.
Well, yeah, you gotta get him to run at you.
and then move out of the way. But you're gonna get knocked off. So he's too close to you for that. So it's the next guy that you do that with. So go straight down, down. Yep. Now you can hit him and knock him off.
Okay.
There.
I just pushed him.
Oh, you can run too. And you can knock that guy off too, right there. He ran. You can headbutt him before he runs, and it'll knock him off. Of course, I've beaten this game like a dozen times. And my friend back in high school had this, and we played it incessantly. We played it so much.
Come on. Oh, wow! Mine! Wow. Okay.
Of course, this is two-player co-op. I think the Sega CD one on the Sega CD collection, Classics collection or whatever, I think it might be a one-player game. I'm not 100% sure on that, but and it has slightly different sound effects and stuff. We'll check that out later too.
Come on.
You could use your magic.
Okay. Skadoosh!
He tickles them to death with lightning. There you go.
Right as I shot a fireball. Food.
See, now you got almost all your magic back and you got some food. So he's Gilius Thunderhead.
That's funny.
And he shoots thunder. Now, of course, I played this in the arcade, just like Altered Beast and Outrun and
It's
Afterburner.
altered.
But the Sega Genesis version is my favorite of all time. I love this game.
The dragons.
You gotta run and jump, I think, or you'll fall to your death.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to
And it seems like, where did he go? Where did he go?
Right here.
Oh, gotta catch him. You're already full, but up here's a couple guys after you beat them. It's like pickle. Here they are. Now they're going to come out that door. Oh, there's only one of them. I think there's a second one. Yeah, there is. I'm sure this game was heavily inspired by like Conan and Dungeons and Dragons, Lord of the Rings, and stuff like that. But it has its own kind of uniqueness that's distinctly Golden Axe. Now, wait, I was going to say, if you hit those and leave them on the ground, then you can use magic on the bad guy here and then pick that up and have a second use. If you're full of magic, you don't want to... Not those guys. The bad guy that's going to come through the door. So already off screen. What you want to do there is go over to the right as much as you can when that thief's there and hit the magic so that it's still on the ground when you scroll over. Here he comes.
Holy crap, he's big. I'm gonna throw him. Or kick him. That's, I guess.
He's gonna chop you. He bounced you off his shield.
I would still be alive if that happened. Donk. Okay, can't do overhead.
Just chopped off your lower body. Alright, so yeah, Golden Axe, one of the greatest of all time. I really don't think there's anything as good as this on the Super Nintendo. Like any game they made that was kind of like this, it got close, but I don't know, I think they might have had a Dungeons and Dragons one, maybe, if I remember. But this game's good. This is a really special game. Oh yeah, lots of food, magic.
Oh god.
All right.
That seems to happen
Really cool
all the
music.
time.
I love the music on the map scene. Now, I do have it for the PC Engine, but it's one of the most terrible things ever created. And, you know, some, like, the problem with it, with the other systems, is they often just don't have the same balance. You know, like the graphics on the Amiga are good, but I think it might be one of those games where it's, I don't know, it just doesn't play very good, and the sound and music really aren't as great as the Sega. So,
Oh, come on!
it does have slightly more
It's
color.
my move.
The Atari ST version is pretty bad.
Oh,
Then the one they did for Master System is terrible. But someone redrew it completely, made it better, but it still plays pretty terribly.
I'm dead. I like how it makes a doop doop noise.
Alright, so next up we'll do Revenge of Shinobi, which is on the card.
My foot.
Okay, Revenge of Shinobi. There you go.
Revenge of Shinobi.
Now this one is the, I think, third version of it, where the characters don't resemble movie characters. So,
Let's go.
but you can download the 0 version of it that was, I think, was only in Japan. That has like the Terminator and Rambo and Godzilla and Spider-Man, all these other characters. Okay, I'll be right back.
So I can play this now? Is it recording?
Yep, go right ahead. Yep, it's recording.
Okay. Okay, that does that. Okay, can't get up there.
Alright, let me get my hair. Turn this volume up just slightly.
Oh, that's bomb.
Get blood back in my foot. So yeah, part of what I love about this game is that you attack when you're close, and it doesn't use the shuriken. Sometimes I try to attack as much as I can without using shuriken. I try to get close and always attack with my sword or by kicking. Looks like you ran out of shuriken really fast. In Shadow Dancer, for the Sega Genesis, it's more like a sequel of the arcade game. If you want the first Shadow Dancer, there's a really excellent conversion of it for the Master System. At least graphically, it's very good. I don't know how well it plays, but when they brought Shadow Dancer to the Sega Genesis, it's a much better game. It's an exclusive, really, really great graphics, and you have a dog that you command.
Oh yeah.
And just like in the arcade game, but the levels and the story and everything, you have to stand on that rock.
What's down there?
Death. Those are bamboo spikes.
Oh.
Now if you jump, don't jump into the spikes.
Can't you jump on top of them? Okay.
You have to go up there and get that thing. Whatever. Alright, let me see it. Okay. First off, first rule, don't get hit with shuriken. Okay? So you see a bad guy, immediately shoot him. Okay? Now I'm going to press there. Look at that. See? I killed bad guys. I didn't let the shuriken hit me. Now when I get close to stuff like that, I kick it. That way I don't waste the shuriken, if I can help it. That was an extra life, and I press down and jump to go through that. See how I just did that flip? You jump, and then right at the top of your jump, hit jump again. When you do that, he'll throw a barrage of shuriken, which I don't want to do because it will waste them. Oh yeah, now you have to go down in that pit. Right there. See, now there's the bamboo spikes are going. Now this game's not as good as Shadow Dancer, but if you give it a try, it's actually pretty good once you get into it. The bosses are really tough, and the original game is really the one you want, because it's impossible to find. It's like because they took it off the market and changed the code because it was violating copyright law in our country, which, like in the Eastern world, copyright's not the same. They really don't care too much about it. So you'll find a lot of that kind of where they'll take a character from a known IP and work it in. Darn it. Just for fun. Oh. All right. Great. Crap, I'm just getting whacked here. Trying to duck walk, and here we go. Woohoo! Now in Shadow Dancer, you can turn off Shuriken so that you won't get them. And then when you're running along, you only punch and kick and attack and stuff. You're not eating boogers, are you?
I'm not.
Use magic. Oh, he got me. Oh, and I had one more magic. I think I did. Let's try that one. Can't beat him. Anyway, need to get behind him, I think. I think that's what you have to do. Anyway, it's been a long time since I played that. I beat that guy before, though. And he's laughing. Now, once you get into it, there's a heck of a lot more game to this. And it's actually a pretty good game. So, let's turn off the system. Next up will be Hang On. Okay. Hang On. Now I actually have this for the Mega Drive, but this is the same game.
There we go.
Hold, I think, C while you're flashing like that. When you're at top speed, it will do a boost.
Oh. Okay, I was third place.
I just realized that this whole entire bottom row is boxed games, and I didn't have them out. My goodness, I have a lot of Sega games. Oh boy.
playing in the original mode.
Okay. That one, I think you can like change your bike around.
I have to buy new parts.
So what we've been playing now are the loose cartridges, but I have a whole lot of plastic cartridges. Goodness gracious.
Surprisingly, nothing on the bike broke when that happened. I hit a sign at like 200 miles an hour.
Kilometers though, so it's a little less in miles an hour. But yeah, fast. It's fast.
It's still not broken?
Are you in low gear? You seem to be accelerating very slowly.
Well,
Do you know how to change gears?
no.
No? Press up and down?
It's not doing anything.
Maybe A? That should be brakes.
That was brave. Oh my god.
Your bike's accelerating too slowly, so something's up. So where Hang On may have looked better in the arcade, this has an actual one-player mode and an arcade mode. Will you do me a favor? Will you hit reset?
Why?
Well, something's wrong here. You're not playing fast enough. It's like your bike's going super slow. All right. I think this is. Okay, now watch when I get up to the high speed. See that? I'm holding B and C at the same time. Now this game, when you have it in 14 megahertz mode, when you mod the Genesis, it's smooth. It looks really great. Just about ate a sign right there. Come on. Here, all right. Shoo! Hit the brakes. Oh, you don't shift in this, I just realized.
Africa?
Africa! Crap! Did I get butted by somebody?
You should butt the person who butted you.
See, I think a guy might have hit me from behind, but I don't know. Because I thought I wasn't really close enough to go off the road there. No. Oh, right there is the ending. See? That was the goal. Or maybe there was one more segment. That is how you play Hang On. So yeah, you want to hold on and then hit the C button at the same time once you see that you're at that maximum speed. And what a great game. I love it. Sega had a certain like air of class to their games. They're just really great. Anyway, okay, so you want to try Columns?
Sure.
Okay, that's next. Alright, Columns. It's a very cool puzzle game.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
This was what Spartans played on their Sega Genesis systems. Alright, I'm going to turn this down here. Really good music, though. There you go. So it's 3 in a row, and you try to match colors up. And up at the top right, it shows you what you're about to get. So switch it, switch it, switch it. Like, oh man. There, switch. Now line the blue up. Now you just leave that one alone and stack it on the orange.
Okay.
Now apparently I can join in at any time.
Wait, really?
Well, I don't have the controller hooked up, but I could. And then it's somewhat competitive. Now a really cute take on this was made in Japan called Puyo Puyo. And I have Puyo Puyo and Puyo Puyo 2 for the Mega Drive, and they're really cute, awesome games. They couldn't bring those to our country because no one knew who the characters were. So that became Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And that's what they made.
Ah.
Switch it till the yellow orange is on the bottom. Oh no. Till the orange is on the bottom. There you go. All right.
Okay.
Just you can use that to get rid of blocks. Yep. Pretty solid music.
Okay, so whoa! Oh wow!
Oh, you can get chains going in it. That's what the purpose of it is. Very complex game. There would have made it, got rid of all the orange ones in a row, see? So let's see here. Next up, we will play Disney's Ariel. Ariel the Little Mermaid. She had a presence on Nintendo and on Sega, and that might be the only games she was ever in. Not bad.
Okay, so I can do it?
Yep.
Okay.
Press start.
Pressing start. Oh, there we go, finally.
The Reef.
Okay.
Now, I might have tried to play this once, and I know your siblings played it. I think Elise, Elsie, Phoebe, Ian, they all played this, so...
Okay.
I think she can, like, dart, and yeah, she can do that, whatever that is. She can sing. Now, don't get hit by that guy.
What if I used it?
I don't know. Yeah, that did something.
It did something. It did a thing.
Now, it says you have 20 stars, 5 keys, and 11 of whatever those things are. Maybe you have to shoot that? Yeah. Oh! Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, and then she killed it. Or the little monster got it. There's another one. So, the evil, whatever her name is.
Ursula?
There you go, yeah, Ursula. I had a girlfriend in high school whose mom looked just like Ursula. She turned your friends into those green. Look at that. That's a pearl. Get it. Can't get it? Sure you can. No, maybe. There you go. Yeah, 200. You got 200 seahorse points.
Wow.
Doesn't Japan look like a massive seahorse?
It is.
I bet it is. I bet Japan is just a massive seahorse that fossilized rapidly.
Oh God.
You just got your butt munched by a shark.
Oh hey, it's that. Oh God. It's that shark from the movie. Wait, was there a shark in the movie?
Sure.
I forget.
Get that. Okay, treasure. Okay, you can buy stuff from him. Health. That was health.
Yeah.
You've got, what is it, 4,600 C dollars? Oh boy. So yeah. Obviously this is based on the hit movie The Little Mermaid, which is a gross distortion of the ancient tale of the Naiads. One of the Little Mermaid actually kills herself at the end of the story. Different, much different story.
God. I
There's a
don't.
key. Get the key, go down and get the key. There you go. Shoot the clam. He's gonna eat. They're getting killed by the clam.
A clam in real life would not kill you.
Oh, this is not real life.
Yeah.
That's a mermaid.
I think I just heard a noise that sounded
Your
like.
mom left, son. She might come back. I don't know what's going on.
That. Okay, a rock. The rock is in my way.
Yes. There's a treasure chest.
Treasure! There be oh God.
You're gonna die. Oh, something gave you health. Like completely filled your health.
I really hate the controls on this.
Oh yeah? It doesn't control well. Have you tried holding on to the attack button? Okay.
Does nothing. You can do that, like rapid firing.
Rapid fire.
Oh hey! Come out, I dare you. I
Oh,
will.
let's leave him alone.
What is that? What do be that?
A sea anemone. Sea anemones are not your anemone.
Nom nom
Now
nom.
you're eating dirt. I thought it was funny that the bird in the story kept acting like he knew all this stuff about the land. And so they found a fork. And he said it was a dingle hopper is what it was called. And I think he said it was for like combing your hair or something, right? And so when she gets her legs from her horrible curse, and then falls in love with the prince or whatever he is, and goes to where they are, they're eating at the table, and she looks down and sees the fork next to the plate, and she starts combing her hair with it in front of everybody. That was funny.
Okay, I've officially learned that good old this dude can help
He's your
me.
friend.
Yeah.
Yes, he bursts forth from
Something.
something, yeah. You fart him out.
Yes.
Okay. He's your prison wallet friend. So, I think you have 6 of those seaweed monster things that she turned your friends into. to save.
Oh god, why did I spawn you? Get back! Oh wait. Over here. Over here. There's a rock. The rock. Push the rock.
Oh, he pushes rocks, because that's what fish do.
Okay.
They push giant boulders.
Boulder puncher. They punch boulders.
They're the Chris Redfield of the Little Mermaid universe. I think you're just basically stunning them so that you can swim past them. I don't think this is a game where you're meant to kill all the bad guys with singing. I think you're supposed to do what you can to avoid them and then free your seaweed friends.
Do something.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think it has really good graphics. I mean, you can tell it's Disney Little Mermaid. Let's see. It's Ariel. Now, when I was in high school, I was in show choir and in glee club. I had 2 music classes a day, and I got to perform live and do rock music. We'd go on tour, we'd go to Kings Island and stuff. And one year, the theme of our performance, one of our performances, was The Little Mermaid. And so we sang a whole bunch of songs from Little Mermaid. During the performance, like a bunch of guys picked me up and carried me while they had like blue paper that was cut to look like water, and they were waving it back and forth, and they were supposed to be carrying me over the water. It was supposed to look like I was swimming, right? So they did that, and I was moving my arms like I was swimming, and then they got to the end of the stage and they dropped me. They just kind of tossed me.
They threw you.
Yeah.
Huh.
Then I had to get up and run back on stage and sing, because the show must go on.
Okay, that's a place I haven't been before.
Yeah, and there's bad guy. There's a guy right there. There's 2 of them. You save that one. Then you're getting munched on.
Shark.
You save that one. There you go.
I've shaved it.
There are only 3 left. Wow, this game's awesome. I bet once you get used to controlling it, it's really good.
Okay, that is not my friend.
Getting bitten by whatever those are. Electric eels.
Yeah. Nom nom nom.
They're giant electric eels.
Nom. Hi.
Now you can heal yourself. You have 650 C dollars. He's the one that says it's a dingle hopper.
Yeah. Okay, can't buy it.
You have 50 bucks. You can't buy anything else.
I could buy that,
Yes.
but no.
Okay. Well, I'd like to see you save your last 3 friends to see if it takes you to another level. There's a pearl.
Pearl.
You know, pearls are just an irritant. Natural pearls occur when an oyster gets a tiny speck of something nasty in their mouth, if you could call it a mouth, in them. And it constantly coalesces this like reaction. It's a white filmy kind of protection against that, and that's what creates the pearl. Okay? So to make pearls, they just get a whole bunch of oysters and just put dirt in them. They seed them with like a speck of dirt or something, and then the pearl will form in there. They grow pearls by intentionally irritating oysters. Alright, after this game, we will play let's see, this was by Playmates, but it was Shiny Entertainment that did this game. Earthworm Jim.
Earthworm Jim, I remember that. That was the thing.
He's actually out on the Saturn and PlayStation and all kinds of other systems. But of course, the Sega Genesis is the best. Are you gonna get these three last?
I have no idea where else to go. I think I've just explored the whole place.
Is there a map?
Oh, that's him again. Oh, there's a map.
Okay, they're all the way to the right. There are 1, 2, 3 of them, and they're way, way over there. So yeah, and you're over there. So you need to go to the right, continuously, non-stop. Go east. Young Mermaid. But I think the original moral of this story was meant to be that if you make a deal with the devil, it will cost you your soul, and you'll commit suicide and your life will be destroyed. What Disney turned it into is if you make a deal with the devil, that's okay. Everything will turn out fine. And everyone will sing. But it's a sad story. It's a very sad story, and this is from the ancient world. I think the Little Mermaid story is possibly thousands of years old. Because they, there's a girl. That's 200, whatever that is. To the right.
Things. Okay, let's see. Yeah, now I'm right there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the last two are to the right. I'd kind of like to see this level get beaten. I think you're going to die before that happens, though.
Definitely not. Possibly not. Kill him! I'm going. Oh god. I'm not going to die!
Oh, that gave you your health back.
I'm not gonna die!
To a degree.
Not gonna die today. Possibly.
Okay, now you need to push those rocks with your friend. Shoot the evil. Shoot the evil.
Yeah, shoot the evil.
Okay.
Dodge.
There, get that guy. And one more.
Key.
Okay.
Come on, get the key.
Like there's the last one.
Yay! It bursted into multiple.
Is it over? Wait, hit the button, hit the map thing. Okay, maybe just go to the right. Looks like that's kind of an opening. Ha! For the love of Pete. Now you're in hell. Okay, I'm glad we saved all your friends. You have to go to the right and look out for the evil.
That's definitely okay. Why am I here?
Because you have to make a deal with Ursula to lose your voice forever and marry an idiot. Oh, that's pleasant. This is a boss fight.
Boss fight?
Yeah, keep singing at him until he can't take it anymore.
Oh my god. Horrible.
Shoot him. Whoa, you hit him. Oh, you're gonna die. Oh wait, you got your health back there. Maybe use the map, I don't know. Yeah, he like spun around when you hit him one time. Get out of the way.
What's that?
Whoa, I think you beat him.
What, huh?
Yeah, you beat him.
Oh, I beat him.
Wow. Okay, level 2, sunken ships.
I thought it said Smurf.
I think this looks like a pretty cool game.
Okay, so let's see the whole map. Huh.
Alright.
It's a map.
Wow. The only game that announces itself with burps.
New Junk City. So that. I forgot.
That thing's eating your butt. You're supposed to shoot it. Shoot it till it dies. There you go. Shoot the refrigerator. Or whip it, yeah.
No.
Cow launched. That was apparently an important part of the game.
Watch.
You can whip those birds so that you don't have to use your ammo. Because you don't have unlimited ammo. You have 856 rounds left. It runs out fast.
Oh yeah, it's like a tiny submachine gun.
Now this is a spacesuit,
How?
and the worm got in it, and so the worm became sentient and is able to control the spacesuit.
More ammunition. That's I cannot get.
Yeah, good luck getting that. I'd like to see you get that.
I'm pretty sure. Can I whip it? I'm pretty sure I can whip it. Never mind. Okay, well.
So it basically looks like a cartoon.
And I love it.
Yep. Oh, you did it!
Yep, boom, I got it. And now I have... Oh,
Jump. If you jump right when you bounce, then you can make it to the other side.
okay. Can I whip it?
Yeah.
Oh. Things.
So basically this is a game that's a cartoon. You know, it's like a cartoon. Really good graphics, very difficult, challenging gameplay, cool voices, great colors.
I remember this part. I know.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I can't whip it.
You can go down right there.
I should play this more.
Oh, it's a good game. It's silly, but it's really cool.
Ow! You notice how his suit falls apart when that happens?
Need some health. Shoot that dog. Get that. Yeah, 50% health now. You need more health. Those little, whatever that is, gives you health. About to die though.
Oh yeah.
Shoot down. Okay, shoot up. Oh, there's more. Yes, 42%. You needed that really bad. There's an extra life. You have to go under to get it.
Oh.
Well, it's like you end up down there. There. Nope. Go to the left. Okay. Now shoot.
I guess this makes sense for. Oh god. I guess this makes sense for an earthworm.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm sure this is what earthworms do all the time. Yeah. Jump! Right, you have to jump when it gets right over to the right. You fell off with it. Oh boy. Yeah, I think you can propel her, but it doesn't work. So really this just wastes ammo. That's what this part does. If you don't get it on the first or second try, you run out of bullets. I think you can reactivate the other one, by like jumping off the screen or something. Yeah, that one right there.
Okay.
You have to go to the right and jump right before it falls off to land on the next platform. Jump. Oh, you got it. Shoot. No, God.
I'm just getting the health.
Yeah. Jump. No, never mind. Oh yeah, you go up above and then you can get them on your way back.
Okay.
You can propel her to it or jump across. There. Alright. Don't have to redo that whole thing over again. Warning! Get ready to die. Shoot that, whatever that is. And look out for tubas. Okay. Shoot him.
Oh.
Now you have 100% health. Look out.
I have an idea. I'm
You
gonna
have to attack him. Yeah, that's how. Get close and whip him. Keep whipping. Oh. Jump. Oh. It's like whip, whip, jump, whip, whip, jump, whip, whip, jump. Whip him. Get close and whip him. Really close.
Oh god. I'm dead.
Anyway. Alright. Next up will be this Japanese softball game by Namco. It is a Mega Drive game. Hopefully we can play it. I think it will work. Guess we'll find out. You gonna beat this guy?
boy.
Whip. Shoot.
Okay. L-E-L-I. I mean,
Pick the Hornets. Or the Fires.
I'm gonna do Hornets.
Now you pick who the competitor is. The computer.
I'm just gonna do this.
They're the Pirates. Which are an actual baseball team, but in this case, it's pirates with skulls on their hats. Okay, here we go. Wow. I would press start.
Is that?
Yeah, just exit. Exit. Play ball.
Keyboard. H versus P. That's it. Come on.
This is a softball game, or baseball, Little League. Are you batting?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so confusing when you bat. Oh! Fear! Ow!
Wow, good English. Now the stats, names, and stuff are all in Japanese. But you could probably play. Now, it looked like there was a lot of management at the beginning, so you could probably change your players and all kinds of stuff like that.
Oh. Change. Let's go pee. Okay, so.
Press down and a button. Oh, you ran out of time to pitch. Pitch. Press the button, press down and C. Down and V, down and A. Start. I don't even know. You gotta be able to pitch somehow. There it was. That was behind the batter. Might want to go to the right a little bit. Okay, again, that's a ball. Go to the right. There we go.
And then towards him?
I don't know. And one more ball, he gets a free base.
Well, I have an idea. Never mind. Out! Yeah.
That did something. Alright.
Of course it did. No. Foul! 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 Sounds like somebody is hitting a frying pan against the face. Fair. Fair.
Goodness gracious. I have so many Sega games.
Oh God, I hit him. Oh, God.
Did you beat him?
No, but I did hit him right in the face. Why isn't that dude getting it?
Okay, next up we'll do WWF Royal Rumble. I don't think we already did this game. I hope I don't have 2 copies of it.
Hey. Looking at the games. Flying Edge.
Oh yeah! Please don't be Doink. Please don't have Doink. Please don't have Doink. Please, whatever you do, just don't have Doink. Please. One fall. Hey, you
3.
can put it on. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you can put it on 1. I think you went backwards with that. Pick. Wait. See if you can pick Hulk Hogan.
I'm gonna see if there's Doink.
Oh yeah. See if there's Doink. Or the Underdoinker. Hacksaw Jim Doinkin.
Oh my
Oh
god.
wow.
There was so much. There's.
The rock model Rick Martel. Wow. His name is Papa, and he's a voodoo priest. Razor Ramon, IRS.
IR.
Okay, we've looped back through. Randy Savage, Bret Hart.
Okay, I'm gonna do Hulk Hogan.
Okay. The Hulkster. Here's your opponent. All right, here we go. I think you have to hit the buttons to win the move that you're trying to do.
Come on.
Yeah, you didn't hit the buttons at all, and so he suplexed you.
Except for I did that.
So we have Bobby Heenan and
Up, get up.
another announcer. Maybe that's who's that guy? There's another guy, Gorilla Monsoon, maybe? I don't know. It's got your endless white noise crowd of people, and I like this one better than the other one.
Yeah.
I don't know. What was the other one? WrestleMania, maybe, or
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
it had Doink.
Yeah. The horrible character.
Well, just this one looks like there's no fakeness. You know, like your foot's not turning into a giant foot. You know, you don't pull a chair out of your butt and throw it at their head or something. There's probably chairs in it, but you probably have to get them. Gotta grapple and try to hit the button a whole bunch to get a move, so you can body slam him or something. Do it, hit the buttons. I think it's a different button. There, keep it. See, if you keep doing that, you'll be able to do like a body slam or a suplex or some kind of move. I'm gonna have to figure this out. This looks like a fun game. You're dead. Pin him.
Oh god. Great.
Looked great. It'd be neat to figure out the moves in this game because that looked pretty cool.
And that counter looks like Donald Trump.
And
Wow.
it doesn't have Doink, which makes it an excellent game.
Doink is horrible. WWF.
Okay. After this, we'll do Marvel's X-Men, which is a super cool game. Man, is it fun. I love it. X-Men and X-Men 2 are both excellent.
I'm gonna make the VR video.
Cue the kazoo music. Cue this kazoo already. Kazoos! Sounds like an army of kazoo players. Okay, now X-Men 2 is a better game. Hey, that's all ones and zeros. I wonder if you found out exactly what those ones and zeros were, if it would be an actual code. He's 5'3". So this is the Savage Land, but it's in the training area, and they think that Xavier is doing this to train them, but I don't think he is. I think that something else is controlling the danger room, or whatever it's called. Jean Grey is there to save you. The music sounds like people making popping noises with their mouths. Now, as long as you're not using your claws, you heal really fast. I think Kurt Wagner might be a better first guy for this level, the Nightcrawler, but Wow, I just died. Anyway, great game. Plays really good. It's got Gambit, who can charge. It's got Kurt Wagner, who can teleport. And I mean, they got the teleportation perfect. And that's exactly like in the movies and stuff when they do it, it's very much like that. And you have Scott Summers there, Cyclops. Now, I thought Wagner and Mystique were actually from Mojo World. I might be wrong about that, but I think they've changed the story around. You can call on other X-Men. You've got Archangel, Rogue, Iceman, and Storm. And this is just basically 90s comics X-Men as a video game. Better graphics in the second game, but this is still a really solid game. Alright. Okay, didn't show the cartridge, but now we're playing El Viento. The Tornado. This game is by Wolf Team, who made a lot of good stuff and a handful of iffy titles, I guess. They had some of their stories revolve around the same characters. Like this takes place in the same universe as Ernest Evans. And this is a character that does stuff alongside Ernest Evans in the story. Annette Futabi or something like that, I think. And she has a Sega CD game. I've got that. So we'll be seeing that later. Let's see if I can't get this lined up. This is the main bad guy, Haster. Oh, well, he's summoning Haster. And that's Christiana. She's the, like, right-hand bad guy. That's the Empire State Building, I guess. Yep. Annette. So that's Annette Futabi. She's got her own Sega CD game that's a fighting game. This one's a side scroller. I'm just going to jump in here. So she's got like a boomerang weapon. It also can throw fire. She's getting attacked by insane motorcyclists. You know, motorcyclists kind of get a bad rep in some of these video games. It's because the motorcycle is less costly sprite-wise, so you can have an intimidating motorcycle bad guy come at you. But, you know, honestly, I'd kind of like some more positive representations of motorcycles, if that's okay. I happen to like motorcycles. Had a moped and a motorcycle when I was a kid, and I'd like to have one again one day. So, you know, they talk about motorcycles being dangerous. I think it's more that the world around motorcycles is dangerous. People don't pay any attention to motorcycles. So people get hit by cars and cut off and stuff. Also I don't think people know the law. Like, depending on where you live, when you see a motorcycle weave in and out of traffic and going around, that's sometimes the safest way for the motorcycle to travel. If you're driving at the same speed as everyone else, then you could be putting yourself in danger because you're constantly in the blind spot of another vehicle. And so you might want to go ahead of the vehicles. Also, when they split lanes to get around other cars, well, in many states, that's actually legal and it's kind of recommended because it gets the motorcycle out of traffic, gets them up ahead of everybody. So it's less dangerous overall for the rider. And I think people don't know the law. They don't know that that's actually preferred, and they think that the motorcyclist is, I don't know, kind of trying to cause trouble by doing that. So people will cut them off, which is dangerous. They're dangerous, like I said, because the world around them is very dangerous. People do really stupid stuff sometimes on motorcycles too. I'm not going to deny that. They do wheelies and try to slide around and do tricks and things. So, not saying that they're not inherently dangerous, but you know, they also get like, sometimes they get between 40 and 100 miles to the gallon, depending on what you're riding. Get on the subject of motorcycles for some reason here. But so yeah, there are, how many fighting games especially are there motorcycles that are bad guys? This was one of them. We have like, I don't know, it looks kind of like a Harley coming at you with a crazy guy on it, and he's trying to run you down. Ninja Turtles, Streets of Rage, those have motorcycle bad guys. Probably be a neat list to make just for fun, just to see how many games negatively portray motorcycles. Oh crap, I think it just got blown down right away by a Metal Gear tank. Now it didn't give me a chance to continue or anything, it just said your game is over. Alright, great video game though. If you get into it and you're patient with it, it's a very good game. Besides, called beautiful character and nice artwork. It has lots of cut scenes in it with the anime style, and just all around great game. I love it. It's not, you know, there are better games of course, but I do like how it looks. I love hero female games too, like Valis. I really love Valis 3, all the Valis games. I don't really like the SD Valis, which is super deformed Valis, because they're all little chibi, chunky, fat, little cartoony. But for the most part, I like that stuff a lot. Trying to decide what to do next here. Nick is getting ready to go to back to school night. Back to school night. Next we'll do an amazing exclusive game for the Genesis that is a really great one of my favorites too. Dragon's Revenge. This is a digital pinball game, but way before virtual pinball and all that stuff became popular. And it's got Amber Heard on the cover there. This is, I guess, kind of a sequel to Devil's Crush or Devil's Crash or whatever you want to call it. I check options and make sure my buttons are set up right. Yeah, I always set it up for C. crap! You have to hit that ball. If you hit that ball, it will free a captive. And that's what you want to do, is free the captives. Now, several games that were like this back in the day, Alien Crush, Devil's Crush, and this, Dragon's Revenge, are all the same kind of pinball game. I gotta tell you, that head looks more like my mom than I'm comfortable with. It looks just like her. Oh crap, I just messed up my tilt by nudging. Now this one I built an arcade cabinet for Sega Genesis games, and I installed side buttons for pinball. So any of the many games for Sega that are pinball games could be played with side buttons like virtual pinball. And this is really fun to play standing up using side buttons. It has a great feel like a real pinball game. Now the pinball, the physics are a little bit bouncier, I think, than a real pinball would be. And that's kind of to your benefit, because the ball doesn't seem to, go straight down the middle so easily. There are lots of these levels where you're beating all the bad guys, trying to free the captive. There's several different ones. Oh, really great artwork. Haven't played this in a few years. Now I have a few other pinball games. I really don't think anything like this came out for the Super Nintendo. They had a couple pinball, I think they had Pinball Dreams, which those are okay. None of them really come close though to Alien Crush, Devil's Crush, and Dragon's Revenge. Like, the Pinball Fantasies and Pinball Dreams games, they're kind of cheesy. They're not really very good overall pinball games. They're closer to like, the original video game pinball tables of the past, like Midnight Magic and stuff. They're okay, but they're not really excellent. They're just fun. They're okay, but this is excellent. It's on a whole other level. I wish I could beat that one, because it frees a really pretty character. You end up with a group of characters that you free to fight the Dragon Queen here. I'll be playing Alien Crush when I play the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 games. Now I don't have as many of those as Sega. I have a ton of Sega games. The stack behind me, I might actually break this up into 2 videos, just because it will end up being probably 15 hours long or more. So yeah, I have a lot of Sega Genesis and Mega Drive games. Oh no! Now I have virtual pinball for the my gaming computer, and it's pretty good. It's meant to imitate real machines though, and also they put like 3D graphics overlays, and you can turn them off and on. Now a lot of the games, the ones that were not based on actual pinball machines, you can't turn off the graphics, and I really don't like that. So I think if I'm trying to emulate an actual real pinball machine, I don't want there to be okay, like in the case of the Indiana Jones one, it's based on the real Indiana Jones pinball machine, but it has Indiana Jones walking around 3D on top of the machine, and then it's got like a tank and planes fly around and stuff. It's added distraction, but also it's like kind of, I don't know, it kind of does the actual game a little dirty. I always turn off those graphics so that it's as much like the original real game as possible. But then they have a whole bunch of them where you can't even turn the graphics off. They're just part of the game. Like the My Little Pony one, which is a fun game. I don't mind that one so much. Some of them, though, they need to lose the animation. Now in this game, it was never a real game. It's an adventure kind of game where you're stopping some warlock sorceress monster. There. I have freed the... Now see, she's there fighting because she's freed from her prison. Now they came out with different versions of Devil's Crush or Dragons or Devil's Crash, whatever. It's called different things on different systems. And people will often try to compare the Mega Drive version of it with the PC Engine version. And honestly, I kind of don't even think there's a comparison to be made. I think the Mega Drive version is far superior. It has extra graphics everywhere. The gameplay is faster. It's less cartoony looking. But I've actually heard a lot of people claim that that they liked the PC Engine version better. I think it came out for the TurboGrafx 16 and for the PC Engine, so you weren't really stuck in a different region with it. But they removed certain references like pentagrams and things like that from other versions. So I think the US version of Devil's Crash doesn't have as much imagery as the Japanese, the Mega Drive version of it. And the Mega Drive one I would prefer just because it looks better all around. But the bonus screens, some of the unlock screens are much, much better on the Mega Drive. And I really like the gameplay of it. It's a great game. It's really fun. So I would recommend... alright, I freed a second one already. Wow. Totally recommend Devil's Crash and this one, Dragon's Revenge. If you like digital pinball, I do. I love pinball. Wish I could have pinball machines. I really love Pinbot and Gorgar, Black Knight, games like that. I found most of the Williams collection, like for the 360, the PS2, Xbox stuff. It came out for several systems. I think it came out for I have it for the 360 and for the PlayStation 2. And on the 360, it's really, really good. I mean, it looks as good as the pinball effects games that I'm having to have a, high-end gaming rig to even play. So I don't know why they need such a heavy rig to play something that really doesn't look any better than a 360 game. And they have great physics and very realistic depictions. They don't have the weird, 3D graphics on top of stuff. I wouldn't want that there anyway, but they have Pinbot, Gorgar, Black Knight, and lots of other really great games. So there are several collections: the Gottlieb collection, and the Williams collection, which are part of the Pinball Hall of Fame. And there are several today competing virtual pinball programs like VPX and several other ones. And they all vary in realism and graphics and physics and stuff. I think VPX is probably the best one. I think sometimes their tables might look a little dark, but that's kind of how it really was. Sometimes you were in a bar somewhere, and the light of the machine itself would highlight the table, but it wasn't like a well-lit experience. So yeah, I really love this kind of pinball game though. And I did fix and I got the Nintendo pinball game that didn't work in my Nintendo cartridge video. I got it working. It was actually a piece of plastic that supported the PCB had broken, so the PCB was shoved up into the cartridge slightly so that it couldn't make perfect contact. I used some super strong glue and repaired that, and now it works perfectly fine. And it's a role-playing game that's a pinball game. So very unique. It has a role-playing aspect. You have a king and a kingdom, and you're a hero. You're trying to go on a quest, and it's all pinball. You hit skeletons and bad guys with pinball. No! Oh, so close! I almost freed the third guy there. He was the last hero to free. Then you turn on all those different animals. Anyway, okay, I'm not going to play this whole entire game on here. Very addictive, extremely fun. It's got a password so you can start over. Totally recommend that game. Dragon's Revenge. Okay. Now, so far, every game I've played has been loose. But I actually have 3 stacks of the cased games. Some of them are valuable or rare. And a lot of them, what I did for fun was I printed the Japanese artwork and put it in the cases. So, because I just like the artwork better. So for, say, Super Street Fighter 2 here, that's the US Super Street Fighter 2. I went ahead and printed out the Japanese Super Street Fighter 2 New Challengers cover for the case and just put it in there. And sometimes I put the label over the existing, or if I didn't have the case already and I had an empty case, then I made it. So this one I think I made, and but I'll get into all those later. I'm kind of going in an order now. I'm fishing through, trying to find good ones. Okay. Okay, so I guess next I'll do, just to follow suit, Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition. And everyone had this one. And I mean, I gotta say straight up, this is better than Street Fighter 2 for the Super Nintendo, and I even like it better than their Special Championship Edition. I think this is better. There are, you know, the same faults that are with most Sega games when compared. It has slightly less color, but the 6-button pad and the speed of gameplay and the feel of it, I think, make up for any kind of shortcomings. Okay, here we go. Now, it's been a little bit since I played this. Put you up against yourself first. Goodness. Oh crap. Oh no. Oh man, that was embarrassing. Yeah, I need to warm up. Those controllers, I don't know. I might switch to an actual 6-button pad. This is a retro bit. That's more like it. Okay. Oh no. Getting warmed up a little. And hey, he's out of the way. So the toughest guy in the game pretty much is out of my way. Now, yes, the voices are craggy. It doesn't have as much announcements and stuff. Like, it doesn't say where you're going. It just goes there. Here, oh, it did. It said China. Okay, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear him say USA before. But yeah, I love this game. It's just great. Super Street Fighter 2 is better, I think, just because it has Cammy. I mean, Cammy is amazing. But I'll be the first to say, in the case of these games, gameplay is everything. And the Super Nintendo has shoulder buttons. So you want to try to hit a shoulder button and do dragon uppercut or something like that. It's not easy. It sucks. So just having a 6-button pad and a floating thumb pad, and the gameplay itself is really good. It just plays great. So yeah, I would rather have a game that plays really good. And this is, I think, higher resolution than the Super Nintendo. I might be wrong, but I think it is. The feel of Street Fighter 2 though, Super Street Fighter 2, Champion Edition stuff. Capcom took the Street Fighter game, which was a very difficult, you know, had problems and turned it into this. Now the original, which came out for the PC Engine CD as Fighting Street, it had some problems. And the same problems that the arcade game had. It just didn't play well. It was hard to do special moves. But it did give them that platform to start with. And that became Street Fighter 2. Now, Street Fighter 2 is 10 times better than Street Fighter. Street Fighter, every round you win, it says, don't forget, there are guys like you all over the world. It says, it's the same voice and it says the same message after every single bad guy. Like, every bad guy has the same voice and they all say the same thing. It's really stupid. The getting fireballs and uppercuts and tornado kicks and stuff to happen is ridiculously difficult. It's almost the same motions, but it's just not fine-tuned enough. This game is magnificent. Oh, I messed up. On the last one, I like to do an uppercut so I can land on the engine, which is really fun. So yeah, you have to play this game. This is another must-own. This one and Super Street Fighter 2. These guys never got an original Street Fighter 2 game. Super Nintendo got that one. Pretty much, you know, dominated for the short time that was the only home version. And if you wanted to try to play this on like an Amiga or an Atari or something, get ready for a really crappy experience. They didn't work well. Oh no. I knew he'd land on the slow one. I hate that. You get locked up in that little uppercut. You can't throw a fireball. Oh no. Landed behind his fire and gave me a nice spanking. Excellent game. Too good for real. You know, getting to have this in your home, and you know, the arcade games, you know, these guys wanted your quarters, and so they'd have the difficulty cranked way up. You'd get 30 seconds of gameplay and get totally wrecked, and oh no! Aw. Didn't know I was going to be dizzy. Now this one, they took the nighttime scene and they've got the bats flying around and stuff. Yeah, my controller's not as good as a real 6-button. I've got a real 6-button one. I've noticed that down seems a little too sensitive. I find myself pressing down even when I don't mean to. So yeah, what a game. Yeah, I have a hyper, whatever it is. Let's see, what is this called? Hyperkin, and it's like a kind of a remake of the 6-button pad. Oh no, I'm getting whacked here. I'm not even thinking straight. Yeah, see, I don't know what it is. I can't, it's not as easy to get moves to happen. Anyway, that is a great game. I totally recommend it. Let's see what's going to be next up here. I've beaten this game so many times. I can't get into it. Okay, next I'll do Twinkle Tail. I think this might be a reproduction that is translated. So this is an English translated reproduction of a Mega Drive game. Oh no. Yeah, it's one health bar and you're dead there. Now this is a pretty cute little shooting game. You're a little witch character, kind of like from Magician Lord, or I should say Magician Lord's kind of like this a little. This is from '92. Oh no, almost got through. Really cute game, awesome graphics. I've seen a lot more of it online. I think I've watched a playthrough of this, but I just had to pick it up when I saw their aftermarket of it. Okay, next up we'll do we'll get one of them out of the way here. Brutal Paws of Fury. So this is probably not a very good game. It's kind of like Bugs Bunny if Bugs Bunny was Mortal Kombat. Okay.
Here you go. Wait.
I'll just let the demo run. I mean, it looks like a Chester Cheetah against Chester Cheetah. Like a whole lot of Chester Cheetah going on here. There's Bugs Bunny with some gym shoes on. Pretty terrible game, really. Like, whatever, I'll play around real quick. I don't think, oh yeah, there's a pause button over here. Yeah. It's pretty terrible, honestly. Okay. So yeah, I don't really know why this game was made. I don't see who this, maybe this appeals to furries. I don't know. I'm done with it though. Okay, next up will be, what is this game? I don't even know what this is. It says VV on it, and it's a reproduction. I'm sure I bought this. This is a reproduction Mega Drive. I think it's a reproduction Mega Drive cartridge. I want to say Grindstormer or something like that. But we'll see here in just a second. Burn this game. So yeah, it seems I was right. This is Grindstormer. Now my son is at school because school is starting again, and this is actually a day later, oh actually 2 days later. Someone asked in my Atari video, obviously you're not recording this non-stop all at once, right? You're piecing it together, and yeah, I'm piecing these videos together. I'm not playing 120 Atari games in one day with my 9-year-old son. No, and about half the games I'm playing, and my son is, you know, hooked up to his VR headset or something. He has a VR headset and a PS4 and a Wii hooked up to an arcade machine, and he plays Super Nintendo games and all kinds of stuff like that. So yeah, this is me and him, but mostly me showing off my collections. So a lot of this Sega video, and probably more appropriately so, is going to be me, because I actually have some more adult-oriented Sega Genesis games that I wouldn't want to play around my son, and I also have games that I'm better at than he is, and he would probably have a hard time doing much with it. Now this, I thought maybe was a reproduction, but sometimes sometimes you can just tell immediately with a repro, because the art will be slightly different, or the game will be, or the plastic that the game's made of will be really kind of cheap and lightweight. This, if it is a repro, it's one that has thicker plastic than some of the other repro. I do have a stack of reproduction cartridges, just of games that I really love, that I want to own a cartridge of, so I'm not emulating them, or I'm not using a multi-cart all the time for every game. I guess not really nostalgia, it's just kind of function. Like, I really love the Sailor Moon game on the Sega Genesis Mega Drive, so I got a reproduction of it. This game is excellent, so I got a reproduction of it. I think it's a reproduction. Now, I'm probably going to be bringing my my Sega that I modded to have a halt switch and the 14 megahertz unlocked, and I might do a video that compares some of the games that have slowdown, or that can be made to play smoother with the 14 megahertz later on. I considered breaking this segment, the Sega games, into 2 videos because my Atari video was 11 and a half hours long, and I have more Sega games than I have Atari games. I also have 32X and Sega CD games, and there are some 32X Sega CD games I think I might have. You know, I've said it before, oh crap, but they could have really done a lot with the 32X CD. You know, if they would have stuck to their guns and just said, okay, it's not doing so good at first, let's go ahead and try, then they could have had a myriad of amazing games that use the 32X CD combo, because CD games are right around the corner. I even wager to say that with the right approach, they could have marketed the Saturn and the 32X at the same time, maybe had games that would work on both. Like, make games that were a little simpler but still worked on the Saturn, but have them also work on the 32X. Like a Stal would probably work on both, being a primarily two-dimensional 32-bit game. I can think of you know, dozens and dozens of games that would have worked well on both the Saturn and the 32X. And the 32X could do shaded polygons, and it could also do extremely good two-dimensional artwork, like the Jaguar, the CDI, you know, and several other systems of the past. It never saw its potential, and it failed. Now, I have a unique and personal story regarding the 32X. When I was 16, I was hired to work at a record store called Looney T-Birds in Oxford, Ohio. I was a very mature young man. I worked when I was young, trapping muskrats. I hunted and tracked, and I also watched wildlife a lot. I lived in the country, spent a lot of time out in the country, in the woods and stuff. And so by the time I was 15, I had a car, and I worked as a
a bag boy, you know, that did stocking and fronting and stuff in stores. And then when I was 16, I got a job in Oxford, Ohio. So I'd drive to Oxford and work at a record store. Now at the record store, this old guy named Dave was running everything, and they would sort and alphabetize records and bring out new stock. He put me in charge, well, not in charge, okay, I was the main worker though, when I was there in the electronics section in the back of the store. Okay, so let's see, I'll go ahead and prepare the next game and then finish the story. Next we'll do oh god, I gotta turn this light on. Phew. Primal Rage. Okay, which has a farting ape, which is really entertaining. A toxic farting ape. Okay. Okay, so my boss was, you know, he seemed really nice on the surface. Okay, he came up and checked and stuff. I had to learn how to use this super old typewriter. It's like this giant metal ancient, not typewriter, cash register, and it had like little spools of old paper you had to feed into it, and it was really archaic and old. And there were stereos, really expensive stereos, tons of video games, and I was supposed to take inventory, try to sell electronics to people, try to sell video games. Well, he also made me order things. And at the time, the 32X had just come out. I was an avid Sega fanboy, and I loved the Turbo Duo, TurboGrafx 16, Sega Genesis. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, the 32X needs to be on your shelf because it's such a great system. It's going to be a big deal. I actually believed in the system. And when he ordered one to test out, and I was showing it off at the back of the store. I was showing Star Wars Arcade and a couple other games on it, Virtual Fighter. And then the NHL was coming out. I think it was like NHL 94 or 95. I think it was NHL 95 because it was 94 maybe, something like that. Or maybe it was 94. So I was supposed to know how many copies of this hockey game to order. Okay? Now apparently I didn't order enough of the hockey game because this was a college town and they were going to sell like hundreds of copies of this hockey game. It was the most popular thing ever. I don't know that. I'm 16 years old. I think you want the best new electronics. So I order a bunch of 32X systems and games for it. One day, Dave takes me into the office and he starts to just totally browbeat me. I mean, I'm crying. By the time he was done, I was literally weeping. I was in tears because everyone was treating me like I was doing a great job. And I never got any complaints, and I was always doing my sold stuff. I did my job. But then he just lashed into me like I was the worst worker, and he ended it, or he started his little rant towards the end with, you really screwed us when you ordered this many of this NHL game, and we ran out immediately, and no one got enough of it. And then this 32X thing I can't sell, nobody wants it, no one's buying it. And the next weekend, I quit. I quit that job because I have, you know, self-respect, and I will not be talked to the way that this man talked to me that day. And you know, someone there told me, "Don't worry." This girl came up and she like petted me on the back and said, "Look, he's like that with everybody." And I said, "No." I said, "Listen." I said, "Nobody talks to me that way, right?" And I left. And then the next weekend, I was supposed to come in and work. And I called him up and I said, "Look, I'm done." And he goes, "Oh, come on, don't worry about it. It's no big deal," and everything. Dave's just like that. And I said, "No, straight up." I said, "Nobody talks to me like that." I said, "If I ever did anything wrong, you come to me and you tell me when it happens in a professional way. You don't save it up over months period of time and then just unload it on me like a dump truck all at once." You know what I mean? If you want your business to run well, you don't let your employees fuck up for months and then go up to them and just dump it on them suddenly. This guy something was wrong with him, right? Like he got some kind of power trip from hurting people by doing that. And I mean, I could feel that that's what he was doing. And it really hurt. It broke my heart. And I loved working there. But then, you know, I can't work for somebody that's that much of a profoundly broken asshole. And so, yeah, I stopped working there. And I started working at Bob Evans washing dishes for a while. Later on, that's not the point. The point is, the 32X was part of my actual life. You could even say the 32X kind of ruined my life at the time because I believed in it and I was trying to sell it to people. I was an actual salesman in a record store trying to sell the 32X to people, and no one really wanted it. On this college campus, they all worship hockey. I didn't know that. So they were all getting ready to buy 200 copies of NHL 94, 95 or whatever. You know, I didn't even care about hockey games in the slightest bit. I didn't know it had such a powerful impact on the college community. But apparently these guys were all drinking beer and playing NHL in their dorm rooms and in their apartments and stuff. And I really screwed up when I didn't order enough of that game. So I could say NHL really screwed me too at the time. But if he would have just come up to me and said, these guys are really going to want a whole bunch of that NHL game, you should order this or that much, I would have curbed my order. And if he would have said, look, this 32X looks kind of newfangled, I don't know if it's going to sell well, I would have ordered less of that. But I had zero input and was a 16-year-old kid, you know, and they were giving me this mature position working in the electronics section. So yeah, anyway, this game, Atari used animatronic dinosaurs that looked real, filmed the animatronics, rotoscope style, and made this farting monkey heart and brain game here, where you've got a nervous system connected to your brain, and your heart's pumping and beating, and then you're biting and clawing and hacking on each other. There are several versions of this made. There was a Jaguar CD version. Now, honestly, I couldn't care enough about this game to complain about smaller graphics or less color or whatever. I think comparatively this game has like better interactions with the worshippers, like you can eat them or something, and they do more stuff than maybe the Super Nintendo version, some of the other ones. It has all the moves, but it has less animation. The game was arcade, and then they ported it to lots of different things. And it looks really good, and it's fun. I'll give it that. Primal Rage is fun, especially if you learn the moves. Back in the day, I learned the moves, and I had Chaos here farting constantly. I mean, knowing that he doesn't just fart. He does a flamboyant act, like gymnast handstand with both legs in the air, and farts, and the cloud goes across the screen and hits the enemy in the face. It is his Shoryuken, but it's like Shora poopin'. He's farting on you with this giant green toxic cloud and it affects your brain. Like you have this brain gauge and a heart gauge. Okay. Now I think they made this for, like I said, lots of different systems. Eventually, I think you could get it on one of those arcade at home discs or whatever, like one of the compilations, and it was like the Quarter Muncher. It was, insert coin, perfect rendition. And there were some problems with the Jaguar CD version. It wasn't 100% complete. There were some like errors in the background and how it was animated on certain levels, but the characters were larger. This is a game where I'm always going to choose Genesis over Super Nintendo because 6-button controller plays better, looks good enough to where I don't feel like I need it to look better with the Super Nintendo version. And I don't really care about the game enough to really buy a whole other system, There we go. You got to see the farting gorilla. Your lives are complete now. You saw him fart a disgusting gorilla fart that paralyzed his enemy. Now I'm not even playing this. I'm just going to let it go. And so someone was in a boardroom and they were like, Mortal Kombat. But what if it's dinosaurs? Hey, that's it. So they went with that. Not a bad game if you really like that kind of stuff. It's pretty good, and I can totally say I like the Sega Genesis version of this game. I think it's totally solid, plays pretty good. People complain, of course, about every little detail of everything, but I think this is a very good game. It's also difficult. When you start getting later in levels, this Armadon guy, he'll just take you out. He's super tough. I remember getting pretty far in the game, but yeah, it ends up being pretty tough. Okay, alright, now I gotta make a new stack of games as I'm playing them. Let's just takes up so much space on my floor. I'm having a lot of fun making these videos, and I think it's going to be great when I get over to the Turbo graphics and the PC Engine games. A lot of people don't know about how excellent that system got towards its later life of the system. They had the arcade card, and then later the Super Graphics. I owned a Super Graphics for a while, but once they began to emulate it properly, I just didn't really feel a need to keep it. They weren't having anything new come out for it. The stuff that was out for it wasn't really drastically better. In fact, I would say that none of it was arcade card level, and so they probably could have just went ahead and did all of the arcade card, or all of the Super Graphics games as arcade card CDs for the Super CD-ROM. They didn't even really need to make the system. It looked like an engine. Controllers were good. And that's another system that never got used to its potential that really could have been something, is the PCFX. All they would have had to do to make the PCFX just totally rule would have a card slot on the front and make it backwards compatible. If the PCFX with its awesome 6-button controller could have played all of the previous PC Engine Super CD-ROM games, all of the arcade cards and cards kind of built into the system, and all of the Hue cards for the system, nothing could have beaten that. That could have been great. And if they would have given it some time to mature and get away from the cartoony FMV stuff that was destined to fail, that system could have really done great. And it failed on both fronts. I think the PC at that time was starting to have a kind of a stereotype of perversion in Japan. People were associating it with hentai and otaku lifestyles, and so they wanted to cater to that. There were a lot of adult-oriented games for the system, only a small number of games for the PCFX. I've had 2 PCFX systems in my life, and I've sold both of them eventually. At one time, I just did backups of all their games and tried out all their games, and of course, the majority of them you need to know Japanese to really do much with them. And yeah, you got 2 farts there for free. So there, that was another rant kind of spilling off there. Next up, I'm going to play. Oh goodness, I got so many great games for this system. I just can't even. My goodness, it's just hard to decide because there's so many great games here. Okay. Oh goodness, I'm trying to organize this a little bit, and I haven't even gotten into my boxed games. These are all loose games or repros. So, okay. Next up, we'll do Sailor Moon. We'll not do Sailor Moon. I mean that you know, that's wonderful and everything. We'll play the game, and this is the Sega Genesis. Now, you might think this is cutesy fartsy, wand waving, magical, turn-based crap like this. Is a fighting game. This is a Streets of Rage or Final Fight with Sailor Moon characters. And it's really a solid game. This is a great video game. This is a reproduction, has a white backing that's blank, and it's very lightweight, cheap plastic. It's a whatever die drop, really cheap ROM. You know, it's not an EEPROM. So yeah, cheap reproduction. Now the 32X, you can actually fit Mega Drive games in it. It has a slightly wider slot to allow for 32X cartridges, which are bigger than Genesis cartridges. Although some region limitations will apply unless you're using it through a Mega Drive or something like that. So yeah, your results will vary, but you don't have to mod the top of your Model 1 Genesis to play Mega Drive games if you have a 32X, because most Mega Drive games, these repros are slightly just a hair wider, but they still fit in because they're like cast. They're cast from the original cases of Mega Drive games, so the cast gives them a little bit more width, but they still fit kind of snug. But non-repro Mega Drive games, which I have a lot of, will snap right in the top of a 32X without fail, and unless there's some kind of region lock going on in the game, it will run the game. Okay, I'm not picking meatballs for this one. Pretty grainy voices. I think I was supposed to pick a different one. Whatever. Yeah, I usually pick the blue-haired one, I think. It's been a while. So we're looking at great graphics, really great cutscene graphics, look just like the cartoon. Good music that's, you know, pretty much straight out of Sailor Moon. And it's entertaining fighting game. I could recommend this to anyone who either loves Sailor Moon or loves Final Fight or Streets of Rage or games like that. Turtles, because it's like that. It's very, very much like it. Now this one, she's basically got a whip move the whole time, so it's distance attacks only. The others are more personal, up close, punch and kick fighting. So I'm kind of learning this character as I go. I don't usually pick her. I think I meant to pick the blue-haired one, but I just grabbed her instead. I wonder if there are throws. Let me see. There, that's... Okay, I'll do that for a while. Awesome. Ken triple roll throw. Coca-Cola. Now, wasn't this girl like the Sailor Moon imposter at the beginning of her story? I don't remember very well. I do know that there were huge region changes in the story. Like in the original Japanese story, there are lesbian love affairs, death. One of the sailors dies. There's a lot more adult-oriented and you know, kind of innuendo and things like more mature content. Just like pretty much anything else that they were going to traffic mainly to the teenage and kid crowd in our country, got the complete overhaul to remove anything that censors might deem inappropriate. And today you can get the series as it was in Japan with English subtitles and enjoy the original Sailor Moon storyline, which is complex, and you know, they made things that were suited to all viewers, and they kind of carefully crafted it so that adults would understand certain parts of it that might go over kids' heads, but still be able to enjoy it. And so yeah, they did that, and it worked well. I think. Oh, they got me. Okay. Now there's also the Super Nintendo version of this game, and I like this game better. I like how it plays better. SNES has a little more color, but I don't know if it plays as good. I don't think it does. In fact, I think I own it. I own the Super Nintendo, and I'll do a Super Nintendo video. I don't have as many Super Nintendo, Super Famicom games. I do have like 100 cartridge, like multi-cart, that's really, really good. There's Tuxedo Rose here. I'm gonna jump in and say his part there. Can't skip it. There, okay. Just got kicked in the head. Right. Now it's more like Final Fight than Streets of Rage. You know, it's got a limited move set and larger graphics. Great game though. I mean, really, it's super, super fun game. If you can get into fighting game, it's great. Blue is attacking. Definitely attacking my. I think that's my grade. I think I failed big time. I don't know. Maybe E means extremely good. Probably not. You know, on a more controversial note, people think that anime might be bad, or it might promote wrong ideas amongst people, but you know, I think in America we're closed-minded, kind of closeted in our thinking. First off, you know, the human brain doesn't stop growing until somewhere around 18, and then it kind of settles in over a few years after that, right? I mean, so it's not bad to view a person as a minor under the age of 18. I think that's logical. And so I would not promote some of the ideas that are part of the cultures of Europe and also the Asian world and whatever, the Middle East and stuff. So let's just talk about that for a second. In the Middle East, especially in radical religious places, very young girls are kind of scooped up and sold and traded and married off, and someone might have lots of wives, and they're forbidden from singing and playing music, and they're basically owned, okay? And they could do whatever they want with them. The laws don't really apply where that resides. Now, maybe not in a less radical place. They might have laws that protect minors, or they might have a definition of minors. So we move to a more Western style, Europe. Well, their legal age of consent is 15 or 16, depending on where you live. In Japan, the legal age of consent is 13, but also in Japan, you're born and they tack 9 months onto your age at birth. Okay, so you need to add 9 months. So we would consider their 13-year-olds, depending on how long they've been 13, to actually be 12 years old by our own standards. So by Western standards of age and how we age somebody from the moment of birth, 12-year-olds are legally consensual in Japan, unless they've changed the law, which I don't think they have. Now, they don't like that. They're not like, as a country, endorsing that type of ideal, but they had to define their own legal limitations, and their culture is very, it's isolated, but internally it is diverse. And so that ideal is protected. So the maturity is not in question as much as how people pursue what they do and how they do things with each other. I guess you could say possession is 10/10 of the law in that country. So these girls are depicting what they would view as mature young adult females, whereas they might in the Western mindset depict a 16-year-old female. In parts of Europe, in most of Asia, and in Japan, they are young adult women. Here we would consider them a minor until they're 18 years of age. And I think that's logical and reasonable, but I also think that on the other side of the coin, to educate somebody about those types of interactions and to allow them to dabble in those types of interactions might be logical. To treat somebody like the representations of sexuality, the ideas of sexuality, even the participation amongst people in those younger phases, 15, 16 and on, prepares them for what they're going to be approaching and incorporating into their life in their younger adult years, what we would consider their mature younger adult years. So it might be logical for somebody to learn how to behave that way or to behave that way in their younger years so they're better prepared with the more critical approach that people have in their adult years. I'm not saying I can support that, but this show does that. Where you see them and they're like changing into their costume and they're buck-ass naked floating in the sky and stuff, that was for the adults and it was for the kids who were learning about those types of things. The stories and how they confront each other in their sexuality deals with homosexuality, it deals with controversial subjects like romance, it deals with love, and it also deals with death. Okay, and so it was not just for kids, it was not marketed to children, and so there's a strong Eastern appeal to the story, and in the West, of course, we had to edit it and cut it apart and bottle it for a younger crowd. Even though really adults in the West now are otaku, we have many otaku what would be considered otaku lifestyle. People living in their grandma's basement, worshiping cartoons like K-On! and stuff like that, and having toys and all kinds of stuff like that. So the idea can reach those levels where it's controversial. And so what I'm saying, I know goes beyond that of some fighting video game with pretty girls in it. But what you're seeing is intentional. And there is a reason behind it and a story behind it. Okay, great game though. I would recommend getting it if you can. It's an excellent video game. Plays great. Super good graphics. Okay, so next up we're going to play, and this is another repro that I got just because I love the game, and people frown on this game thinking it's a bad version of it, and that is Double Dragon 2. Okay, and now Double Dragon 2, based on the arcade game, well, there's some differences to it. I'll talk about that once the game started up. So, Double Dragon is actually based on the Renegade universe, the game Renegade. If you ever played it, its controls are different. How you're facing your opponent determines what your buttons do. So if you're facing as you're facing the opponent, the button towards the opponent punches and the button away from the opponent kicks. If you're facing away from your opponent, then the button towards your opponent kicks and the button away from them punches. So that's how Renegade was. That's also how Double Dragon 2 is, even though that's not how Double Dragon 1 is. And I don't think it's how Double Dragon 3 is. So I think the Nintendo version of Double Dragon 2 is actually a really great video game. And I think they did a pretty great job with it. It was two-player co-op, if I remember correctly. I have it. We did that in the Nintendo list. It has really good graphics, very good gameplay. This game it's not, you know, graphically exact. It's not perfect when compared to the arcade, but it is close. Now I'll show you. This is, oh, I'm getting attacked here. I'm trying to talk and do all this at the same time. See, I'm now the button, okay, so the button towards, yeah, that's right. I'm facing away, and so the button towards them is kicking. See? And that's your tornado kick. So I've got punch as I'm facing, kick away. The middle button is jump. And I've got a jump kick and an elbow. Now you can elbow people till you're blue in the face. It's a powerful attack in this game. Now it's kind of a slower game. I can see where people would have a problem with it a little bit because it doesn't play as great as the arcade, which I don't think the arcade game really did that great. But it is pretty good. And it's a 2-player co-op game. It's been a long time since I played this one. See, now it just sped up because there's only 2 characters on the screen. And that's really very much how the original Double Dragon was. If there was a bunch of characters on the screen, then it would be really slow and choppy. And then if there was only 2 like now, then it would be okay. I'm just getting torn apart here. I love that move. Now, I'm not as picky. I'm not a critic, okay? I'm not a real critic of this stuff. I'm not picky where I'm going to go, oh, this really sucks. I'm from the 80s. I was born in 76. And so I grew up in the 80s and 90s. And I like these kind of games. So I'm the type of person that will give it a try and learn how to play it if I like it. I'm here talking and trying to do this. Honestly, I think I'm deciding that I don't really like this controller very much, even though it is a 6-button controller. I noticed that it's kind of harder to play the fighting games and stuff. This guy's just killing me with a shovel. Now next I think is this guy, yeah. Really weird. He disintegrates. Oh, first it's these bitches. Took him out in 1 hit. Yeah, he disappears. He disintegrates, see? And his clothes disappear. And he's dead. Now, if I recall, he comes back, then you fight him more, then he dies. But I think because I whipped him while he was dying, it like canceled that out or something. Now, I've played these on, Amiga and Atari, and so I can like this game. I probably like the Nintendo version better, but this one's more like the arcade, at least kind of more like the arcade. Oh.
I really like it. 2-player, it's super fun. And, you know, I think people are way too picky. They're too picky and too judgmental, and so they have a hard time enjoying things. I'm not like that. I'm not too much of a critic. I used to tell people with movies that when they complain about movies sucking and stuff, well, there are only a couple of movies that I've seen in my life that I didn't like. When I was young, I had a black and white TV and 3 channels. We didn't have a color TV until my mom's 3rd marriage. Okay, when we first got our first color TV, I think it was a 19-inch, and me and my brother thought it looked like a movie screen. Okay, so yeah. So I'd tell people when they'd say that a movie sucked, I'd say, look, it was a colorful moving picture show with music. That was how I felt about it. But yeah, there are a couple movies I hate, but for the most part, I'm not a critic. So I'll say I like a game when everybody says that game sucks. I don't really feel that way. I actually like a lot of things that people don't like. My favorite movie of all time, number 1, is They Live. I absolutely adore that movie. With Roddy Piper, finds glasses, looks through them, and he sees all of this terrible stuff going on. He sees hidden subliminal messages in everything and realizes that an alien race is controlling us that are humanoid, but they're disguised. And I absolutely love that movie. No, it's not the greatest acting. It's not the highest budget movie. I love the story. I also like Buckaroo Banzai. That's a great movie. Peter Weller, one of his first starring roles before RoboCop was Buckaroo Banzai. Trying to elbow him. He figured me out. There we go. Oh, let's fall to my death. Yeah, that's great. And again, let's just keep falling to my death. That's logical. Okay. So, great game. I love it. 2-player, super fun. When I concentrate, sit down and play, halfway decent controller, get warmed up, I can get pretty far in this game. Maybe even beat the game. So yeah, I'm not much of a critic. I love the Sega Genesis. Even games, some of the games people like. My son, he loved Bubsy. And I really don't like Bubsy. I don't think it's a very good game. It's annoying as hell. Okay, let's see here. Next up is Gauntlet 4, which I think is actually Gauntlet 1. And this is a reproduction. Okay.
Welcome. 101.
I love it. It's got the voices. Now, yeah, something I learned is I think you actually have a frontal attack if you don't shoot. All the voices sounds exactly like the game. I think the music's a little different, maybe. The graphics are excellent, though. Like, they pushed it on this one. I don't remember if this game supports a 4-player tap, but I think it does, because it's showing 4 available players on the screen. So I might be wrong, but I think this supports the 4-player tap and 4-player simultaneous. So if you like Gauntlet, this is a must-have Gauntlet game. All the voices say save potions for later use. Now I don't know if you know, the sound is kind of lower for voices because of some 32X or something. Said don't shoot food. Smell shampoo or something. Almost tasted. That was rot gut. It had X's on it. Now, someone actually made a Atari 2600 version of Gauntlet kind of recently, and it's not, you know, Dark Chambers or whatever. It's actually Gauntlet. Now, in Dark Chambers, it actually changes the enemy class as you shoot them. So the enemy will be like, if it's a wizard, it'll go from a wizard to a warrior, from a warrior to a ghost, from a ghost to a skeleton before it dies. It will have kind of that effect going on. And I have that for the 7800, and it's really good. If you like Gauntlet, it's pretty solid. But some food would be nice. There we go. Okay, I got number 1 for whatever reason. Maybe didn't do too horrible. Awesome game. Great graphics, plays perfect. I think 4-player tap compatible. Okay. Let's see here. Next, I'm going to play Pebble Beach Golf Links. Okay. Now, a lot of the golf games and also flight simulators that use some 3D graphics. When you use the 14 megahertz switch, you halt the processor, then switch to 14 megahertz, unhalt it. Everything will run more smoothly. So it's really interesting to see a game
Flamin' Jane. Hey, this has a working save file. And that's from probably 15 years ago or more since I've played this. This part, yeah. Where it's really slow, choppy. In 14 megahertz mode, this runs twice as fast. So it's a lot smoother. Alright, here we go. Okay. So let's see here. Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. I knew how to play this long ago, so let's back up. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, I guess that's the wind. Okay. 1 wood, 270 yard max. Now this helps because it tells you what the yards you can expect from a good hit on the club. So if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know to pick a 1 wood for your first shot, you might be confused, especially in games where it makes you choose every club to begin with, which are more advanced. Okay. Trees. Yep, perfect. It's right in front of me. No, I'm just going to say it. In all honesty, this is a great golf game. You know, it's not Neo Geo Golf, but it's a great golf game. It's fun. 2 iron. Okay, that makes sense. See, it sets you up with, you know, what you might want to choose here. Oh boy, bad idea there. It's in the trees again. Haha. I'm aiming for the trees. Now, a lot of these games I haven't played in 15 years, and some of them are newer, depending on when I bought them. But whatever. Trying to get it on the green. And it's in the rough. Well, I think I'm past par now. 4th stroke, yeah. In the bunker. Another bunker to bunker. Yeah. Haha. I'll go over the bunker. Putting wedge. Yeah. Oh no. Now I sent it into the cabbage. It even made a noise. Maybe it's out of bounds. Yep, out of bounds. That was the out of bounds torture noise. Okay, I'm on the edge. Now, when I get warmed up, this is a great game. Have a lot of fun. I haven't played it in a super long time. Oh God, no. What was I thinking? Maybe I should have picked a different club. No, putting wedge. There we go. Now I'm way past par now.
So the more I'm talking about, the more I want to either mod a new system with the halt switch and the 14 megahertz switch, or try to get my one from the arcade machine working as a console again. The power supply connector was removed, so it could be wired directly to the power of the arcade machine itself. So I'll have to reattach some type of power connector, and that's going to be not easy. But phew. Tap it in. 11 feet. Just forget the lay of the land. Let's just try this. Alright. Tin cup. And it only took way, way, way too many tries. Yeah, I don't know who came up with that name. It might have been my wife back then. We played this a couple times. Okay. Fun game though. If you like golf, should probably try it. Again, I tried lots of golf games back in the day just for fun, and most of them sucked really super bad. So this is coming from having tried a plethora of shitty golf games, and then this one was like, oh wow, it's got everything. It sets you up with a appropriate club. It lets you adjust the angle of your swing, the wind, adjust for windage, and just everything. Make your own character. I think you can even change their outfits and stuff. It's pretty intense, diverse. If you like golf, I know I kind of make fun of golf a little bit. I think that's commonplace. All right. So next up, we will try Elemental Master. Okay, and this is a real Mega Drive cartridge. Okay. It's not a reproduction, and it's got slightly thicker, kind of tougher plastic. Oh. This is very much like Twinkle Tail, only you're a dude. See, it's even got the bats. They look slightly different. It's the constant scrolling, paths that deviate, different power-ups. It is different enough, but it's, you know, very, very similar. It's that style. Yeah, I talk about how a lot of these systems never saw their full potential. Well, I think the Sega Genesis came close because, you know, it was probably developed in like 86 and 87, released in 88, released in the States in 89. It had a strong presence in like Brazil and where Nintendo didn't have a foothold, at least at first. Very strong software support. And it started out with, you know, some, you know, fake scalers and some arcade lookalikes like Altered Beast, Golden Axe. Really great games that just, they held their weight throughout the entire life of the system. They were always legit games. Even the first fruits of the system were totally legit games. And then they gave you what you wanted. You wanted more Golden Axe, they brought out the second one, which was excellent. The third one I liked a lot, but it got kind of frowned on a little bit. Altered Beast was excellent. I loved it. Streets of Rage 1, 2, and 3, all of them really great games. Then they had Shining Force, which was magnificent. The Phantasy Star games, which were all excellent. Now, Phantasy Star 2, I played a lot, and my friends played a lot. We really loved that game, and we play it for hours and hours and hours on end. Now, Phantasy Star 3 is actually more like a spiritual successor to the original Phantasy Star. It's more whimsical, more fairy tale kind of like. It has some graphical elements that are similar to Phantasy Star 2, but in the battles, it's more like Phantasy Star 1. You don't see your character. You don't see your character attacking the enemy. You just have an attack phase, more like in some of the 8-bit role-playing games at the time, ones that weren't Final Fantasy. But then Phantasy Star 4 was like Phantasy Star 2, only about times 5. It had way more interaction, way more cut scenes, and more story, more deep involved storyline. And all my kids and their siblings, like my older kids that are grown up, they all loved the Phantasy Star games and played them. My oldest son said Phantasy Star 4 was the best one, like, of all of them. And they had role-playing games. They had their own flavor of role-playing games. Now, where people might say Final Fantasy was just the greatest ever, well, compared to Phantasy Star games, Final Fantasy is linear. You do something, and then you go to the next part, then you go to the next part. And as much as it seems like an open world, it's never an open world. It's always very linear. Great games, good storylines, extremely creative enemies, a really great upgrade system. The Final Fantasy games were excellent games. I'm not trying to diss them, but as far as grind and open world and time that it takes to really flesh out the games, Phantasy Star 2 and 4 were more advanced and than most of the earlier Final Fantasy games. And most people love the Final Fantasy games more, of course. And the Genesis is treated like it has a much smaller role-playing presence, and it does to a degree. But what is actually worth getting, I would say that Chrono Trigger is, very, very good. But it's linear too. Chrono Trigger takes you by the hand and walks you through every phase of the story. It is not an open world role-playing game. It is step by step, a lot like the Final Fantasy games, but it is excellent. The pacing and the time, the amount of attention to detail and the upgrade systems and weaponry and the creativity of the characters, like Luca, and just the story of the princess and the look-alike and the ancestors. They go back in time. It's just Chrono Trigger, I think, is pretty much better than most of the Final Fantasy games that were out at the time. But Final Fantasy will always be, the greatest role-playing game and all that stuff. And, I really love Final Fantasy VII for the PC because I could use higher resolution, really large megabyte MIDI banks to have like orchestrated sound, and I played that through a 3DFX card back in the day. So I loved Final Fantasy VII, and I really liked the first Final Fantasy game on the Nintendo. I thought it was a completely addictive and excellent game. Had a lot more grinding. It felt like it wanted to be more open world, even though it was, for all intents and purposes, a linear quest. Now, there are parts in the Phantasy Star games where you have to do them, in a kind of a particular order, but there's a lot more exploring, a lot more grinding, a lot more character upgrading, and tons of items. You can go lots of different ways with your characters, and I just think they're great. So I think Sega really had an answer for almost everything. Until Super Nintendo had pretty much eclipsed it in its later years, before the 32-bit systems started to take over. So I'll talk about systems seeing their potential. The CDI never saw its potential. It could have been a really great CD adventure game kind of oriented system. They picked terrible artists. They picked a really cheesy, hippie kind of
hokey type of animation style. They had Nintendo IP that they kind of floated along. The gameplay wasn't that great, but the system itself has a very good setup to really throw whatever at it. They could have done a whole lot more with that system. Jaguar's another one. Better controllers, way more games. The Jaguar could have had Mortal Kombat and Super Street Fighter 2 and a floating thumb pad 6-button controller. Eventually with a CD player they might have been able to have 3D games. Later they released extremely good texture map 3D games for the system. It never saw its potential. The 3DO was really good. I've read and seen, stats that show that the 3DO was essentially a PlayStation 1 with half the RAM. Okay, and so people were working on Tomb Raider for the 3DO, and for other games like that could have come out for it. They had Road Rash for the 3DO, and it's very similar to Road Rash for the PlayStation. They had Need for Speed for the 3DO. It's very similar to Need for Speed for the PlayStation. Total Eclipse was for the 3DO. It was like a flagship title. And then the version for the PlayStation actually wasn't really as good as the one for the 3DO. And they had Super Street Fighter 2, Samurai Showdown for the 3DO that were both very, very good. The best home ports you could get other than having a Neo Geo. Like a $700 Neo Geo with a $200 Samurai Showdown cartridge. And the system was extremely overpriced. I think it was $600 or $700 or more when it first came out. I had a friend that got one, and we were trying to play Way of the Warrior, and it was just like, oh my god, why? Those were college kids in Way of the Warrior. The rotoscoping capture for the characters, they were skinny, bony. These were supposed to be like the greatest warriors in the entire world. But it did show what a very small group of college kid level programmers could do with the 3DO hardware. And it had like White Zombie music, and we had fun with it. I mean, it's fun if you don't mind. It's one of those games where two people playing against each other can throw back a few beers and laugh at how cheesy it is. It's like a ninja in a cheap costume store ninja outfit. One of the greatest warriors in the world is some like Harley, old lady chick who's like, yeah, buddy, stuff like that. It's got, it has charm, but it's so terrible that it kind of kills its own charm with how terrible it is. But at the same time, it's like, 32,000 color graphics and lots of scaling and all kinds of great stuff. It's showing what it can do. It's almost like a demo. Like some of the games, like Cybermorph for the Jaguar. That was originally just a system demo. And they said, oh, let's go ahead and finish it up and polish it up and make it a first release title. It was a pack-in cartridge. And I loved Cybermorph, and my son loved it. We played it a lot. And it's just fun. It's a super fun game. So, hell, you can do 3D, and it's on a cartridge, and it's pretty smooth and pretty simple. Okay, so next up we'll do The Adventures of Batman and Robin. And it's different than the Super Nintendo version of the game, and I think some people like the Genesis version better. They're both extremely difficult video games. Now, if I remember correctly, this game coexisted right alongside the Batman animated series, which was, I watched it when it first came out, a extremely good cartoon. I mean, it took kind of the style of the 60s Batman, but kind of the flavor and feel of the 89 Tim Burton kind of Batman. So darker, more violent, a little more edgy. There's no bat fly swatters or bat shark repellent, but you get the gray suit Batman,
You get Robin, who's super skilled. Very difficult gameplay. I think some of the complaints were that some of the side-scrolling flying parts are like endless. They're just so difficult. They're ridiculously hard. Like you might as well not even bother trying with some of those. So let's go ahead. Let's go in here. Now I can't play this game. I'll just tell you, this is going to be a short review on this one. Okay, you got the remake Batmobile. I don't really like. We've got the excellent Joker. Got turbo batarangs. So let's talk about Batman. Okay, since I never shut up, we're going to talk about Batman for a second. Back in the 40s, when there was, anti-Japanese propaganda going out, they actually kind of made the original black and white Batman TV series suck because of that. They had undue hatred towards the Japanese, and they depicted some of the, stereotypical racist ideas about the Japanese in their bad guys in the series. Batman had like an old metal car, like kind of like a roadster-esque kind of, car, and Robin was with him, a young kid, and he wasn't rich, okay, Batman wasn't filthy rich. They would actually change costumes in the car. So I don't want to picture what that would have been like in my mind, but that happened. And in the first couple episodes, I think in the second episode, maybe the first one, they are on top of a building fighting gangsters, and Batman gets thrown off of the building by gangsters and lands on a painter's scaffold. His life is saved by a painter's scaffold. Okay? Now, Batman was not initially... Well, now let's think about it, okay? If this was a Japanese-hating not cartoon, but a TV series to begin with, it would even doubly so show that Batman is not a ninja. He was not trained by Japanese people. He doesn't know advanced martial arts. He's not a filthy rich person, anything like that. He's just like a Sherlock Holmes level detective who uses fear tactics with his costume. He actually stamped the enemies with a bat stamp. So when cops would find the enemies like tied up to a light pole or something, they would know that it was the Batman who had captured them by the bat stamp. He didn't brand them, it was like a, ink stamp. But they kind of reimagined that with Affleck's Batman, when Affleck would actually brand the bad guys with a bat symbol, right? So, the original black and white Batman, the costume was great. The horns were straight and looked cool. He was aggressive. There were fist fights and stuff. Bad guys that were, doing bad stuff and everything. They had kind of stupid bad guys with negative stereotypes. That was bad. The writing and pacing wasn't absolutely horrible. And if you could ignore the evil kind of Japanese stereotypes born from the World War II era that the show was made from, it was a good show. Now, when they redid it later, its second incarnation in black and white, the horns were crooked, the story was crap, it was really, really terrible. Okay, but I liked the original black and white better than the 60s Batman in retrospect. Hindsight being 20/20. He was scarier. I like Batman as a brilliant detective, and they can get rid of the ninja. Now, they're never going to, though, seriously. Batman, somewhere in the Miller phase in the comics and beyond, what was morphed into the Burton representation that basically changed superhero movies forever, became a super rich philanthropist, playboy, ninja who has martial arts skills that could rival any master, has, armor and high-tech weapons
and all kinds of stuff like that. In the 40s Batman, he had a car, had a boy wonder companion. They wore costumes to hide their identities because they were detectives. So why do you want to hide your identity? Because when you bust somebody and they're part of a rich and powerful cartel, gang, mob organization, if they know who you are, they can have you killed. So that anonymity from being costumed protects you. That makes sense, right? He's not as much trying to strike fear into people as he's trying to protect his own identity. And then, is he a ninja? No, he's fighting, and he's haymaker fist fighting with bad guys because they are caught investigating them and they're trying to stop them, and he gets thrown off a building and lands on a painter's scaffold. So he's not using weight-bearing, impossible, mechanical grappling hook weapons that can swing him from, 10-story high cathedrals, and he's not a ninja that was trained by some dark, hidden cult, Ra's al Ghul kind of stuff. That was all much, much later. And so in the detective comics, you'd see him hanging out with the commissioner, and he'd say, no, this is how it happened, this is who did it, and this is what's probably going on, because he was like Sherlock Holmes. He was a genius detective. And I like the genius detective Batman more than the invincible ninja Batman. I like the more malleable, pliable, approachable, and confrontable Batman more than the, they took a supernatural kind of angle with him eventually, where it's like he's the angel of death, like he's like the harbinger of hell or something. He's possessed by some type of entity that gives him kind of a supernatural, and he's a ninja, and he's super filthy rich and impossible. And that's all just stacking more and more and more and more onto what was originally an entertaining and pure kind of approach to the character. Now, of course, the negative stereotyping of Japanese, that's not entertaining, that's not pure, but we do the same thing with Arabs and Muslims in our world today because of acts of terrorism and because of the abject reality that we live in. You will find extra negative depictions of those characters today. Maybe in 10 or 20 years, if peace has been found between us and them, we will look back and go, oh, look how in the 2020s we were so negative, or in the 2010s we were so negative, or in the 2000s we were so negative about Iranians or the Arabic speaking community or the Muslims and things. So the stereotyping doesn't really go away, even if you believe you're in a more advanced or more politically correct or more accepting or liberal kind of environment. So it did exist then, and it was wrong. And Batman was born from that. They say Bill Finger came up with the dark character with the cape and everything, and then it was kind of that was sidelined, and the character was stolen, and then most people never even knew the real origins of the character. So maybe you just got a little information on the origins of Batman's character and what he originally depicted. And maybe they can bring that back one day. Maybe when they reboot Batman again, he'll be a brilliant Sherlock Holmes level genius detective who wears a costume to hide his identity and who gets his butt handed to him by common thugs because he's not an invincible ninja warrior harbinger of death. Okay, something like that. He can have a batarang, but does he need to be an invincible ninja warrior? He can have body armor, that would make sense. But does he need to always be such a grunting, evil, scowling, terrifying presence? Can he walk into a room around cops and go, hey guys, you missed this detail? Or even like joke a little bit, like a Dark Knight Ace Ventura kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like they did with Joker, with the recent Joker movie that was absolutely excellent. It was just perfection in cinema form. It was just so good. I love that movie so much I bought it. You know what I mean? I love that movie. Why not do that with Batman? You know, and that's not what the recent Batman was, where he's a kid. I don't like that movie. Honestly, I just got to be completely honest. I didn't like anything about that movie at all. I didn't like the bad guys, didn't like the hero bad guy Catwoman relationship. I didn't like the way they approached Batman as a youngster. I really honestly hated pretty much every single thing about that. I didn't like his outfit, didn't like his attitude. I didn't like anything about that. So I would be satisfied with another fresh coat of paint. Maybe something that takes it back to its origins. Of course, that's me. I mean, I think it would be a great idea. I think Tim Burton was a genius. He was a genius. And you know, Batman got beat up by thugs in that movie, and they peeled his mask off, and he got his photograph taken, you know, relatively early on in the film. But he did show ninja moves, kind of, and he was rich, filthy rich, you know, could have, you know, remote control armored cars that drop claymation bombs and stuff, you know. Okay, next up will be a Japanese baseball game, Super League. And I think this became, if I remember correctly, this might have become a baseball game here that I also probably have. So we'll see. And if you've noticed, none of the Japanese games I've tried so far haven't worked on this system. And it's a 32X, and I don't think it's going through a Mega Drive or one of my modded Model 1s that's made to be a Mega Drive. He said Alto. So, okay, the voices would have been changed on the US game. So they wouldn't be saying, you know, Alto, which is how the Japanese people say out. They're saying English, but they're tacking their little O on the end of everything they say. Got your kanji. And so if I get this, I don't want to be mistaken here. Kanji is a simplified form of their writing, used in comics and video games and cartoons and stuff. And katakana is a more advanced type of writing that's harder to understand, that they use in official things and maybe in books and stuff. So I think this is kanji. I might be wrong. So it's the Buffles versus the Gaints. Giants is spelled wrong, and Buffaloes is abbreviated. So, yeah. Alto! Oh boy. So yeah, I think this might have ended up being Tommy Lasorda baseball, if I remember correctly. And it would be on the very bottom of my stack. But Tommy Lasorda baseball. It's my camera is focusing on Tommy Lasorda's face. It's got the little square around it going, oh, that's a human face right there. And I'm gonna kind of break mode here and try this game out real quick. I got the Instruzione Manual cartridge, and we're gonna go ahead and just switch over to Tommy Lasorda baseball. It looks brand new, straight up. Just looks brand spanking new. See? Same game. So they took that really great Super Baseball game. Now, they changed the voice samples. Ball!
If it says alto, I'm gonna pee my pants.
Second baseman. Safe. Safe.
Unsafe.
First baseman.
Now, one game I absolutely love for the Sega Genesis, and I have it for a multi-cart in my arcade machine downstairs. I have a Street Fighter 2 arcade machine that was upgraded to Street Fighter Alpha 2, and I went ahead and put a multi-cart in it that has like hundreds of arcade games, and it has Neo Geo games, Capcom games, and all kinds of other really great games. And you can put quarters in it and stuff. It's really super fun. My kids love it. And it has 2020 baseball, Super Baseball 2020, the Neo Geo game. Well, when they made it for the home consoles, of course, the Sega Genesis version is better. And I really love that game. I've got it on my list on eBay to pick up. And I think I have the ROM on my multi-cart. But it is excellent. It's got robots, it's got girls, it's got like droids and stuff. It's such an amazing video game. And of course, in the year 2020, we're going to have humanoid robots. We're going to have little droid robots. We're going to have women that are as skilled at baseball as men, and they're all going to be playing together in massive high-tech stadiums full of people. So in the year 2020, that should be happening, I think. Yeah.
Safe.
And this was, I think, one of the Sports Talk series, if I remember correctly, just because it had so much voice going on in it. But the Sports Talk name went with the football game. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the floating cartridges now. And we'll do all of the games in cases after we're done with the floating cartridges. Next up, and this is a game, if you can get a reproduction of this game or an actual copy of it, you gotta get it. Alien Soldier. And on the subject of Neo Geo, I would like to see people compare Alien Soldier with Neo Geo games, because it's about as close to a Neo Geo game as you can get without being a Neo Geo game. It has some of the best graphics on a Sega Genesis, and they tell you about it in the title. I'll show you. Imagine if you were a bird with a candy bar head and all these birds were around you and they were trying to eat your head. I think the one thing I'd change about this game is I'd make the main character have like a human head or maybe a pretty girl head or something instead of a bird head. That would make the game at least 5 times better. And this is your typical poor translation. I mean, it's not all your base R belongs to us or they set up us the bomb, but it's pretty bad. I mean, this is so much unnecessary dialogue because none of it really makes sense at all. But this is one of the best Sega Genesis games of all. Now, see, it says visual shock, speed shock, sound shock. Now it's time to the 68,000 Heart on Fire. This game pushes the system. It has like the best color, best graphics, best animation, best boss battles. It's an extremely difficult video game, but it is amazing. When I first saw this, I was like, I have to have that game. Alien Soldier is exceptional.
whenever I see this game, I just think of Neo Geo. I think it really looks like a Neo Geo game. The bosses are incredible. Now you can hover, dash, float, kind of fly, switch weapons, you can change weapons and stuff. It's very complex, and certain weapons work better on certain enemies. There are like incredible feats of graphics programming in this game that are just, they push the Genesis beyond anything else that it's done, and they prove that the Genesis is truly the superior console. I've never really seen anything on the Super Nintendo that even comes close to Alien Soldier. It really does reside in the realm of Neo Geo level games. Shark fight. Now, I think there's a weapon in this that turns his attacks into power-ups. There, see, it turns that attack, and those are little power-ups. Bird is crapping on you, by the way. Gigantic, super long bird turds are its weapon. Maybe it's a moth. I think it's a moth. Robot moth creature. Now this was from 1995, so a lot was going on then. Very late in the life of the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. Okay, next I'm going to try Bare Knuckle 2, which is actually Streets of Rage 2, but slightly different. I don't know if it'll work, but I'm going to give it a try. So it is, it's working fine. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. It didn't work. This is what it says when you put a Japanese game in a US system. This cartridge has been developed for use outside North and South America. It cannot be used with hardware units for sale within these areas. Okay, now I do have Japanese systems. I'm not going to bother. We've already seen Streets of Rage 2. There are subtle differences between Bare Knuckle 2 and Streets of Rage 2. I'm pretty sure the main difference is the color of Blaze's underwear. And because her underwear was white, and therefore it accentuated that it could be seen in her fighting moves and stuff, they had to change that. That might be the one main difference or the only difference. And much of the game, I think there's a different colored outfit for Axel. There are slight differences in the game. But yeah, now I do have Japanese systems, and they will obviously play this cartridge. Right now, my Japanese system is actually sitting over on a shelf and not hooked up. I have 2 USA systems hooked up right now for all of these demonstrations. So this is Streets of Rage 2. Now, for the next game, I will go ahead and play one that a lot of people played, and it was kind of a precious gem of the Sega Genesis library. Let's see here. It is by Extreme, and it was licensed through FASA, which did all of the board games, like strategy board games back in the day of Battletech. And I had Battletech, played Battletech. I got the Battletech Compendium, which has the rules for Battletech. They endorsed Ralparth miniatures that were painted to look like the robots. They actually had Robotech-style Aerotech ships, which were Valkyries. They looked exactly like Valkyries. They had the same transformation modes as Valkyries. So the Robotech and Macross Valkyries had a kind of side presence. Actually, they were kind of hoard out to everybody. They didn't do great in the U.S., because of how soapy the cartoon was, and it didn't really set well. So the Bandai toy became Skyfire or Jetfire, whatever you want to call them, in the Transformers lineup. And then the character idea was allowed to be present in the Aerotech sub-layer within the Battletech game rules. So this, I think it has some of the Aerotech robots on foot. They look kind of like the Battleoid mode of the Macross Valkyries, but you are not one of them. You're actually one of the other ground-based units. Now, this was a 2-player game. You could have one person control the turret while you control the steering and the legs, or you can play one player. So it had both that. It's very creative. Get it on the camera here. Battletech. So yeah, excellent video game. The way they made it, it's hard, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty intuitive.
Machine gun, missile.
It really does follow the rules of the games. You're constantly regulating and dealing with overheating machinery. The heat affects you drastically,
Later on, Mech Warrior came out for PC. Mech Warrior 2, which was 3D and had much better graphics, but also Crescent Hawk's Revenge, which was a PC game, was more like a strategy game. And so this was in between those. There was the earlier strategy game, Crescent Hawk's Revenge, I think is what it's called, and that had a computer presence. And then there was this, which was unique to the Mega Drive, I think. There might be a version of it for something else, maybe Super Nintendo or something, but this was the best one. Higher resolution, better looking graphics and stuff. Pretty sure it was exclusive, I might be wrong. But then the PC had Mech Warrior 2, maybe Ghost Bear or something about that. It was really, really good, really fun game. Now at the time, other mech combat games were coming out for the PC, and they had one that I really liked called Genome, which was you could like gas other people's mechs and kick them out and steal their mech, and it was really fun. I like Genome better than Mech Warrior 2. And then later on they came out with a Mech Warrior game for the Xbox, the original, and it had a massive like tabletop controller with dual flight sticks and stuff, and it was extremely expensive and sought after, and it looked incredible. It was a feat for the Xbox, the original Xbox. So a part of the charm of this game was two-player co-op where one steered and the other aimed. That was incredibly fun, and me and my sons played that in that mode, both of them when they were little. Me and my oldest son when he was little, and then my 9-year-old son have played it a couple times with me driving and him shooting, or him driving and me shooting and stuff. And then the single-player mode is really challenging. It has kind of a Desert Strike, Jungle Strike kind of look to it, the slightly isometric playfield. Alright, next up, Mortal Kombat. Okay, now Mortal Kombat. Most of you probably haven't heard of Mortal Kombat. Haha! Okay, now, yes, the Sega Genesis version lacks color, but one color it doesn't lack is the color red. This game has blood. It has fatalities where you are ripping people's heads off and, you know, burning them to death and all kinds of terrible things, ripping their hearts out, and just terrible ways to die. Of course, the game was, you know, ultra popular in the arcades, even for kids who probably shouldn't have played it, but you know, it was everywhere. When this game came out, everybody knows Super Nintendo didn't allow blood, and then there was a code to turn it kind of purplish, reddish, but it was supposed to be like sweat or something. Like, these are particularly greasy, sweaty warriors who are, you know, leaking like quarts of sweat every time they punch each other. Then there's the blood code. Now let's see here. Let's see, down, up, left, A, right, down. Not working. Okay. Okay. So I can't get the dullard code to work. Probably because of the controller. Well, let's see. Options.
Get over here!
Okay. Yeah, I think it's doing like diagonals. Okay,
So I'm going to go ahead and restart the game and try the code when the screen pops. It's funny, it doesn't have the code screen at the beginning. Down, up, left, left, right, down. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, start's not working. It's saying press start. I don't know. Maybe my controller's getting funky. Yeah, I don't know. I like I said earlier, I think I'm going to switch over to a. Yeah, something's wrong. It's just not working the way it's supposed to. Yep, I just pushed kick and it didn't kick. So, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, there it did it, but. Oh. When I'm hitting C button, it's not kicking. Oh, now he's blocking all the time. Yeah, something is wrong with my controller. So yeah, I don't know what it is here. He's blocking all the time now. So I guess it could be the controller. I don't know. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that real quick. So yeah, having trouble with the third-party 6-button controller. I have several of them. One of them is based on the original design. There we go. Okay. We'll try here. There it is. See, is that easy? It worked perfectly first try. Now the cheat enabled, it's called the Dullard code because it's down, up, left, left, A, right, down. It spells Dullard. And you can change everything here. And I think, what is it, like flag, I don't know, flag 6 or something. Blood, you can put blood on. Oh. Let me see here. No, that didn't do it. Okay, it's one of the flags. There we go. Now it's on. Okay. Now I'll just leave it like this. Now some of the flags will make it so that the enemy always does a fatality. And I think it might be flag 6. I'm not 100% sure. You can change things around, what the bonus round is, stuff like that. So here we go. Now this will be significantly better because the controller works.
Finishing.
There. Now, as horrible as that was, that's Mortal Kombat's claim there, is that it has the blood and gore and violence and stuff, very similar to the arcade. There's fewer frames of animation, there's a little bit of differences in the play, but it still plays pretty good. Now, I've played the Amiga and PC versions, and you know, they just blow goat chunks. They blow ropey goat chunks. They don't play well. Now, the Sega at the time was no loading time, was very fast gameplay. I didn't even mean to do that. What was I trying to say? No loading time. The controls are 6 button, you know, or 3 button. So, just all around the best. Now, in the Super Nintendo, you've got the shoulder buttons to contend with, which really suck. For any fighting game, I can't recommend controllers that have shoulder buttons. These fighting games are meant to represent arcade games, so face buttons that let you press whatever right there on top are always going to be better and more arcade-like. Floating control pads like the one on the 6-button controller are better. I said in earlier videos, if the graphics are amazing and the controller sucks, then the game sucks. Hey, he did a move. Now you see, I think that was a finishing move. Yeah. So you got to see that. Okay. Now that might have been because that flag was on. So this was a feat for the Sega Genesis. It was a pretty good game, pretty big deal that they brought it out. The Sega CD version had a granulated version of the cartoon. I think it even had Super Nintendo graphics in the commercial, I mean, a granulated version of the commercial at the beginning. Some kid yelling Mortal Kombat. I have that. I have the disc. Pretty good game. If you like Mortal Kombat, this is a good version of it. It's fun. It plays well. There are some things missing. There have been recolor hacks and all kinds of hacks of it and stuff that make it better that are out nowadays. Which brings me to another thing. Recently, ROMhacker.net went to read-only and news-only. So they're not bringing in new stuff. Apparently the guy running it made an offer by people to take over, but those people had ill intention and ended up like character attacking him and kind of trying to ruin his life. Big drama, and it just ended up screwing things up. And that place you could download hacked IPS files that you could then use on the ROMs of games to change them, and you could come up with all these hacked and recolored and modded and just anywhere from simple recolors all the way up to music and graphics changes and level changes in games. And a lot's been done on Mortal Kombat. Okay. So next, oh wait a minute. Okay, next up will be Cotton. I don't remember if this, I think it's called like Panorama, I believe, and this is a this is not normal Cotton. I'll show you. Now you'd think it's normal Cotton with this view on it of the little witch on the broom flying along. This is actually a 3D scaling shooting game with incredible graphics. It's really like on another level for Sega. This was a very welcome addition for Sega. They don't really have very many games like this, other than some of the more poorly done pseudo-scalers like Galaxy Force 2 and things like that. This really takes it to the next level. And the graphics are amazing. It has beautiful like anime fairy art, and it's like they got a little fly on the screen. Of course, I don't even know what this is saying. This, I believe, is a reproduction cartridge. I bought, I think, on eBay a while ago. Okay. And it's just full, it's just jam-packed full of adorable fairy art. So, like, if you like fairy art, cute anime fairy art, this is cute, adorable anime fairy art overload. Let's see if, I don't know if you can change the controls to be reversed. I think you can. I don't know. Okay, it looks like the screen's freaking out. I'm playing this and recording at the same time. My son's at school, so he's focusing on what's important, and I'm not. Focusing on silly Sega games from 20 and 30 years ago and stuff, or older. Now, a lot like Poppin' Twinbee and the Twinbee games, when you shoot prizes, it changes the prize. So you can kind of, in effect, control your power-ups to a degree. So if you know you want this or that power-up, you shoot it, and then... oh, I ran into something. But yeah, the level of comfort that they achieved with the 6-button pad, I think, is the pinnacle. It's like after that, the Saturn pad was really good, but it had kind of a, I don't know, a flimsiness to it. Like the buttonholes were kind of gappy, and it had a kind of a cheap feel to the plastic on the buttons. The floating thumb pad was good. And of course, here we go, this part's great. Ooh, whoa. Going through a minefield. So yeah, but then they came out with the analog, and it was one of the first analog controllers, was the, for consoles, was the Saturn's Nights into Dreams, or Nights, oh crap, analog controller, which it helped a lot. I think you could play it with a normal controller, but you really needed the analog controller for it to be good, because Knights does like really concentric, perfect loops, and you're controlling the loops with the spinning of an analog
stick, so it really uses that analog stick. Fun game. I remember getting Knights, and I love the Saturn. But I also have, you know, my Saturn story is I lived in an apartment at the time. It was my first apartment, and people down the hall at the apartment, there was a guy and his pregnant girlfriend or wife. I think it was his girlfriend, but they were going to get married. And I visited them just to say hi. And I was working in a deli in a grocery store that was attached to the building that my apartment was in. And this guy owned a junk store under the apartments, and I'd go pay him my rent and stuff and go to work all the time. And I had a girlfriend, and so yeah, that was the first apartment I lived in when I moved out. And so these people were getting ready to buy a system, and this guy said he was thinking of buying the Saturn. And this was when it was still out in stores. They still had games everywhere. Oh goodness, I got splattered. And so I said, oh yeah, I think the Saturn is going to be a great system. You know, it has some really great games. And so I actually recommended that he get the Saturn. And whenever I would visit or we'd talk in the hallway or something, he'd say, oh man, I'm so glad I got that Saturn. That was a great system. You know, but then eventually the Saturn kind of crapped out. And so another friend that would visit me occasionally at that apartment had a, well, she wanted to buy a game system. And I recommended the, I had a Jaguar at the time. That's what it was. I had an Atari Jaguar. And I offered to sell it to her. And she said, "Oh, I loved it." She watched it and played it a couple times at my apartment, and said she really liked it. And I said, "Heck, I'll sell you one." I said, "If I want to get another one, I'll just buy another one later." Right? So I sold her an Atari Jaguar. So here I am, my track record for hooking people up with the best systems. Man, I really didn't do too good. I was selling the 32X. I sold somebody a Jaguar. I recommended the Saturn to people. Like, if you took my advice, then you kind of got screwed back then. I was just talking about what I liked the most, right? So, of course, I didn't really think that those things were going to, you know, poo-poo out and not get much support. And I can't really say that I regretted buying a Saturn. I enjoyed it a lot. Me and my wife would play it. She liked Stall. That was one of her favorite games. And there was a role-playing game on the Saturn that was super good. There were a couple of really great games on it. So, you know, having a larger library of games doesn't necessarily make a console better. So if you are into a certain type of games, maybe you didn't really like 3D polygonal games. Perhaps you were into arcade style games and two-dimensional games and stuff, then maybe the Saturn was perfect for you. And the PlayStation was just a 3D pusher. And it really was. But they had the foresight, Sony had the foresight to know that the future was 3D texture map polygons. And they really pushed that as their main selling point. And Saturn was Sega saying, hey, we've got all these Titan arcade boards that are currently being played in the arcades, which were waning. They were beginning to wane at the time. And so it was all changing. The whole cartoony, two-dimensional artwork, higher resolution, as many sprites as a system can push. The Saturn was a sprite pusher. It couldn't easily do transparency. So it had a hard time with 3D games where there needed to be ambience or transparent layers. I think she said vanilla bean. But the Saturn had its strengths. It was better with two-dimensional graphics than the PlayStation, provably. It had RAM upgrade carts. It had some pretty solid Neo Geo ports. I can tell you, Groove On Fight, which was Power Instinct 3, was incredible. The game is so good. It's just a
totally upper tier fighting game with incredible graphics, really great gameplay. Saturn exclusive unless you somehow can get an arcade game of it. And their graphics were nearly indiscernible from the arcade. All the effects, most of the animation was there. And you know, you can YouTube comparisons of Saturn and PlayStation games, and you're going to find that if it was an arcade game, the Saturn did it better, pretty much every single time. So if you were really into a specific genre, you weren't going for the experimental, up-and-coming 3D texture map polygon craze, then the Saturn was actually a good choice, and you were experiencing, you know, something exclusive. And I was a Sega fanboy, so I went for the Sega CD, I went for the 32X, I went for the Saturn. I got the Dreamcast when it launched. I was at the mall at a toy store buying the Dreamcast and getting Dead or Alive 2 and all these other games, as many as I could. I loved the Dreamcast. So as I went on through all of this, I found that the things that I loved kind of always failed right in front of my face, and I was never really picking the most popular stuff. I'm going to go ahead and let this run out. Great looking game, Cotton. This is a Mega Drive exclusive to the best of my knowledge. When you save a trapped fairy princess, it has like beautiful artwork popping up, and it's just an excellent game. Wonderful game. I'm into it. I've actually gotten a lot further in the game. Okay, so next up, I'll just go ahead and throw one of the old school ones out there. Earthworm Jim 2. I was going to save this for Nick, but he's got things to concentrate on with school starting up again. Alright. That's all the princesses that you have to save. Anything but tangerines. So yeah, Earthworm Jim is, back in the day, was about as close as you could get to cartoon level animation and art in a side-scrolling game. It's silly and funny and cool. I think some people are just annoyed by it overall. It's it seems like it would appeal to, you know, teenagers. It has like an angst kind of presence. But I've liked this game a little bit. I got into it a little bit. It's hard though. It's a very challenging video game. They actually, I think, had this for the Saturn and lots of other systems. So they kind of tapered off the two-dimensional stuff, and they kind of went full 3D in a somewhat comfortable pace. And I'm not saying I don't like 3D texture map games. I loved Tomb Raider, but you know, I wasn't playing Tomb Raider, you know, not much anyway, on a PlayStation or on a Saturn or on a whatever other system, home console. I was playing Tomb Raider on a computer. And that was the way to play it, because you could crank up the resolution, you could get mods for it, you could, you know, use whatever cool controller you could find. So, you know, at the time, the difference between console games and computer games was still apparent. Computer games still had a pretty strong foothold. Now, I'm not saying the 16-bit computers were any good. I mean, I think that the Sega Genesis was basically the 16-bit computer killer. If you were spending $2,000 for a Amiga or $1,000 for an Atari ST, you were getting crappier versions of these games
poor controls, loading times, disk media, and lots of limitations. You'd get a game where you had to choose between music or sound effects, or a game where you had to try to play it with a one-button Atari joystick or something. Sega Genesis was no loading times, very good graphics, fast gameplay, extremely good responsive controller. So games like Earthworm Jim or Road Rash or so many games, actually, all the Desert Strike, Urban Strike, Jungle Strike, Nuclear Strike, all those games were better on the Sega Genesis. They might have had slightly less color, depending on what system you would compare it to. But I'd pick most games, almost every game where there was a version for the Atari ST, the Amiga, and the Sega Genesis. I would have picked the Genesis one hands down. So every system, even up till today, effectively spars with a computer, and then there are good and bad reasons. Now, in modern gaming, I'm going to pick computer every time because I love mods. I love the modding community, and so I'm playing Resident Evil 4 Remake on my gaming rig and modding it and stuff. I'm not playing it on a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox One or anything like that, where I have to constantly pay subscriptions. I'm getting updated. I have to be online to get functionality. And when they're ready to update the system into oblivion and to where it won't even work anymore, I lose everything. So the computer is, substantially more personal and usable and reliable, in my opinion. Like I have for instance, Resident Evil 2 Remake or Resident Evil 3 Remake. They're excellent games. Well, I have a work computer, and I've shown this on my channel, and it's a Windows 7 PC. It has a 2 gigabyte graphics card that's like the fastest card from back in the time, and this is like a old card. I mean, let's say it's like 2010, 2012 equipment. We're talking about stuff that's well over 10 years old. And it plays it at 30 frames per second, 1080p, smooth enough to play the game. I beat the game on my channel. But then right next to it, I have a gaming rig with a 1080 NVIDIA graphics card, a relatively good processor, lots of huge hard drives and stuff, and I can play at 4K on those games. And I can play with 60 frames a second. And on a 55-inch TV with an Xbox One controller, and have mods. I can have mods where someone's wearing an awesome outfit or looks like a different character. PC's really where it's at with those modern games. But you might get 4K or 60 frames per second on a PS5, but you have to keep it hooked up. You have to constantly update it. They're trying to get you to upload information constantly, and and they're very expensive. If you're going to spend $500 on a PS5, you could get a gaming rig, and just for a couple $100 more, have an equal or better experience, in my opinion. And of course, this is all my opinion. I just straight up, this is my opinion. I like computers. I program and make video games with computers, and I'm using computers every single day. I'm not playing consoles every single day. I'm using computers every single day. So I'm on Facebook Marketplace and on Craigslist and on eBay, and I sell goods, and I buy things on those services. This was a great game, though. Okay, what's next? Next we'll show a crown, jewel in the crown of Sega, an exclusive that really showed what the system could do, Comics Zone. And my son beat this game. This was one of his favorite games, and he was really happy when he beat it, and he talked about how much he loved this game. Super clear, clean voice sample. Turned it down a little bit. I felt like I was yelling over my own TV. But yeah, there's nothing like this game on Super Nintendo, or pretty much anywhere. Comic books had a shot in the arm in the 90s with, they had, you know, just like a merging of extremely good storylines, the best artists like Jim Lee and Wallace Portacio and Rob Liefeld and, Todd McFarlane, just a whole plethora of extraordinary eccentric artists, and kind of a rebirth phase of some of the more popular IP. And so kind of to honor that and to feed off of it, Sega made this Comic Zone, which you are in panels of a living comic where the characters you conceived are attacking you. And look at the artwork in this video game. There is pretty much nothing like this. You have a pet rat that you can send out to do things. And you can use martial arts and items that you pick up, like he's got a medicine bottle and maybe some explosives. Word balloons, constant dialogue is happening. Now this game proves, right? It proves that people were not programming voice samples properly in some of the games, like Capcom games and stuff, because that was perfect, clear voice sample. And there was a problem. They didn't code for the chip properly, and it would cause kind of a graininess, which was like kind of an interruption in the pattern that they recorded. And that's why the voice samples in Super Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, and several other games are grainy. Like, they have like a kind of like grainy raspiness to it. That is not a limitation in the hardware. That was improper programming on the part of the companies that were making those games. In this game, by the time this came out in the 95, they knew, hey, people are messing up and missing how to do this properly. And you can hear very clear, perfect voice samples in this game. And so it did have the capability. It's just there were some problems with coding and programming. And they've worked around that. Like I said earlier, you can actually download mods that fix the voice sample problems in those games by fixing that error in the code, and then your Street Fighter game will sound the way it was meant to originally. And it's perfectly clear. It sounds great. And it's just showing this demo. I'm not playing this game. I love it, but these videos are so long, it's really ridiculous. Also drinking a cup of coffee, and my son's not here to play, so I have to monitor the video as it records. And yeah, all of that stuff. Okay, next up, one of my favorite Sega Genesis games, one of my favorite games, Outrun. I actually have a couple of copies of this. I have a box of it, and I have this one. This is the one I play because it's a floater. So, not at all grainy. Now, I didn't really like this game back in the day. When you look through catalogs and you're like, what game do I want to buy? I would have never been like, oh, I want to buy Outrun. But then when I matured, as I got older and I started looking through them, I got this in a lot, started playing it. This is my favorite version of Outrun from any of them, and for several reasons. Now, the first reason is gameplay. The gameplay is fine-tuned. I actually played Outrun in the arcade, and it was a sloppy feeling game. You felt like you were sliding around on the street with your steering wheel, okay? And It was fun, and it had better graphics, of course. Gigantic, actual scaling imagery, and it was so beautiful. The game was above and beyond any other racing game. They had cabinets you were sitting in. I think some of them were even like motion cabinets. They would kind of tilt and move around and stuff. Then they had just stand-up steering cabinets. So the complexity of the cabinet varied. And so another reason I love it is every version of this game that is from the arcade, the Ferrari horse switches whenever you change the direction that your car's pointing. So in this little horse here, it actually flips. And that's because they're just mirroring the sprite of the car. It's free. It doesn't cost any more graphics to just mirror the back of the car. Okay? In every version of this game that shows the arcade graphics, no matter what it is, that horse flips every time you change direction. So when you steer to the right, that horse flips. Whatever, or the left, whichever one is the opposite of it, wherever it's being mirrored, that horse flips. The Sega Genesis version is the only one that has this level of graphics complexity, and that horse looks the way it's supposed to. So it's the only one that does it real justice. Now, there's less background stuff, but they actually did use enough different sized kind of samples to zoom the background objects. There's a lot less. It really captures the feel of the game though, and it has all the levels. Now I've beaten this game several times. The way to beat this game though is to beat every possible outcome, and then you'll get the real ending of the game. So just following one path and making it to the end gets you one ending. And there are lots of really funny, cute endings, like ones where he gets out of the car and this crowd of guys come over and they actually go past you and give the trophy to the girl. Now, I had suggested something, and I'm sure that this is, this is questionable, but okay, this is a European sports car. So the steering wheel on European sports cars is on the right side of the vehicle. Okay, now they did make American versions of the cars with the steering column on the left side of the vehicle, but let's just suggest for a second that it might be that that girl is actually driving the car. She's driving, okay? Then if they wreck, then what do you see that happens when they wreck? They get dumped out of the car and they're sitting on the street and she points at him. It's like she's saying, you caused me to do that. So I suggested maybe, and I don't think that's what's meant to be depicted. See, watch, here we go. Oh no, she doesn't do it on that one. It's later. Maybe the girl is driving. Probably not, but the guy's got his elbow up. Maybe he's got his hand up on the steering wheel and he's the one driving. That's fine. I can buy that. That's cute and everything. But remember, this is a European sports car. And unless you got one that was specifically made for the US, the steering wheel is on the right side of the vehicle. Now, when they made this game, the developer said they drove around the USA, tried to find things to put in it, and they said it wasn't exciting. So they didn't find enough exciting things to put in the game. So they decided to make it a more worldly video game. That's why there's windmills. There's stuff that it's like more of the entire world's culture is represented rather than just the United States. When I made Runout, which is an Atari game that was based on this, I made it so that there are sights to see from the U.S. in the background in every on every level. Now I'm not going to try to say that Runout is anywhere near the game that Outrun is. It's a difficult driving game. It has its quirks. It's fun, but it's hard. But it has sights from the United States of America. It has like the Space Needle. It has the Space Shuttle. It has the Statue of Liberty. Just stuff like that, and just to kind of show that there are actually sites that you could see in the U.S. They maybe could have put into this game. So now I recommend watch a video that compares this with the arcade version of the game, and you'll immediately notice that error where the horse emblem is constantly flipping every time the car moves, and that's because they're just mirroring the back of the car rather than using an additional sprite graphic, which would have cost them a tiny amount of kilobytes of ROM space. Now the Sega Genesis perfected it. It has and it has animated wheels. A lot of the versions of this game, the wheels don't appear to be moving. So that goes back to my original point that a lot of times these games, even if they have less color than the arcade, or they're done in a slightly different way than the arcade, they've had time to perfect it. So this was from 91. The original came out in 86. 87, 88, 89, 91. That's 3 or 4 years that they had to work this game out to make it the way that it is here. And this is a superior version in my opinion. And I've played MAME, Outrun, and I loved it and everything, but it's not as fun as this game. This game is actually extremely good. So just food for thought. How come, you know, people automatically assume that it's the man driving the car? Well, because it's, you know, probably what it really is. He's got his elbow up like he's driving with his right hand, and the steering wheel's on the, you know, left side of the vehicle. Maybe you can see it when the car's flipping or something, I don't know. But I was thinking about this and was like, hey, maybe the girl's driving. Maybe it's a European sports car and the steering wheel's on the right side of the car and it's actually a girl that's driving the entire time. So yeah, get Outrun if you haven't played it on the Sega Genesis. Super fun. It's not a racing game. It's a sightseeing kind of endurance game where you've got your time limit and then you've got your distance traveled, and there are lots of choices. You can choose to turn right or left, which changes the end. And there are several endings. I think there are like 5 different endings or something, and then there's a 6th final ending once you've beaten all the other endings. And it's just an excellent video game. Like it's one of a kind, really. And Outrunners sadly did not fare as well in its home conversion. Outrunners used much faster, larger, heavier sprite pushing engine in the arcade, and so when they brought it home, it really didn't translate well. But Outrun did. It was a pretty good translation, and love this game. Okay, let's see here. Next up, there's a couple games here that, you know, I don't usually play. I'm just going to get them out of the way real quick. Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Quest. And it's not because I have a problem with that IP or anything. I just have never gotten into the game. My kids liked it. I think my daughters liked this game because it's Belle. But it's a beautiful game. And if you remember the movie, then, you know, it will seem relative. Everybody's favorite subliminal bestiality tale. Beautiful artwork. Now in the game, at least at the beginning of it, you have to hide from, what's his name? Gaston, I think, something like that. The butthole bad guy who is demanding that Belle be his woman. And I don't remember if this was Michael Eisner, Disney. This was when Disney also got its shot in the arm that it needed. It was getting kind of crusty and
and not as well known. And then they came out with a whole bunch of really great stuff. They had The Little Mermaid, The Lion King, The Beauty and the Beast, and all of them were just, you know, hit after hit after hit. Really great movies, great artwork, and that was the boost that they needed, I think. And Disney had a pretty strong Sega Genesis representation. Even the Mickey Mouse games were good. Now you might wonder, dude, why do you have games you don't like? Well, a lot of it has to do with buying lots. I would look around on eBay and find lots with like 50 games or 100 games or something and just buy them all up. That way it's considerably cheaper than hand picking. Also, sometimes I would comb over games at pawn shops and stuff, and if I had my kids there with me, of course they're going to say, oh look, it's this or that game, and so I'd get a game, and a lot of it was for my kids. So a lot of these games are for my kids. Some of them were parts of lots where there were a bunch of games I liked with maybe a few games that I didn't, and you end up with a lot of stuff. Like, I have copies of games. I have at least 2 Outruns. I might even have 3 copies of Outrun. It happens. You end up with a lot of games that I also bought a lot from Japan with many games that I really liked and wanted, mixed in with some games. Like, I have Japanese role-playing games that still have working save batteries, but I can't play them because they're in Japanese. So they're kind of like just to have for the collection. I have Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4, and they're all the Japanese versions of the games, and they have working save batteries, and they look amazing. And I also have the Sonic Collection for the PS2, which is a whole bunch of Genesis games emulated on the PlayStation 2 with unlockable games, with save states. It's an overall excellent video game collection, and it has Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4. It's like recently I saw a guy on YouTube who was going through every game in the Sonic collection. I think his was on a different system, and he was playing through Phantasy Star 4, and it's just a upper tier role-playing game. It's really excellent. They had great stuff on this system. Now, I'm a fan, so I'm going to really push the Sega Genesis experience over most of the 16-bit. It was the perfect 16-bit system. And whereas I might think that the Super Nintendo is a purple Lego brick makeup box with a hoof switch marketed to girls, the Sega Genesis was really like having a little miniature arcade board at home to play arcade games on. So now, I like the Super Nintendo, but they did market it with a certain angle. You know, it had a like light purplish color scheme. They had a lot of games that were more appealing to both genders. Of course I don't have a problem with that. I loved Link to the Past, but it was still cutesy, fartsy, cartoony stuff rather than what eventually became Ocarina of Time, which was like virtual reality Zelda. You know, I mean, it was incredible graphics, very realistic. So they knew it. They were like, well, we're starting to cater to both sides. And I'm not trying to say that girls didn't play video games, but it was, you know, they were probably more marketed towards boys, maybe, and it was universally applicable. But it would seem that, you know, maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but there's a lot of like fighting and football and barbarians and baseball and hockey and you know, just more stuff that you'd think appeals to the masculine kind of men market. And so then they were like, hey, you know, we're more and more girls are starting to play video games all the time, so let's try to appeal to them. So now if you look at the Super Famicom, it was not that way. It was modular, it looked really cool, they had lots of colors on the buttons,
and stuff, and they're essentially the same system. There's just there's some little pegs on the inside of a Super Nintendo that keep Super Famicom games from going into the system. You break those little pegs off, and a Super Famicom game will go into Super Nintendo and play without any problems. And I have those. I have those Super Famicom games and Super Nintendo games. And I'm pretty sure the controllers are cross-compatible. You can just buy Japanese ones and use them. I don't think I'm wrong about that. But really, as much as I love the Nintendo Entertainment System, I do think the Super Nintendo was inherently flawed. I think the processor was underpowered for the games that they were pushing, and the games really suffered from slowdown and flicker and all those problems with an underpowered console trying to push really heavy arcade games. Like, just look at R-Type 3 or Super Ghouls and Ghosts, and pretty much every game had its share of some type of slowdown and flicker, and but they did have a lot of good games, you know. They came out, I think, in 92, so 89, 90, 91, 92. They had a 4-year gap between the US Sega Genesis presence, and the Genesis was a different system. It had its own unique feel, and I've said this earlier, and I'll say it a lot. The games that came out on both systems, I always found myself liking the Sega Genesis versions of the games better. I liked the 6-button controller better. The feel of the higher quality 3-button controllers with the floating thumb pads, those were better in my opinion than the Super Nintendo. I thought the Super Nintendo pad, I hated shoulder buttons, and I thought the thumb pad was too small, and the graphics were squished on a lot of the games I liked. They were cropped, they were lower resolution. So I would pick higher resolution and better gameplay and faster processor over lower resolution with more color and a kind of crappy, fumbly controller. Anyway, cute game. Don't really play it that much. My kids loved it though. I remember my daughters playing this game and getting into it. Alright, next up we're going to show the Japanese video game for the Mega Drive, Ball Jacks. And I can't say it's ringing any bells right out. I'm sure I'll remember it once it pops up on the screen. Two men scrambled balls riding robots. It sounds personal. Ball Jack staff. That was all in English. This is a Japanese Mega Drive game, and that entire beginning was in English. It could be that they have it regionally prepared based on what system it's being played through. Sometimes they went that far with the programming. But I guess it could be that the Japanese version of this game just has English at the beginning. They did that occasionally too. Oh boy. I guess I have to play it. I have no idea what I'm doing. This may be the first time I've ever played this game. Robots scrambling for balls. And I'm dead. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Well, okay. I grabbed a ball.
grab the ball. It looks like the guy at the bottom's not doing much. Kind of feel like it doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, it says 13. Oh, that's the counter. Okay. It could just be that this is like a conveyor belt game where you're grabbing as many balls as you can and fondling them onto your side of the screen, I guess. So in this game, you're a robot that gropes balls onto your side of the screen with both of your hands. Okay. Uniquely Japanese concept here. I have absolutely no idea what's happening. I see giant exploding balls and I'm grabbing them and then bringing them to my conveyor belt. I hope that's the right thing to do. Okay, I blew up again. Good graphics. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening at all. And it's very confusing to me. As simple as it appears, I think maybe you're supposed to hit him with your balls and then he'll blow up, maybe. I keep blowing up. So, and it says 0 to 4. So whatever I was doing, it was doing nothing. Alright, there we go. Now, I don't know if this came out to the US or what. Maybe it did. So maybe it's like dodgeball, kind of, like you have to grab a ball and then throw it at him. Something happened. Okay, 2 to 0. So he won. Yeah, I'm going to give up because that seems like the logical approach here. Maybe I'll watch a gameplay of this game, figure out what the heck is going on here. Next up will be a game that I really don't like, Gadget Twins. I don't think I like it anyway. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game.